everybody, my name is Gangly, and today I'm here to talk about competitive teamfight tactics Dragonlands. In Set 7 and 7.5, we'll be featuring 3 different cups: Astral Cup, the Jade Cup, and the Dragon Cup. All of these events are pretty similar except for a few number changes. The purpose of these tournaments is for players to earn qualifier points so that they can qualify directly to the mid-set finale or to the regional finals. In this video, we're going to break down the format of the first cup of the set coming up on July 1st, the Astral Cup. The top 160 players from ladder that sign up will be invited, with the top 32 players from ladder being seeded directly into Day 3. The remaining 128 players will play 6 games on Day 1 of the event. Half the field will be eliminated while the rest moves on. The top 24 players in the field will earn between 1 and 3 bonus points to start Day 2 with. Now, it's important to note that even for those players who are eliminated early on into the event, placing as high as you can is important so that you can maximize qualifier points. The 64 players that advance from Day 1 will play 6 games on Day 2. The top 32 players at the end of the day will move on to Day 3 and meet up with the top 32 invited players. On Day 3, those 64 players will compete in 6 games, with the top 32 moving on to the final day. The top 12 will earn between 1 and 3 bonus points to start the final day with. Now, the final day will work a bit differently. All 32 players will compete in 5 games. However, after 5 games, 24 players will be eliminated and the final 8 will move on to a final lobby. They'll compete in 2 additional games without a point reset to determine their final placement. And additionally, these 8 players will have already locked in their spot into Day 3 of the Jade Cup. The top 4 players will have locked in their spot into the mid-set finale, and if this were the Dragon Cup, straight into the regional finals. For more details about the Astral Cup, go to riot.com/NATFT Esports. Be sure to catch all of the action from the direct player streams on every single day of the event, and don't miss out on the main broadcast, which will air on July 9th and 10th at twitch.tv/teamfighttactics.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Astral Cup, the first of many tournaments here in Dragonlands. 128 players will join us today, but only 4 at the end of this weekend will qualify for the Dragonlands mid-set finale in hopes of paving their way to the regional finals. I'm your host, Lemmy Kiwi. Hey, by the way, it's my pleasure to introduce to you our Brainalists, Bryce, Dan, Riley, and Boop. I know, Dan, you love being called that. How's it going, man? It's great to see you again.
It's great to be back. We're back for another set of competitive TFT. Dragonlands has arrived. That's right. These mystical dragons have arrived to the convergence. I'm really excited to also get underway with all the storylines that we have going to this weekend. It's going to be a fun time.
Bryce, it is going to be fun. I'm so excited to have you here for another set. It's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a wild ride. TFT always is. I love these big field tournaments. It's so fun. You have the combination of all the known commodities, and we're going to start to figure out who are the dark horses with a real chance at regionals or even worlds from among North America, so I can't wait to get into the action.
Me too. Boop, so stoked to work with you again. I feel like it's been years.
We have known each other for years, and I've been saying even before the show, it's an absolute honor to work with one of my favorite acquaintances that I do know. Also, it's a special day today because Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is also with us on the top right there. So with Road
you're talking about
as
me.
well.
That's right.
Yeah.
I have been working out a little bit.
Yeah.
Because of the black sweater. But just trust me.
Okay. If anyone's gonna pull it off, it's Rodam.
Looking so swole, but Riley, are you still thriving, glossed, and moisturizing in your lane?
Yeah, I am brought to you by Moisturizer and Progesterone, so we're here for my second set of casting TFT. Not a rookie caster anymore. I'm excited for this. It's going to be a great time.
It's going to be an awesome day. Yeah, friendship and acquaintances aside, let me guide you through this crazy adventure that we have in store for our players through the Dragonlands. So, this weekend, we take flight for the Astral Cup, where the top 4 move on to the mid-set finale, and they also get a chance to shine in our next tournament, the Jade Cup. Our 4 champions of the Jade Cup will then move on to the mid-set finale, which will take place at the end of August. The Elite 4 of the mid-set finale will take the high road all the way to regional finals at the end of October. There will be 2 more chances to qualify for regionals by going through the Dragon Cup and the Last Chance qualifier. And the last 10 players of the regional finals will be determined by qualifier points earned by the Astral Cup, Jade Cup, and the Dragon Cup. So, what is the qualifier points, you say? What is? Well, let me explain it to you based on the Astral Cup. So, just for showing up, all 128 players that participated get 6 points. So, yay, good job. A little shiny sticker for you. But the longer you survive through this gauntlet, the more points you get. So the closer to the top you place each day, the more extra bonus points you get to be ahead of the pack. So Dragonlands will be a long road to the end, but a fruitful one, hopefully. Every TFT set, though, has a new mechanic. So Dan, for those who are just tuning in, maybe haven't played this set yet, could you break down what is new? What is the special mechanic this set?
Sure, there's 2 things that really define TFT Dragonlands. The first is the dragons themselves. We have 7 that have a specific trait associated with it. If you played TFT Fates, that's set 4, you remember Chosen, where you got a bonus activation on that trait. When you buy a dragon, you'll get 3 times the amount of that trait, which is really powerful, combined with the Colossus mechanic from Gizmos and Gadgets, where it takes up 2 slots. So you can build your board around these specific dragons, which are very powerful. The second is the treasure dragon at the end of stage 4. Normally you get raptors, all those extra item components you've been waiting to the very end. Now you get an armory where you get to make your wildest wish come true. You can greed for the best in slot items, or you can try to even get some of these crazy outcomes like triple thieves gloves, loaded dice, and even champion duplicators. So make sure to pay attention to how players are fitting the top end of their compositions, because it's really some hard decisions that they have to come across.
And how much gold they're willing to spend to make that wish come true at the Treasure Dragon, cause he ain't cheap. But Bryce, dragons, I mean, this says called the Dragonlands. Dragons themselves have seen tremendous impact when it comes to the Astral Cup. So Bryce, what dragons have been the most popular and why?
Yeah, it's no secret that this is the dragon patch of Dragonlands after being on the weaker side of things in the early state of the meta. They are incredibly strong right now. We've seen a ton of Siphon and Shio Yu. We expect to see a lot more of those today, kind of broadly considered the powerhouse dragons. But they have a lot of friends that are very strong as well. Ida is still an incredibly popular, just main tank in the front line, the tankiest unit in the game. We're seeing a lot more Deja rise in popularity as kind of the preeminent AP carry. Aoshin tops out a lot of comps, and you know, Aurelion Sol exists. It is technically a unit. I don't expect to see much of it played today, but we have a rework coming very soon, and I'm excited to see Aurelion Sol back in the action in later patches.
And even Shyvana's looking a bit weak and making Ragewing not as popular, but nothing compares to the damage of emotional damage. And maybe we'll see some fun cutscenes get to that point. So we're almost done this cutscene, actually, folks. So before we get into the action, let's break down the format. If you haven't caught the player streams for the first 2 days of the Astral Cup, I'll break it down right now. So Astral Cup has taken place over 4 days. So day 1, day 2 was already done with. But in case you missed it, 128 players started. They competed over 6 days on that first day, cut in half. 64 players get to go to day 2. In day 2, those 64 players compete in 6 games, reseeded, la-di-da, and only 32 players move on to today from that part. So you're currently joining us on day 3. Tomorrow will be day 4, of course. So from the top 32 that competed, they'll be combined with the top 32 from ladder. So 32 plus 32 makes 64 players competing today, but only 32 will move on to our Championship Sunday. Those 32 players on Championship Sunday will play 5 games, and only top 8 move on to the final lobby. And in that final lobby, those top 8 will only play 2 games, in which case the top 4 will go on to the mid-set finale. So if a chance to go to the mid-set finale, regional finals, maybe even Worlds doesn't entice these players enough, let's talk about that bread. We got a fantastic prize pool to offer our competitors, $7,500 up for grabs, and only top 8 get a piece of that. First place, 2,000, second, 1,500, third, 1,150, and fourth place, 900 bucks. And these 4 can cozy on up to the mid-set finale at the end of August. So since this is day 3 of the Astral Cup, we've gotten already a taste of what the compositions have performed well so far this patch. So, Riley, according to the stats, the stats don't lie. Dragons have been a critical component to composition win rates with an immense power spike that these provide. So, is hitting a dragon early the main goal for these players, or can they be strong without it?
Yeah, a lot of these players are looking to play around these dragons. Bryce called out at the top of the show that these dragons are super powerful, and we can see that reflected in the stats. Xiao Yu way out there in popularity in top 4, 64% top 4 rate. Super consistent if you can hit that Xiao Yu. Siphon not too far behind. And Zai is still viable, even if she's lost a little bit of her popularity. But yeah, a lot of these players have been complaining a little bit about hitting the early dragons on level 5, level 6, but because they are complaining because hitting those early dragons are so strong. So yeah, what all these players going to be, I imagine, going to be looking to hit one of those dragons early, find easy direction, use that to coast their top 4.
You praying for that or high roll dragon, although, Guild Sai is also performing quite well according to our stats versus the Ragewing flavor. So Boop, Mirage was actually our 4th most played composition, and Mirage, those for just tuning in, being similar to the mutant trait from set 6, who the effects change every game. So Boop, which Mirage traits are your favorite or strongest to play into?
I like getting some of the early game Mirage traits and being able to lock it in from round 2-1, for example. And I think there are definitely, out of the 7 traits there are definitely some that are going to be more beneficial at certain parts of the game. For example, you're never going to really want to put Warlord's Throne, right, in the middle of the game because you might not win again, right? So in order to really power up that particular Mirage trait, you're really going to need that to get that a little bit earlier. However, you might be able to splash it in for something like Yasuo a little bit later on. Like we said, Olivia Rodrigo has been pretty good so far during this tournament. So definitely looking to see a lot of people try to push into Mirage, but that's also a comp that can kind of fall out from underneath you near the end of the game. I mean, how many of us have had Deja just absolutely drop the ball?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. There's going to be so many different traits and different synergies and different ways of playing them, all thanks to the spatulas that can get us to so many different compositions. So this might be the Astral Cup, but the Jades also still dominated in popularity at the start of the week. So we shall continue to see if this will be a soy meta. So anyway, we have 64 players about to begin their game 1. So let's talk about the biggest prospects. You guys have already gotten a chance to see some of the big names. Dan, starting with you, who are you most looking forward to watching closely after what you've reviewed so far?
I think the first person that's on top of everybody's mind is the player that's been dominating a lot of the leaderboard for the past couple of sets now and has recently had a surge in popularity for his own stream. And that's Setsuko, a player that has largely been faceless for most of competitive TFT, but has recently started getting a lot more immersed in the community and building a little fan base of his own. Getting a lot of respect from other top creators like K3 Soju, who's also competing, and also is a player I think worth noting.
And Riley, I know you're especially excited about all the new faces that are joining us. So yes, a lot of people recognize these big names, but there are people still waiting to make their name in TFT.
Yeah, this storyline's kind of a continuation in set 6 where we saw so many players really come up and make a name for themselves. Appy's the big example, just shooting way up the power rankings in everyone's mind and officially on Don't Talk If You Don't Know. And then you also had guys like Dish Soap who just started stomping ladder and getting a bunch of recognition. Asa, who won set 6 Challenger Series. You had these up and comers, and for set 7 we've got a whole list of people who are looking to break into that top echelon. You have a lot of relative unknowns that direct qualified for the second weekend off of hitting the top 32 on ladder. You had some people like Garrett, Rainplosion, Beaster. So these players that I list off these names, and if you haven't been paying attention to ladder, you're just like, who? But the WHO Megalol. But these players they've been performing well on ladder. They're really looking to establish themselves this weekend. And then you look all the way at the top at number 6. You've got Taco Bell Wi-Fi, which amazing name, but also number 6 and he's barely competed in tournaments before. That's exciting to watch, and him in particular, I'm looking for him to have a really strong performance today.
And Boop, you got to cast from the Humegalols to now the big stars from Fight Night. So you've gotten to see the growth of a lot of these players. Who do you want to shout out?
I think in terms of growth, we already talked about Spicy Appies. I'll be quick. Aniko, I think, has been pretty open about his feelings for the set. However, he's playing probably some of the best TFT he's ever played, definitely looking at that. And also, when it comes to early parts of the tournament, you really have to look at top 4 players. And if you look at the statistics, one of the best top 4 players is actually Emily Wang. And so she might be able to move into some of these other days by playing her own game, which is advantageous at this part of the tournament.
And Bryce, super quick, what's a big name you're looking forward to?
I don't know how we got to the end of this. We haven't talked about Goobums. He was decisively the best player in North America at the end of the last set, the first unanimous on our power rankings. He's back in peak form after kind of messing around a lot to start the set, so I expect to see him have a very strong performance. I also have to call out Pocky Gum and Bertosaurus, 2 outstanding players. Everyone essentially considered them in their top 10 players in North America in set 5. They took set 6 off, so it's exciting to have them back, and I can't wait to see him in action today.
Yeah, from no names to big names, at least it all starts here in Dragonland's Astral Cup. So excited for Game 1 to kick off, but our analysts have spoken about their favorites. Chat, have you picked yours? Yes, Ball Street and Fantasy TFT is back. If you can pick our ace, you should go to fantasytft.com or download their app, because if you're able to predict those right, if you could put your gold where your mouth is, you could win some awesome little legend eggs. And please go support them. They are trying to support the TFT scene and have a lot of big plans for the future, and they've been with us for a year. So big shout out to Fantasy TFT. And you can maybe get a chance to get a Dies of cutscene of your own. So make sure you go and get those predictions done, because we're about to hit our first carousel very, very soon. And if you don't know how to play Fantasy TFT, our boy Gangly has great videos on how to get started. So make sure you go check them out. So we have 8 lobbies at once playing. They're about to hit their first carousel. So Bryce and Frodan are gonna go and check in with Lobby C. Me, Boop, and Riley, we're gonna chillax, and we'll see you after the game. So casters, take it away.
All right, well, thank you very much, Lemmy Kiwi. There's so many storylines to talk about, as Bryce and I will be covering Lobby C. If you want to go ahead and watch everybody in the tournament, has the availability to stream also on their POV. So if you want to follow your favorite player, you can go ahead and check in those storylines, or just type in exclamation point scores in any parts of the chat. So with Lobby C, Bryce, who are you looking forward to the most when we're getting ready for our first game?
Man, Lobby C is stacked. I'm excited to see Sox play. Sox has been a perennial dominant player in North American teamfight tactics. He's one of 2 players we've sent to back-to-back worlds, him and Milk, and they are both in this lobby. It is crazy draw for the opening lobby of day number 3. But Sox in particular, I feel like has been kind of a little bit below the radar, because he had a kid, he was developing a game, he's got a lot of things going on. I haven't felt like we've been seeing peak form Sox since set 3 probably, but the early signs of set 7 are that he might be back. It feels like he's reinvesting in the game. He's taking his game back, not quite to his peak potential, because his peak potential is so high, but he's rapidly approaching it. I expect him to play some very, very good TFT today.
Talking about people who are also coming back, we have people like Kuramex making his return to competitive after taking half a set off, feeling like he had struggled with some burnout and motivational issues after grinding his stream for a long time, and coming in as one of the few regional champions. It's kind of fun that we have both a set 3 and a set 4 regional champion, with set 6 regional champion Milk. I mean, this lobby is a specific lobby of death, depending on who you're cheering for. Enough preamble, let's get into it. Game number 1 of Astral Cup is underway. We're going to hop on board with reigning North American champion, Milk Guy. Player who's recently been starting his own TikTok and also getting himself mired in some international global controversy, Bryce. Milk has a lot on your shoulders this weekend.
A lot on his shoulders. Very impressive that Milk is able to compete from a jail cell, but he is that committed to team fight tactics and playing really well coming to the event as well, so I expect him to be a force to be reckoned with. Hopping on board with Milk, we have a Nidalee start with a sword. He gets the early Astrals in. A lot of potential for Milk early on.
That's right. He has the ability to lean into Nidalee reroll. We've been seeing a lot of Nidalee in other regions. I believe China is a huge fan of playing a Nidalee reroll. You put in Nidalee early. You don't care about winning at all. In fact, a lot of times you are lose streaking throughout the entirety of stage 2. And then from stage 3, very early on, you utilize the Astral trait to get Nidalee 3 very quickly, level up, and play a bunch of shapeshifters and Jades, topping out ideally on one of those dragons like Xiaoyu or Shyvana. So this is a core strategy that's available to him. However, there's a couple of conditions, Bryce, that really make this possible. I'm looking at his item set. It feels a little bit awkward right now if he wants to make it happen.
It does, although on some level I think Nidalee is resistant to getting these awkward item starts. If anything, on some level it's optimal, right? He does have a Bloodthirster Slam, so if he gets the right units for it and he feels like he can play around it, then he might go for that. But he might also say, I don't love the fact that he has no upgrades, right, for his board. We haven't seen his shop yet, so it's possible that he's kind of hit everything. But with a weak opening on units, yeah, maybe he just opts into the Pandora's items. He can therefore get the best in slot items very, very early on. Also be interested to see what that Mirage trade is, given that he's favoring it with this early Mirage board.
Well, he already has sold the Nidalee with the sword, heavily indicating that he's not going to be leaning towards it. And with that Mirage start, I know that Milk himself feels like Deja is an underplayed champion, that you could, or rather an underplayed dragon, so that way you can build around it. Not to mention, the Mirage is Pirate's Greed, which if you remember Pirates from previous sets, after player combat, you will get a treasure chest that has potentially gold, and if you get deep enough into Mirage trait, you can even get items sometimes.
Yeah, you can. I don't exactly expect Milk to get super deep into the Mirage trait, but you never know where his game is going to take him. For now, he's going to opt into snowballing his economy really early. Pirate's Greed, if you can get it online from the beginning of Stage 2, can really get things going, and Milk is a player very comfortable playing from behind. So just looking to kind of kill units, try to get on a loss streak early, and really, ramp up his econ. Going up against Sox, who's in basically the opposite situation. Sox has level with an extremely strong board with this early Anivia and the Archangel slammed, plus the Luden's Echo. So Sox is going to be trying to play a more tempo-oriented win streak style if he can.
Yep, and so that makes sense. Sox likes to play best board. Milk doesn't mind being on lose streak and having higher economy. We'll check back in later as we also hop on board with Yiggles currently. Yiggles, a player that probably people don't know, but, she is not really very public about how hard she's competing, but oftentimes pushing challenger, making even deep runs at the ends of sets, and just be very quietly putting on good ladder performances. Can she put on good tournament performances today to really get people to notice her?
Yeah, tournaments are a totally different animal. The level of pressure that these players will feel on their board with all the best players in the lobby sweating so hard to make these micro adjustments to their board to give themselves the edge. So it's a totally different environment, but that's what makes these fields so fun. Players like Liggle, she's going to get her opportunity to compete against the best, and I'm excited to see if she can hang. Going up against Kurimex, who lost his first round with an okay board. The Thieves' Gloves roll on the Silas is so big that Warmog is going to allow this Silas to tank for so much longer.
That's right. Silas being a very key bruiser carry with that Warmog staying alive as long as he can. And just trying to give some time for this Karma to ramp up her damage. Karma, pretty underrated damage unit early to just get a bunch of AoE, especially with melee units that clump. So a nice win for Yiggles. Now here comes the real key. Can she continue the momentum going to the carousel? This 3 streak is very important because having played against Yiggles a lot in solo queue, I know that she particularly likes to push tempo if given the option. We'll even see if she's even tempted to potentially level. I don't think that is necessarily a strong case for it, but it's certainly on the table.
Yeah, I think if she had a board that I felt was really confident was going to be able to win the latter parts of Stage 2, I'd be a lot more inclined to consider a level here. But under the circumstances, look, the Thieves' Gloves is really good and a good tempo augment as well, but not a complete board. Going up against someone like Sox who has clear damage, really, really powerful frontline as well, hitting both the upgrades to Leona and Tarek, so this is kind of a dream start for Sox, and I just don't think that Yiggle's board is going to be able to deal with this. There's just too much frontline, and while she's doing a good job of piecing together what the game is giving her, I just don't think the game is giving her enough to realistically beat Sox's board or have a chance of streaking. Even if she went to 5 here, she likely would be losing this round. So really excellent control, not just pushing the level button for the sake of leveling.
It's really good recognition. I think Anivia is a very underplayed ability powered carry in general right now in TFT. I think a lot of people think about Swain, they might think about Rise. They don't really talk about Anivia in terms of viable 3-cost carries, and the more this patch is being played out, the more I'm convinced people just don't understand what makes her so strong. Is that she can kind of synergize with herself, right? The fact that her Prismatic Storm reduces a lot of magic resistance, will amplify her damage, give her some scaling items like Archangels. The longer the fight goes, the more damage she puts out. Jade keeps you sustained that entire process. She's an evoker, so she gets mana. It all actually tallies up to the point where, how come more people aren't playing this champion?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's really good, especially if you can get it early and build around it like Sox has. I think a lot of players are starting to kind of learn the tech. Hopping on board with Mujo for the first time, a really powerful opening in this Sunfire Cape, probably the single strongest early tempo slam, getting that extra bit of damage and anti-heal across the entire enemy board, and choosing to slam a blue buff on this Karma. Blue buff, not an item you see slammed every game, because while it is very powerful on units like Ezreal and Karma early, it tends to fall off late unless you're able to find its way onto a Yasuo, for example. How do you feel about that blue buff slam?
I think I like it. I think Inner Flame, it only costs 50 mana for Karma to activate, and I think that's really cheap, so Karma can get a lot of casts. And if there's one thing that I know about Mujo's board, I think it lacks some damage. The entirety of the damage is concentrated in Sunfire Cape, which is it's a stat check, saying, do you have enough damage to beat me before my Sunfire inevitably beats you? I think Blue Buff pushes that pace significantly, so I appreciate it, and I think Blue Buff is an item that has been gaining more prominence. People have realized that it's good on legendary carries like Yasuo, even Pyke. You can put it on Corki, for example, if you want to tech into it. So I think Blue Buff is finding more use cases as the set has continued to get more reps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also really like that they're choosing to push the tempo hard. The only win streak player in the lobby, and this is what gives them the strongest board right now. So you solve the late game later, but for now, pushing this economy so hard in a couple of ways, both with the win streak and with that early Pirates Greed online, just like we saw Milk doing. So a really promising start from Mujo, who is going to be in an excellent position to potentially skip level 7 off of this early streak, as well as the early gold generation from the Pirates, going up against Yiggle's board, which has gotten a little bit stronger on the front line, but really lacks damage. 4 bruisers and Justice and a 1 in the back line.
Yeah, hopefully the Cybernetic Implants gives enough raw AD, but, Senna is the main damage dealer, doesn't even have an item component, so a little bit awkward. Mujo getting some more value, and again, the fact that Mujo has some redundancy here, I'm looking at Sunfire Cape and Weak Spot having overlap and burn, does make it a little bit awkward to get maximum efficiency. But here's where the anti-heal can actually be really nice. You're able to still at least prevent any kind of healing whatsoever from any Rage Wing activation if Eagles had it. And that is going to be a nice 5 streak over to Mujo, the only player to do so. Now let's look on the other end. Let's look at Lil Kahuna, who has preparation and a Nidalee too. And this could be a big reason why Milk potentially did not even opt for a Nidalee reroll, seeing that you would be contested. From this spot, how do you evaluate Lil Kahuna's spot? Is it good or bad for a Nidalee reroll?
I would call it average for Nidalee reroll. You have 3 Nidalees, you have 4 Scars actually, that's all good. Item-wise, very good. Got Rage Blade Slammed already, the most important item on Nidalee, choosing to put another bow there, so I assume it's going to be a Giant Slayer. So there's a lot of potential. Augment selection, a little on the weak side, if we're being honest. The problem with preparation is that it can be hard to actually get the stacks rolling because Nidalee, unlike most of the 3 or the 1-cost reroll we see that will kind of slow roll throughout stage 3, really takes advantage of this Astral trait. I expect to see Lil Kahuna roll as much gold as is required to get this Nidalee 3 online right now, which means that their most important unit, this Nidalee, is only going to have 1 preparation stack off of that Nidalee on the bench.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Even almost an argument that you shouldn't even try to roll for Nidalee 3 right here because you won't be getting full preparation stacks as you mentioned. So it's a little bit awkward. At the same time, you really want to make sure that you're curving out, meaning that you want to hit it when Nidalee 3 would be strongest, and 3-1 is the point where this composition should spike, assuming we even hit it. That's 8 Nidalees.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh, another Astral shop with no Nidalees. You are guaranteed 3 Astral champions with the most recent patch. This is not good, but silver lining, at least you get a preparation stack, so I guess there's at least a little bit of hope that you're not completely doomed.
Yeah, getting an extra preparation stack is nice. Whiffing on back-to-back Astral shops there in the end, and just a little bit slow. You know, this is one of those times where there is a little bit of an APM check in Teamfight Tactics. The faster rollers definitely can get through and very likely get the Nidalee. A little awkward there, opting to choose to hold these shapeshifters as well, the Gnar and the Elise, because that's where the board wants to go, but skip some Skarner, so could easily have Skarner 3 and then missing on the Nidalee 3 as well. Are they able to get this win, though? That would be so big. Okay, able to get the win. I guess they would have been fine either way, losing or winning, because they can maintain that loss streak, but I expect them to roll now because they are committed. They have to get this into Elite 3 and get a win streak going.
All right, so we're introduced to the 3-2 augment. This is a new interval that augments have been introduced, no longer a little bit later at 3-3. Ends up choosing Electro Charge. Now, my point of contention with Nidalee is I feel like she's a lot more augment dependent than people give her credit for, and you can see the 3-star Nidalee finally comes in, and that's super crucial so they can keep her momentum. Another thing of note that this is a small innovation within the Nidalee line is people are also playing Skarner 3 and putting tank items on Skarner to really make it difficult for people to deal with once she crashes the front line. That Frozen Heart is going to be problematic. That being said, Kahuna is giving up on it. So I am curious about what Kahuna's game plan is here, because I think this position for Nidalee is quite middling. It's a middly, if you will.
Middly, I like it. I agree with the analysis. I think if we had maybe not held the Elise, we could have held the extra Skarner. We would have Skarner 3. I would feel a lot better about our spot, because the problem with Nidalee is that she starts range, but she jumps into melee form. So once your tanks die, oftentimes they will re-aggro onto the Nidalee, which means you want that front line to live for longer. And at the point in time where we're deciding to sell the Skarner and give up on the Skarner 3 dream, you might as well move the Frozen Heart onto Aloud, because it's a much tankier unit than the Skarner. So a few micro mistakes here. Will this ultimately wind up costing Lil Kahuna? Nope. Only time is going to tell.
I mean, we're playing Electro Charge. Don't we want 3-star frontliners? We'll go back to it and see if that ends up biting Kahuna in the rear. Pun intended with that Nidalee. Let's check in on Raditz, a player that's actually quite close to you, Bryce. I know you and Ray go way back, even casting one of his community tournaments. What's the deal with Ray? You know, a lot of people don't even expect to see him competing today.
Yeah, Ray is a TFT enigma. His form fluctuates so much. His stream entertainment value is always ratcheted up to a 12 out of 10. I love hanging out with this guy. I love watching him play TFT. He's one of my favorite personalities in the scene. And low-key, he can be a very scary player when he is in form, which he definitely was coming out of last weekend. When I talked to him heading up to those days, he said, I've never felt more confident about a tournament than I do right now. He put his money where his mouth was on that, played really, really well last weekend. I talked to him heading into today, wasn't necessarily the same tune. He's on a different setup. He is, it was been a few days in Canada, and so he's kind of getting used to his new PC setup. Is he up to date on the meta after taking the break? Is his setup going to hinder him? We will find out, but I will definitely be rooting for him to do well in this unbelievably stacked lobby.
Going up against Sox right now. 2 Archangels ramping up the AP, but it seems like Sox's front line's a little bit too hard to deal with. That Ornn that Sox picked up, just able to get a lot of extra CC as well. And Sox top in the lobby with 90 HP as Ray does take a decent sized loss. Just checking on the augments. So we saw Kahuna had the Electro Charge. We saw Sox's Celestial Blessing, which was able to outlast Ray's Cybernetic Shell. We also have a couple of other interesting picks. Yiggles in particular choosing Big Friend 2. That's a new augment in Dragonlance, which is that if you put your champions around a 2,000 HP unit or more, you get damage reduction for the entire fight. And we all know how strong damage reduction can be. You're thinking about Cavaliers in previous sets, or you're thinking about Scale Score at the beginning of this set. Damage reduction is one of the strongest defensive mechanics in the game. So I want to see if Eagles can really find value off of that augment, because it's one of the most interesting ones you can pick.
Yeah, agreed. I really like that pick as well. I think it's one that's rapidly climbing popularity. What on earth?
It's a Pike 2!
And I thought, wow, we can play the Pike now. It's Pike 2! With no duplicator on 3-5, my boy Ray does it again.
How did he do that? That is unbelievable, and Pike is one of the strongest late game champions to build around, and he got it naturally in just a few rolls at 3-5. Forget early dragons, forget any of the legendaries you can pick up to scale your board like Bard. We're just going to go straight to the late game.
That is a player differential, Dan. We're talking about Ray. Is he in peak form? He says, yeah, I'm in peak form. I'm hitting Pike 2 in 3 shops at level 7 form. I got this.
I cannot believe it. We're looking at one of the favorites to win the first lobby here in Lobby C. Current Max, unfortunately, the first victim. Ray, the downside, the air quote downside of this play is that his economy is in complete shambles, but hey, he's got a lot of time to build it up, and as long as he has a good enough front line, that Pike 2 is going to decimate boards. Speaking of decimating boards, Precedent has found one of the biggest culprits of eye rolling currently in Teamfight Tactics. That's a stage 3 Siphon. It's a little bit on the later side, but Precedent did snap his losing streak, and he does have 1.5 items ready for Siphon right now. Does his board look intimidating? It's a lot of 1-stars, Bryce, but people fear this kind of setup at stage 3.
Yeah, in Stage 3, this board is really strong. It will start to fall off in Stage 4. He definitely needs to find some more upgrades, but he does have the 6 Bruiser trait plus Titanic Strength, which is going to mean, 1, he's getting extra HP on all of his units with the 6 Bruisers, and 2, he's picking up an enormous amount of AD because Titanic Strength converts 1.5% of a Bruiser's HP into attack damage. So that means this Siphon 1, which is already a scary unit in its own right, is a heck of a lot more scary. This Titanic Strength is one of the best performing augments when you're playing around Siphon. Preston is also extremely rich. He's already level 7. He's got 35 gold plus some gold on his bench. Thinking about making 40 here. He does not, but he is in a really, really nice position in this game.
Yeah, that flat AD, everyone knows from set 6.5 Neon Knights when we had Striker trade and how impactful just getting a bunch of attack damage to scale your abilities, your auto attacks. It can get very, very powerful and out of control very quickly. And also add to the fact that Whispers is also a naturally scaling trait. If you remember Academy from Gizmos and Gadgets, it does something similar where the longer the fight goes, the more raw stats you're going to compile. And Siphon just becomes scarier and scarier, does end up picking up a couple of AD-focused items. So not bad. If you get a bunch of flat AD, Infinity Edge is fantastic for that. And then chooses to go with Giant Slayer. Now, this is where I actually disagree with what Precedent is doing. I think he slammed that a little bit too quickly. I think one of best Siphon's support items is Zeke's Herald, and he could have gone for that. Play around the bow for a Titans or a Runa's Hurricane. I think that would have set him up much more for success.
Yeah, I completely agree with that analysis. I was surprised to see him slam that Giant Slayer, especially so quickly. But you know what? He's there. We're here. We're going to have to see if that works out. It's going to be a full carry version of Siphon. Joining Kurimax, who's rolled a meaningful amount of gold and is going to be playing around this Olaf carry. I guess he's going to be playing around this Olaf carry for the rest of the game because he picked up extra versions. He's got 4th Olaf on the bench, plus he has that champion duplicator. Olaf is a unit that was extremely prominent in the meta early on, especially with an Assassin Spat. This unit has taken multiple rounds of nerfs from Riot, so it's definitely still in the meta, but a lot more niche than it used to be. Very interesting to see him committing to this line without the Assassin Spat, but some very good augment selections. What do you got here?
My first intention is to go for Scale Scorn Crest. That's exactly what Kurnum's going to do. I think Scale Scorn is a very strong trait. I think it's awkward because there are a couple of champions you're not really sure about. Lilia being one of them. She's really good early, falls off late game. And particularly because Scale Scorn is really good when you are facing up against enemy champions that have 2200 health or more, it gives you damage reduction. We just said how strong flat damage reduction is in Teamfight Tactics. You get that trait on champions like Talon while giving him bonus damage. This is a really good setup, and with the champion duplicator, gives Kurum a lot of option to roll at 7, or if he feels even strong enough to lean into that momentum, tech up to 8, look for champions to complement the Talon like Pyke, and actually even play for top 2. And I think this is really good recognition because a lot of people aren't even open to this line, Bryce.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't, and I know this line can still be strong from the right position. The things that are giving me pause here, the lack of the assassin spat. He is going full damage and with no QSS, and with a melee carry like Olaf, that can get very, very scary, particularly later in the game as people are filling up their boards with units like Hecarim and Ornn. Siphon's going to be played a lot, so there's going to be a ton of CC in the middle of the action, which is where Olaf needs to be in order to do its damage. Woo! Going up against that full carry version of Siphon, and it's enough for now. I completely agree with the analysis about the Scale Scorn emblem as well. Such a strong pick, huge boost in damage, going from a 15% bonus to a 50% bonus, so it is a big, big deal to get that Scale Scorn emblem in that spot.
It is, and I hear what you're saying about Assassin Olaf. I mean, that terrorized ladder for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, if not more. I do think that people underestimate how the meta is currently lining up to play front to back, as long as you don't make sure Olaf doesn't get CC chained by like a frontline Nico, as you can see on Sox's board. I still think front to back Olaf can work really well with some backline Talon working the corners, or the carry corners rather. But enough about that. Let's look at Sox. He's playing a Siphon 2 with a Jade core. A lot of times people be looking at Xiaoyu, but it turns out Siphon is just that good. Siphon is like Guile's theme right now. Anything goes with him. You just throw in some units to support him that looks roughly pretty good. So with Jade Core plus Siphon 2, hell yeah. Throw that together and just watch Sox completely streak this stage. He should look uncontested. The only person that's also streaking is Kurum X with that Scale Scorn board.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the adaptation for Sox. Would you have preferred to find 3 copies of Xiaoyu? Absolutely, but he is definitely okay picking up the Siphons and playing around that. If he finds Xiaoyus later, he can pivot back in, or he can just play around this Siphon. It's going to be very hard to pivot back because you wind up investing so much of your gold into that 2-star dragon because it is 8 cost, so it's 24 gold for the 2-star. But Sox in excellent position, very, very likely to top 4 this game with a good shot of being able to win it as well. The only win-streaking player is worth noting is Kurum X, and we have both Milk and Yiggles going to level 8 on 4-5, so more fast 8-oriented style, but very low on HP at 24 and 19 respectively.
It's like Milk is 2-starring a bunch of his units, while Yiggles will be doing the same. Can Prestivan follow suit, having all 1-stars? There's not a single upgraded unit, and there's also a full bench. I am getting dizzy just watching Prestivan try to make use of this situation. He's just going to commit to playing an all 1-star board. He's got to sell something to start wreaking back some of his economy. Choose to go up against Mujo, who does have that Xiaoyu too. Oh my goodness, this is looking potentially very ugly. The setup, the augments, the items all look pretty solid for Prestivan, but the unit quality is just so low. There's not a single upgrade.
Yeah, not a single upgrade, and we're seeing the stylistic clash of the patch play out in real time. We saw 3 players in Prestivan, Milk, and Yiggles do a classic fast 8 strategy where they level to 8 on 4-5 and they send it to 0 to try to find their upgrades. I'm just not sure that is the style that's going to work out best in this tournament. We're seeing a lot more rolling on 4-1. We're even seeing 2 rounds of rolling on 4-1 where people roll deep on roll deep on 4-1 and then roll again at level 7 on 4-5 instead of focusing on getting to level 8 because it's so expensive to get to level 8 now. It can be very challenging to find your upgrades as we are seeing on Prestivan's board.
Yeah, that's right. It does find Silas too, which is significant. At this point, I'd probably also put items onto Silas or the Shen. Does want to keep the Bruiser so he can have the dynamic of having the Titanic strength scale his board, but also a little bit. Oh, the items are on Ornn actually, so he needs to keep that as well. Very awkward situation. Now going up against Yiggles. This is a fight that could just send Yiggles straight to 8th place and give Prestivan a positive placement relative to where he should be. He's looking to see if his Siphon can get the job done. The Siphon from Yiggles is getting overwhelmed, but that Runin is potentially able to clean up a lot. And the Rampage misses, and so Preston should be able to finish it off. Yiggles is barely living at 1 HP. Has a Treasure Dragon to potentially bail her out, but it's not looking good for her, nor is it looking good for Milk at 17. Let's check in on another board and see Kurum X able to beat Sox. So we said these are the two strongest players in the lobby, and Kurum is streaking.
Yeah, and an insane initial Treasure Dragon there. He can go for a Zeeks if he wants to, as well as an IE. I know that he had Exile, so maybe we'll opt out of it. We'll have to see what he winds up going for. Prestivan has to choose between making this Thresh upgrade for his board that is still only 1 2-star on the entire board, or does he keep rolling to try to find this Siphon 2? We know there are a lot of Siphons out of the pool. We saw Yiggles playing it. We saw Sox already with the 2-star Siphon, so it's going to be just a very challenging unit to find under the circumstances. And we've checked on Prestivan a couple of times, and I'm just not sure that this game plan was ultimately the right one under the circumstances. He's going to be able to make 2 Zeeks here, though. Very powerful. Could also consider a ZZ Rock, given that his front line is extremely weak right now.
I think that we gotta lean into what makes our comp strong right now, and I think what makes our comp strong is this Siphon, and that's pretty much it. So I think 2 Zeeks is exactly what the doctor ordered. The front line, while you could stall the ZZ Rot, it's not efficient at what you're trying to do. ZZ Rot's really good at keeping distance, and Siphon wants to close that distance. So it's not actually particularly powerful. If he had a backline carry, right, this is where Zaya boards or Aushin boards from the AD AP line, that's where ZZ Rot really shines. So I think this is a good heads-up play, in particular from Precedent. But is it enough? I feel like I'm looking at this board quality. There's just a lot more stronger boards. Sox is in his pool. Milk is a player that's noticeably going to be a lot stronger. Has Corki too. If this Idas dies quickly, can we even get Diamond Hands in the middle of the fight? Milk's already trying to approach it. But the Rampage now working onto the back line. Corki trying to hold off. But the charge away does give an opportunity for Milk to finish off this fight. Milk has Diamond Hands in the Duplicator. Milk's ready to spike against the rest of this lobby here, Bryce.
Yeah, Milk is definitely ready to spike, playing from behind, but is the successful Fast 8 player so far, has at least built a board that feels stable. Meanwhile, Yiggles, unfortunately, goes out in 8th place. Fast 8s, as well as Prestivan, not able to hit her upgrades and goes home really early in this lobby, but it's only the first lobby, a lot left to go. Milk, meanwhile, gets this Diamond Hand, such a powerful item, one of the strongest things you can get out of the Shimmer Scale tree. This is going to create moments of invulnerability for a unit at multiple points in time during the fight. Unfortunately, the units where you would usually think about putting it on your carry or on your primary front line are both completely full of items, so it will be interesting to see how he uses his Diamond Hands each and every fight.
Yeah, he can place it on a unit mid-fight. I think he's going to aim for the Thresh to just keep those units busy, especially that Olaf too. Olaf not able to get it done. But now the Frozen Hearts are on both sides of the carries. Corki should be able to finish it off, though. I think there's almost out of damage. Oh, Diana able to get the kill. And that should be enough. And there's no enough damage here for Kurum X to finish off Idas. So in terms of quality of the fight, this was as good as it gets for Kurum, cleaning up almost everything. But on the other side of things, Kurum is now middle of the pack. He was streaking earlier, all of a sudden taking 2 bad losses. Mujo, the player that we were paying attention to early who was streaking, now on top at 63 HP.
Yeah, Kurum did full sin. We saw him completely out of gold, and unfortunately one Olaf short. He needs another Olaf to use that duplicator, so going for that power spike right now, unable to hit it. Meanwhile, Milk's board is still hanging on with that duplicator from the Diamond Hands. He has a Bard. He does a last-second reposition. He misses the Zeeks. Very unusual micro mistake from Milk going up against Ray, who has this awesome version playing around that early Pike 2 we got with a Jade board. I love this innovation from Ray.
Yeah, but the Diamond Hands keeping the Pike really busy at this point. He's isolated onto the Bard, and that's all of Ray's damage. So this is a really good play from Milk, and that is why you remove Diamond Hands every round. Take out the champion that's holding the item, it'll pop off, and then select where it can be the most value. That Pike had 80% of his damage negated because he casted so many times onto that Bard.
Yeah, you love to see it. Milk is able to get the job done with that Diamond Hands. He says, I don't need it on one of my big units. Corki's good. Idas is good. I'm going to put it where it has the most fight impact each and every round. Such clean micro from Milk on that Diamond Hands. taking stock of the lobby overall, Milk is close to a winning streak. We've seen him win a few fights in a row. Kurum is plummeting down with this Olaf. The Olaf 2 has just been thoroughly outscaled at this stage of the game. Mujo, our only win streaker on that Jade board, all the way up at 63 HP.
That's an Olaf 3. Oh, he's going to put the one with Runins in so he guarantees that item. This is a nice trick.
Oh,
make sure
that's
they
really
can guarantee. And now Rage Blade has popped off. Who wants to hold Rage Blade? I guess Diana at this point. He ended up selling the Talon, by the way, putting scale scoring on Kiana instead. So he's going with a more traditional scale scoring approach. Olaf 3 and Diana 3. Will it be enough? He's not moving his Zephyr. He's targeting specifically that Siphon, but I think it missed by one who will be getting the Ornn instead. And depending on where that Rampage from that Siphon comes out, it's going to do big damage, charging backwards. That is nice positioning on the Kiana to make sure it doesn't go for the Olaf. And now Diana has to hold off with that Frozen Heart as long as it can for Olaf to clean up the rest of that army. This is a nice fight for Kurum. Needed a breather and a reprieve because he's only at 21 HP. That Siphon is indeed a little bit scary. The bite! Not enough. And that'll be a win for Kurumex. That was much needed. Milk takes heavy losses, now down to 1 HP, and Precedent shortly behind him, also potentially at 1 life.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to see if Precedent's been able to upgrade that Siphon, but scary situation for him. Milk does take a loss there, so no winning streak. Meanwhile, Kurum does hit the power spike he's looking for. We don't know exactly how strong this board is because we haven't got to see a lot of it in the meta, but I think this 4 scale scoring with both the 3 stars and very good items. I mean, look, the Rage Blade, not ideal on Diana, but Infinity Edge plus Frozen Heart, 2 of her very strongest items. Some last second repositioning, and he's going up against Raditz's board. The Pike is in the middle, not taking his effort. No Nikos yet for Ray is a really, really big deal here because he doesn't have that frontline CC. The Diana is wreaking havoc in the backline. Meanwhile, the Pike de-aggroes off of the Olaf, but the Olaf is back onto it. It is able to get a throw proc, but it's not enough. The Pike is down. This clever Jade board from Ray is not enough to take care of Kurum's extremely powerful board. Milk gets a win. Lil Kahuna down at 9 HP, and things are looking really tight as we head into stage 6.
Kurum was in 6th, now in 3rd. Ray, who looked in such a good position, is now in danger of bottom 4ing, which would just be, you know, a catastrophic series of events for Raditz. One, he hit that Pike at 3-6. And by the way, there's a triple item, Rift Herald, that's coming up this way as well. It's going to be very difficult to deal with a big power spike like this if you're not prepared. And there's also that mental aspect of it. If Ray hits Pike 2 at 3-6 and he bought 4s, I'm not even entirely sure how to keep my composure if I was in his spot.
Yeah, that is really tough. Pike is such a strong unit, but it's oftentimes a unit that stomps when you're already ahead. It's very challenging to play around sometimes as a primary carry. A Reforge here comes up huge. He has a remover as well, so can theoretically remover some of these Shio U items. Edge of Night, one of Shio U's best items. So now the Shio U has gone from okay to straight up terrifying. This is some of the best in-slot itemization for this unit. Gonna go and put the Gunblade onto the Elise, the Static Shiv onto the Soraka. This board got a lot stronger for Lil Kahuna, who has to win this fight in order to stay alive, essentially.
Going up against Kurum. Kurum with a nice Zephyr onto the Nico. He can start to get to the back line. Olaf working on Shiyu, but that Edge of Night is going to come up clutch, but Olaf walks backwards and can start to re-aggro onto the Shiyu. Can anybody deal with the Nidalee, though? Now she's racking up to full attack speed stacks, so it's going to be the 3-star battle. Another cast from Nico is going to stop Olaf and distract from being able to hit critical mass. And Kurum ends up taking a loss, but look at the health totals.
Oh my god.
Right out the gate, we have 3 players at 1 HP and Kurumex at 5. Lil Kahuna at 11. It is anybody's game to get into the top 4, Bryce.
God, I don't know that I've seen something like that. All 3 players on exactly 1 HP, plus Kurumex on 5 HP, so all these players are 1 fight loss, and they are dead. It's going to come down so much to this micro positioning, understanding who's in your pool. Ray knows he can face Milk or Socks. Which board does he choose to position for, and is he correct? Going up against Socks, somebody is dying here, Dan.
It's going up against Milk, who does have that itis really tanky. That Pike trying to get to the back line. But can this Pike get the work done?
Dead.
No! The big one already has destroyed it, and that is the majority of Ray's damage. I don't think it's enough. There's nothing that can really challenge the Corki. Talon has bitten the dust. Precedent out in 7th, and now Ray is praying for a 6th place from a position of hitting a 2-star legendary at 3-6 in miraculous, improbable fashion. And Ray will take a 7th place, tying Precedent, losing the coin flip, as Kurimex is also able to narrowly escape with the 5th place. What a crazy series of events here in Game 1 Lobby C of the Astral Cup.
Yeah, incredibly crazy. Milk, meanwhile, doing Milk things. 1 HP is enough for this man with this very strong Corki board. Not all the way capped. One of the big differences you will be looking at in this tournament when we're trying to evaluate the strength of Corki boards is how early they get the Nomsy online. You can easily have 4-star Nomsy at this stage, which is basically a second dragon, and that's the difference oftentimes between Corki boards top 4ing or bottom 4ing, but Corki getting the job done all by himself with that Bard 2 as well, plus the Diamond Hands work going up against Socks and this Jade board, but an interesting adaptation. He has stayed on the Siphon for the entire game. The Siphon is in the backline. Bard is down. Siphon slowly but surely working his way around the Itis and trying to get access to this Corki. The Itis is down. Here comes Siphon ulti, but there's too much damage there. The Corki takes care of business on the Siphon, and Milk is living to fight yet another game.
How does he keep tricking us noobs with his RNG? This guy is charging forward from 1 HP, and now he's streaking in Dragon Carousel. This is not really common, and Milk gets the Zephyr, one of the best items to tilt his odds in his favor. And Socks with a pretty unusual board too. Let's talk about that for a second. He's playing Dragon Mancer, Carry, and Nivea on top of Siphon, a very unusual board. And now let's take a look once more at Milk's state, as if he's able to go to 9, play this Yasuo, get the Zephyr onto the right target. This could look like a first place for Milk.
Yeah, it absolutely could, and Milk is one of the most dangerous players with the Zephyr. He is so good at anticipating enemy movement. It's a little awkward for him because he has so few units that he can theoretically put it on. Plus, he has a lack of positional flexibility with this Lulu because it really needs to be next to the Corki. We see the last second positioning. Going up against Mujo, who does he choose to Zephyr here? It's going to be the Anivia.
He has to. He has no way to get to the Nico immediately. If he could choose, it'd be that way. Now trying to see if this Corki can get the big one. Big explosions, and the Diamond Hands Yasuo just tanking infinite damage as well. This is an overwhelming domination coming out from Milk. Mujo takes huge damage, now down to their last life. Let's check in on the other board. Lil Kahuna also putting pressure on Socks, and we have our 2 favorites to win the lobby who are currently streaking, as we may have these players show down in stage 7, but they have to face each other first, and whoever wins this next fight between Milk Guy and Lil Kahuna is very likely your lobby winner.
Yeah, Lil Kahuna theoretically capable of losing this fight, but staying alive if they do it with a very small number of units. Meanwhile, Milk, as we have called out multiple times, still on 1 HP and a Dream. Is he going to go after a frontline Zephyr here? Is he going to try to target the Nidalee? It looks like it's a frontline Zephyr here. Is he going to find its mark? It gets onto the Shiou. That's a huge percentage of damage, so it's only a 1 carry threat for the time being. The Nidalee is wailing away. When it jumps into melee range, it should still be okay on the Frozen Heart for now because of the QSS. The Corki hasn't ramped up with a big one just yet, but here it comes. So much damage in the middle of the fight! Lil Kahuna loses Nidalee, and Shiou is soon to follow. There are so many units left alive for Milk.
Oh!
It is not quite fatal. Lil Kahuna lives at 1 HP. Socks out in 4th place. Mujo rounds out our top 3.
Story of 1. It's just 1 HP for so many of these players. You remember when Milk, Precedent, and Ray were at 1 HP, and now Milk has a showdown for who wants to fight him in 2nd place. His composition is nearly capped. He still has ways to get even stronger as well. He could roll for a Yasuo 2, can ultimately find even higher ways to cap. His Nomsy also is just continuing to get stronger and stronger. This is a very difficult spot for Mujo and Kahuna to take him down. And you know, even adding a little bit extra anti-heal with Sona. Sona's a fantastic holder of Merrill Namcon. Oh, he rolled it! He got a second Banshee's Claw. I just forgot about his Pandora's Box that he picked at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated the Morello on the Sona as well. He is able to roll down and gets that Yasuo, and the Diamond Hands, we saw him cheesing it earlier, but Diamond Hands is just too strong on Yasuo. This is a unit that likes to get in the middle of the fray. He's relatively squishy, and so having that diamond hands, having multiple moments of invulnerability in the fight is just such a big deal. We see the last second repositioning going up against the Ghost, so Milk very likely to win that fight. Ghost board's going to be a little weaker. Lil Kahuna and Mujo likely playing for second place here.
Let's see if this Nidalee can get onto the front line immediately. It's a Xiaoyu versus Nidalee showdown. Nidalee is going to be able to get the better of it. And how much damage is remaining for Mujo? Not enough. And that is going to be it. Lil Kahuna and Milk are going to show down for number one in this lobby. Can it be, from the very get-go, the two players who are at the lowest HP alongside Yiggles make that comeback with these strong boards? The final touches have been done. No more gold left. What's the positioning looking like here, Bryce?
I mean, last time we saw these boards fight, Milk landed a gigantic Zephyr onto the primary carry of this composition in the Xiaoyu, and so it was really Nidalee versus the world. Milk is so capped out, I'm not sure that he is capable of losing this fight, but if Lil Kahuna can keep both carries on the map, maybe it makes a difference.
Except from the Yasuo, but let's see if that's enough to get it done. It's a fight to the finish. Yasuo with the Diamond Hands is now tanking, and this Corki is now starting to ramp up. Xiaoyu has gotten past the Itis, though, and now trying to work. It's a Xiaoyu Nidalee versus the world. There's just way too much stuff. Prison Jeff does it. Game 1, Lobby C goes to your reigning North American champion, Milk Guy.
Bebe in shambles right now. Milk Guy navigates perfectly from behind. We talked about it when we joined his board at the very beginning of Stage 2. He's very comfortable playing Lost Streak. He leans into the Pirates Greed version of Mirage. He supercharges Eco. He transitions beautifully into Corki, and 1 HP was enough in the end for Milk Guy to take that lobby win.
Well, I can't believe the absolute comeback. I was like on the edge of my seat thinking, is Milk going out of top 4 or not? And what a comeback. In a second, we'll show you also the winners of all the other lobbies happening right now. I know there's a lot going on. We have 64 players competing all at once, but we also had a lot of contests around Siphon today. But I think it was Yiggles, Prestivant, and Socks. Bryce, starting with you, I don't think we saw a lot of Siphon in the top 4, but a lot of different versions of it, including even a Titanic Strength that ended up bottoming out at 6th. So what was your take on the different Siphon approaches today?
We did see one make it the top 4 in Socks with the kind of interesting version of it that he built around the Jade with the dual carry and so on. It was a really cool, very Socks-esque board. But yeah, you're right. It was a very contested unit. People struggled to 2-star it. And I also just think playing around it a little bit incorrectly. I don't think these positions were strong enough to be able to go to level 8 and actually stabilize their board. The boards are too expensive. Dragons are too expensive. Getting to level 8 is too expensive. You have to get stable in stage 4 on level 7 to greenlight yourself to go to level 8. And we saw in general the fast 8 players really struggle. Milk was the only one who pulled it off, but he went the Corki line, not playing around a dragon. He had infinite gold from supercharging his econ from playing pirates early in the game, and he knew. Then this is Milk's strength, right? He knows what kind of a board he can take that can win out or at least play into a top 4, and he had great recognition there. So it'd be interesting to track that storyline, not just in this lobby, but across the 2 days of competition and see what style is working out the best in this tournament.
And Dan, we talked in the pre-show just about the impact of dragons, but now we can take note of what Kurum X did away from dragons, going with the Olaf, where we looked at the numbers, Dan, of assassin versus non-assassin Olaf. Kurum X went with, not his choice, the non-assassin version, but got a scale score and spat. So some players have said that non-assassin Olaf is just unplayable, but what did you think about Kurum X's approach, unfortunately ending him at 5th?
I mean, it depends on what you define as unplayable. Some people say if I can't get a first place with this comp, it's unplayable, and that's just completely wrong. I think Kurum should be very happy with the 5th, given that I don't think he went into that game saying, I'm going to reroll Olaf. But he chose to do it. He recognized what could make it happen. And 5th, given some of the power specs, how people were hitting Xiaoyu 2 pretty early, or some people had that giant HP deficit, Kurum kind of played to his strengths, which is using his HP, getting a lot of tempo early and bleeding out into being very consistent. And hey, look, if he gets fits for the first half of the day and the second half he's able to get like a second, a third, a fourth, that should be good enough to get him through to day number 2. You don't have to always go 1-1-1 in these day 1 tournaments. Yes, you do get a point advantage, but I think Kurum right now just staying core to what makes him a strong player is really important, as opposed to saying, hey, what's really good in the meta, what's the S tier comps, and just following that.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big elimination round. I think a whole bunch of people went down, and Kurumex, unfortunately, at 5th, but it was a cool approach. He win streak through 4, but everyone peaked at stage 5. So I think now we have all of our lobby winners ready to go. So we have 2 slides of this. I know we have a lot of players playing at once, but take a look. Lobby A won by Pokigom. I know that was a big favorite of Bryce with the Dragon Mancer Swain carry. I can't wait to hear from our casters because I know they were looking forward to seeing some Swain. We got Phoenix with the Aoshin frontline. Milk, of course, winning our lobby just now with Corki, and he actually pivoted off of Siphon, so that was really impressive that he pulled off that 1 HP win. New Bowl, a big favorite coming into this tournament with a 6 Jade Shio carry. As we go and take a look at other lobby winners, Malala with the Double Trouble. I know Frodan's been talking about how good that augment is. Cool to see it take a lobby. Taco Bell, one of Riley's favorite players, with a Siphon carry, of course. Rainplosion, Corky Revels, and Liquid Robin with another Swain carry. So starting with you, Bryce, you were talking before the show started about how you were expecting to see Swain make it far and even taking first places. So bring me through that thought.
Yeah, I think Swain is an extremely undervalued unit in general right now on the ladder, both in Europe and in North America. There are definitely some strong Swain players in this field, though, and I think the rumblings were getting around a little bit before the tournament. So maybe there are enough people that have adopted to the Church of Swain and understand just how powerful that composition can be. Not surprising to see it take home 2 of our first 8 lobbies.
And Frodan, the Double Trouble, does it surprise you that it takes a lobby?
No, not at all. Double Trouble is actually one of the strongest augments to build around right now because it gives so much inherent stats that you have so much flexibility to how you actually play it. I don't even think Double Trouble Dragon is the best way to play Double Trouble reliably, right? How often are you going to be able to play 2 Siphon 2s that usually requires you to get one of them online very quickly and leaning into it? But I digress. I think Siphon is also showing the strength that wasn't represented in this lobby C. He is definitely one of the premier carries. And here's the thing. You saw like a bunch of these compositions that had the main carry plus Siphon. Siphon is so versatile. He also can just be your front line. I know a lot of people will maybe look at Siphon and just say, oh, Siphon's everywhere. But I mean, Siphon's also quite ubiquitous, no different than if you look at the previous set, how people played like Yuumi or Silco in all these compositions. You wouldn't just say comp plus Yuumi, comp plus Silco. Siphon is just so versatile because he offers a bunch of CC and damage and even can tank in the right scenario and even scale your secondary carry if you end up getting Whispers online. So he's just so good, and I expect to see a lot more of it.
Awesome. Bryce, were there any surprises in the bottom 4s that we saw from the lobbies, or are you happy with how game 1 and maybe things will change as the other games are going to happen?
I mean, I saw Goobums in the bottom 4. There are definitely some big names that wound up in the bottom 4. You know, Darth Noob with a really tough start in that lobby, and they're a phenomenal player as well. But look, the reality is 1 game of TFT, we didn't get to watch it. Who knows what was going on? And way too early to have knee-jerk reactions. Hopefully everyone's mental is strong, and if you had a rough game 1, it's totally fine. Just bounce back for game 2. You got a lot of TFT left to play today.
Yeah, it's not about how you fall, it's about how you get back up after, but chat, were you able to predict those who have fallen? Those who have risen to the challenge? Milk number 1 at 1 HP? Did you guys get that? Well, FantasyTFT.com would give you little legend eggs if you were able to do so. You can do it on the app so you can chill in bed with some TFT. Or if you're on your computer already slamming some games in, might as well have your second monitor if you're cool enough with FantasyTFT.com getting your stonks ready. So that was game 1. We're going to throw it to a break. When we get back, we're going to have new casters and a new lobby. We'll see you there. Hey friends, welcome back. It's Astral Cup. We got game 2 around the corner, and I have 2 fabulous casters by my side. It's Riley and it's Boop. Everyone wave hello. See, they're alive, they're well, they're doing great. But man, guess who's alive and well? Milk. With a massive comeback. Riley, bring me through how amazing that was, and especially about you, Milk's unique playstyle that you know about.
That is just classic Milk right there. He's known for being on the greedier end of playing, and he'll dip to these low HP totals so often and then just run it all the way back. And from 1 HP, literally the lowest you can get, it's a classic Milk move. You get to that low HP, you fast 8, you roll for a super strong board that's going to get you to level 9, and then you just cap out there, you win the lobby. Doesn't matter that you're on 1 HP. 1 HP is infinite HP. Milk has done it so often, and he does it again.
And it was just impressive because he was one of the Siphon players who ended up pivoting to Corgi after realizing just how many cooks were in that kitchen. But Boob, you were most interested about the itemization of Milk's Corki, so what did you think about it?
Yeah, I think there's a difference between like a skim milk Corki and a whole milk Corki, right? We got to see like the whole milk there when it comes to the Giant Slayer. So part of the interesting fact about it is after we switched over to Siphon, almost every single single player in that lobby had a dragon or a high HP target. And that's why that Corki really felt like it was literally ripping through the HP. I mean, I've not seen an Itis die that fast in a very, very long time. So yes, Milk did a lot of really awesome stuff, but I think the pivot into the Corki to also kind of counter the lobby with the itemization was just such a next level play that I can't wait to watch again. Because remember, 5 people in that lobby, Lemon, ended at 1 HP at one point.
I know, and I'm thinking about the high rollers and the people who got really lucky. Like Giggles had a Tactician's Crown, ended up in 8th. Raditz hit Pike 2 at 3-5, 7th. Riley, players are always whining about it's all about high rolling this set, but what do you think? I guess not.
It's all about high rolling the dragon super specifically right now. Everyone's complaining about you hit the dragon super early and then you're gonna win streak off that. It's holding true. Yes, a Pike 2 at 3-6 seems like such a high roll. You're hitting this 5-cost carry on the stage 3. But Pike isn't really good enough to solo carry on his own. He's really good at cleaning up fights because of the execute in his mechanic, but that super high roll, Ray doesn't have much of a board to back it up. The Pike can't carry hard enough, so it's about what you're high rolling, not always about your high rolling itself.
I know, sometimes you get lucky and you do a lot with it, and sometimes you don't do anything, and you end up getting cutscene to death, right, Boop? So, I've seen a few of those from you.
Thank you, appreciate it. That's why you're my favorite acquaintance.
Oh, I know. It's like we hang out every day. But from all the Siphon flavors we saw today, only one of them ended up in 4th, which was Socks. But speaking of one of the Siphon flavors, we had Prestivant with Titanic Strength. So, Boop, I was wondering about... I guess we are going into game 2. Never mind. I'll talk to you later, fellow acquaintance. Let's go, Lobby G.
I actually do want to talk about Titanic Strength, because we saw a lot of it in that last game, too. I mean, we saw, I think, a spat of it as well, Riley. So Titanic Strength does seem to be something that a lot of people are going for. But now that we're in the second lobby, Riley, you have professional experience. Something that I really want to ask you is, now that we have stats from a first lobby, we saw the lobby winners, does that ever change the way you approach the second lobby, seeing certain comps more popular than others?
Game 2, not really. You just you mostly just want to stick to your game plan. It's around after this game you actually want to start adapting. Maybe you've gone to bot 4s, you're seeing, okay, my game plan isn't working. Now we gotta start adapting, but just one game. TFT, game of variance, game of sample size. One game sample size isn't always enough to tell you your game plan is not working. So at this point, I'd expect a lot of these players to be just sticking to their guns and sticking to what game plans they came in with.
Speaking of sticking to their guns, we've got a Senna on the board. We also have some guilds potential on the board. We also have a ton of Nidalees. So this is one of the things about the early game here in the set, right, Riley? Is kind of like there are a couple different ways to start.
Yeah, but Rainplosion, specifically who we're hopping on board with first, she has 5 Nidalees, excuse me, and from talking to her, she doesn't like rerolling, but one of the options she likes for rerolling is when it's pretty much guaranteed around the Astrals, and especially with 5 Nidalees early. We saw Lil Kahuna top 2 last game off a Nidalee reroll. This game, the Nidalee is almost guaranteed on by 3-1, so Rainplosion with a pretty good Nidalee angle this game. We look at these first augment choices. What do you think about this, Boop?
You know, I like to pick best friends because I like lying to myself. But the other thing that I wanted to say here is things for Astral best friends are actually really, really great, especially in the early game when you're going to be able to get your 2 and 2, especially if the Nidalee is at a higher level. We got the bow, and that's like one of the first checkpoints for the Nidalee, so we can actually go into a couple different directions now, but we are sticking with the Astral. Remember, Rainplosion did win that last lobby, I believe, with a Siphon comp, so we might be going that direction still.
Yeah, she was playing around the Corki as well, and Rainplosion actually took that first in her first ever tournament game in TFT. She's been around Challenger for a little bit, but no competitive history in any other games, no competitive history even in TFT. Taking a first out the gate, she's making me in particular proud, especially because Rainplosion is trans. We don't have a lot of trans players in this game, and seeing her just burst out the gate, looking to make a name for herself, just establish herself as, I'm going to be a queer force specifically in this game. good start already. Not a good start this game, taking an initial loss, but when you're playing, not leveling this early, kind of playing for loss streak, that part's expected.
All right. Also, the first one to lose their round. A lot of these early game lobbies can go pretty long, especially when you've got the cringiest item of items there, the Frozen Heart on the Kiana. So good on Assassins. A lot of people wonder why put it on an Assassin versus a frontliner, Riley, and it's really just because of the backline, right? An Assassin can get to the backline.
Yeah, Frozen Hearting the front line doesn't matter all that much. Like, cool, you slowed down some of those casts, but it's not going to be by that much because they're taking so much aggro. But the backline casts, those unit abilities are so key that slowing down their abilities is going to be super beneficial. Also, there's so many AD carries to set that slowing down their attack speed just limits their DPS so hard. So we've got the Dyes of Heart back this set. We had Frozen Heart Echo just being an absolute menace in set 6, and Dyes of Heart Kiana a menace this set as well.
Spicy Appies now, one of the new guard of TFT that is starting to take over the old guard at this point in time. Spicy Appies, wonderful player, wonderful stream, wonderful person, and also one of the most flexible players that you will see in a lobby. So Spicy Appies can play a ton of different things, and Riley, you know a lot about this player, I suppose. So what is and you've actually gotten to talk to them through tournament experience. So in terms of what Appies provides in a tournament, what do you think is kind of the best thing that Appies is going to do, and one thing that Appies maybe needs to get better at in order to finish top 1 instead of top 4?
Appies is always going to come into these tournaments with a very set game plan. What that game plan is going to vary tournament to tournament, and sometimes it just ends up being, let's play a Voker Rise, let's play the crazy Gnar build from Innovation Cup last set. But this tournament, he's coming in with a very clear playstyle of what he calls cringe flex, where you just play around all these just super annoying 2-costs. You play around this Kiana he has on his board right now, you play around Thresh, you play around the super tanky Braum, and then you use that to get to the dragons. It's not a super flex playstyle, which we're normally used to from him, but it's his adaptation to the current meta. It's a very clear game plan. It worked out for a 4th in game 1, so we'll see if that continues to work in the second game.
Yeah, remember the strategy for this particular stage of a tournament might be a little bit different than if you were in a final lobby. Top 4s here are going to be very valuable. If you can stay in the top 4, you're probably going to be moving on to another day. But we still need to make sure that we gather those points and we push forward so we can, control our own destiny. Because there's nothing worse than watching someone else play and hope that they do something in order for you to get in. And I know Spicy Appies has been in that position before and wants to avoid it. The next thing I want to talk about, Riley, is the fact that we have a metabolic accelerator here. If you see it with Garrett, that's actually something that you don't see as much as before. It used to be snap pick right away back in the day, but we're seeing Garrett use it. How are we going to be utilizing that particular augment as we move on?
I imagine he's going to want to be going for a bit greedier play style, going more towards fast 8. I doubt he's going to go fast 9. Fast 9 is very hard in this game, especially in tournament. So just use that to save HP naturally. He hopefully doesn't have to roll too much, and use that to cap out his board at the later stages of the game. However, we're going to hop on board with Mumei's Imp, who this is his first tournament as well, and actually got in off of waitlist. We had a few players that unfortunately had to drop out for this weekend. Mumei's Imp is here because he was next up on the list from a strong performance on day 2 last weekend. So got the Aatrox on board for now, and we'll see how strong he can perform today.
Yeah, lucky loser, if you will, getting into the main draw because someone else was unable to get through. And Aatrox, these Shimmer Scale comps are very, very popular in China, and I don't think it's a debate. China is the best region in TFT. particularly love playing these Shimmer Scale comps. We're seeing a couple of them right now, but we actually haven't seen some of our NA players really invest in the Shimmer Scales. We saw Yasuo with Diamond Hands do pretty good last lobby, but if there is a comp that I think we're going to see more and more of as time goes on, I do think it's going to be a Shimmer Scale type of possibility. This is only just the one on the Aatrox on the front line, and we have a Bloodthirster and a Anima Visage as well. So that Aatrox is going to be sticking around a lot longer than that Skarner probably is.
Yeah, the Shimmer Scale, 3 Shimmer Scale is pretty standard. You just plop in an Itis, and there's your 3 Shimmer Scale right there. You get the 1 item. It's a very efficient way of building a board. You take up 2 unit slots, you get all this power because of that dragon mechanic. But we got some wokage stuff. The 9 Shimmer Scale potential. It's a boatload of those items, and I got word that Showtime played 9 Shimmer Scale. Only got a third out of it, but it's wokage. That's basically a first.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be more of a coronation. But man, this Aatrox is sticking around for way too long. It's like the last person to leave your party is what it feels like there. And I mean, barely any HP goes away on that Aatrox. Eventually, though, Riley, that Aatrox is going to fall off. So we're definitely going to needing to see that a little bit later. And we still don't have a Nidalee 3 on this board. We're a couple Nidalees away. At least we have the bow, but at least we've committed to it, because that would have been an interesting decision if we didn't commit to that Nidalee reroll, in my opinion.
Yeah, 5 Nidalees that early. You pretty much expect to be going for Nidalee reroll at that point. Raimplosion has hit 2 more naturally. But if she does not hit Nidalee 3 right here, that would be a colossal low roll and doom her for a good chunk of the game, honestly. If she does hit it super early, it's very beneficial, because then she still has a ton of gold to be able to push the standard level pattern pretty much on track with the rest of the lobby. So we're going to go into a 3-1 roll down, get our level 4 shops. Let's see, gonna hit the Skarner immediately. 1 extra Nidalee, and there it is. On 49 gold, you get a level in, potentially. You can play like a second Nidalee for now, or not Nidalee, the Elise, excuse me. Not a super strong power spike, doesn't cost anything, so you might as well. And hitting this Nidalee this early is so key. With the Infinity Edge, with a bow, you just need the Rage Blade now. And even without the Skarner 3, which Ferdinand called out last game, you really do want the Skarner 3 for this Nidalee reroll, but on this much gold, I don't think you actually need that kind of frontline. You have the frontline and the beefiness from just being on track with the rest of the lobby, and you have a super strong carry with the Nidalee, so Raimplosion, this is about as good of a Nidalee spot as you can get. Even though she takes a loss this round, she's looking to be in a very strong spot this game.
Yeah, looking, unfortunately not finding so far for Raimplosion. 54 HP, pretty much guaranteeing at least a first or second priority pick on the carousel when we get there in a couple rounds as we get to our second augment, Better Together, Trade Sector, Jade Heart. We are at 3 Jades right now, and it looks like we're going to keep pushing those Jades. That Lee Sin 2, also very good frontline. Riley, the frontline in this particular set is something that you do have to build out. How many times have we tried to play Deja and there's just no frontline and there's no way to ramp up, right? So in terms of frontline viability, Jade is going to give you just naturally a better frontline than a lot of other comps do.
Yeah, Jade is a very strong frontline at the moment, but I will say there's a lot of flexibility in your frontline. Jade, with the Bruisers, with the Siphon, Itis has fallen off in popularity since the nerfs, but is still a very strong frontline, Milk piloting it to a first last game. So yes, Jade is probably going to be the most popular and the strongest frontline right now in the meta, but that doesn't mean it's the only frontline option you have.
And so let's see where this Lee Sin will end up. We have a lot of different avenues that we can go to. If we don't hit our Jades, for example, we could pivot into some Tempests, but I do think this Jade comp is going to be sticking around. We saw how good Xiaoyu is, and I mean, Xiaoyu is usually going to give you, that top 4. You saw those stats at the beginning of the day. So there's probably going to be a Jade player in every lobby, and we'll see how many of those Jade players actually top 4 as this Nidalee comp is going to be the one that takes the dub. So trading rounds there. Interesting slam on the Vladimir as well with that Frozen Heart. Not going to get the assassin jump into the front line, but hopefully we do get some slowdown in the front line instead of the back line, excuse me, and are able to take down those tanks a little bit quicker because they're not going to have access to their mana as quickly.
Yeah, it's not like frontline Frozen Heart is bad per se, it's just not quite as much value as the backline Dies of Heart assassins. But for now, DQA has gotten the 6 Jade on board since he took Jade Heart as his second augment. Has second wind as well. This is a very powerful augment setup for DQA, especially from ahead. And DQA is someone who is a flexible player, but really likes finding his direction as early as possible. And when you have just such an easy Jade direction at this point, DQA can just use his Zoomer hands, roll down super fast, find the Shiou before everyone else. It's actually very important on the 4-1 roll downs to be able to find that super contested unit before the lobby. So DQA, as long as he can find the Shiou, can get that RNG working in his favor, has a very strong Jade setup going right now.
If there's a player that you want to see re-roll as fast as possible, DQA is the one I believe has probably the highest APM in TFT. That's probably on a certificate somewhere. As we move into...
I resent that. Have you seen me roll for Talon 3?
Not since you were a professional player. All right, now that we're on stage 3, 4, and that carousel, Rayplosion and Spicy Appies are both going to be... Oh, did Spicy Appies actually win that tiebreaker? It looks like, we're going to go ahead and go pick out these items. We do have a spatula on the board as well. A lot of times, the lower the elo, the faster the spatula goes off the carousel. But you never know what kinds of power potential that it might bring. It's so risky that it's just going to be a dead item at the end of the game, but much less so in this particular set because of the Dragon Treasure. So eventually you might be able to pick how you want to use that spat. We do have a large rod right now that we could put it on, but as of right now, it's just going to stick on the bench until something can be its friend.
Spatula, this set is interesting. It's gone through its ups and downs in popularity. On the first patch, Assassin Olaf, you were gunning for that spat every single time because the difference between non-assassin and Assassin Olaf was just an absolute chasm. But now with Assassin Olaf nerfed and people not necessarily hard forcing it, there's not a lot of usage for a spatula that's reliable, so it's not something a lot of players are going to be look at taking this early. There's still uses for it. You can still put Assassin Spat on other units, like the Siphon on the board, on a Shiou. Those two dragons make very powerful use of that emblem, but with Saint, or under the tag Live for the Day, already having 3 items on his Siphon, not an option he can consider, but gonna end up with the Spatula anyway. We'll see what he can do with it.
Yeah, the Siphon is going to fall. The Siphon got here a little late, 3-2 is what we were told, so the Siphon not getting as much value. Earlier the better on a lot of these dragons, right? So the Siphon with the Bloodthirster, though, always so good. That enhanced auto attack after the charge is a really great way to give yourself a little bit more HP and get to that secondary ultimate. However, everything around the Siphon does need to get stronger. Live for the Day right now in first place. Tier 1 Ornn, Tier 1 Silas, Tier 1 Ez, and Twitch right now. So it really is just Siphon all day, hopefully siphoning some HP away from other players right now. Might be a little bit harder to do with this Nidalee. Let's see how this matchup goes, because I love the Hodge on the Nidalee.
Yeah, this is something a lot of players have actually complained about, how hard 1-star Siphon stabilizes you on stage 3, especially with these items that just promote survivability with the Bloodthirster for sustain. However, against Rayplosion's Giant Slayer Nidalee 3, not able to one-shot it, just too much health on that Nidalee, and with the Giant Slayer, able to take down that Siphon once it's trying to 1v5. So Rayplosion maintaining a win streak going into Wolves, and that is key for her, especially because she's trying to bring it back from the lose streak stage 2 spot, and Saint, despite leveling to 7 on 3-5, gonna take his 2 loss going into Wolves.
Rayplosion checking back in, was last place throughout the entirety of the first part of the lobby, now on fire, and that's one of the coolest things about TFT, right, Riley? It's just like the tempo of where things land, right? Rainplosion wasn't going to be winning any lobby rounds earlier on, but now, because of where we are in the tempo at 4-1, where we're getting our items, everyone can kind of look at Rainplosion to see where the power level is, along with Parvel, and people can react. For example, we have a Jade comp on here that has a ton of healing, so now that everyone's looking up at it, for DQA, now people might be looking at more Morellos, for example. So we're going to start seeing people react to individual players from this stage, and it's one of my favorite parts of TFT.
Yeah, for sure. But we're going to hop on board with Garrett, who is on the lower end of the lobby HP, sitting at 55. Good amount of gold going into Wolves. And Garrett has been around TFT pretty much since set 1, but hasn't competed too much in tournaments. He did play in the Piltover and the Zon Cup last set with okay placements in those, but came into this tournament off of qualifying directly to this weekend, was top 32 on the ladder. And so looking very strong from there coming in. This game looking a bit rough, gets kind of stomped on 4-1 after having to roll a bit for just any kind of board. Found an Idis, found a Zaya, it's just not enough. And he's really got to salvage something here. We're going into this 4-2 augment choice. What are you thinking here? I think it's reroll, but that's just me.
I do think a reroll is an option, but it's going to be Exiles. So Exiles is going to give a little bit more tankiness to the rest of this particular comp, because Exiles is not going to be affecting any Zeeks or Chalices, for example, that have already been built. So it was an open augment that we could take to get some flat stats and some shielding. We're moving the Idis away. We're starting to pivot at the moment, putting some items onto the Ornn, who is a wonderful frontline carrier, getting those 2-star units. However, the rolling here doesn't have a lot to roll down. We're only at 8 gold, 4 loss streak. We have to turn around our loss streak very, very soon, or else the only thing keeping us alive is going to be that metabolic accelerator.
Yeah, for now though, this did play into what I called out earlier of Garrett playing a bit more greedy, opting to go for the 4-2 level 8, which is the standard very fast 8. And doesn't have a ton of upgrades right now, is still chilling on pretty much all 1-stars except for the Shen and Kiana, but he's identifying, I need to go level 8 or else I'm going to bleed out too fast. I can hit the Zaya board. I don't need all these upgrades yet. He's going to take this win over Igor Blonded, and this is going to help him stabilize. He still was able to maintain 9 gold, not quite able to hit the 10 gold interval yet, but he hasn't had to send it to 0. He'll still have some money later to be able to find the units he needs, and even though his spot's not looking like the best, this is, if he's able to hit these upgrades within the next stage or so, he can win streak it back for sure.
Something I also wanted to just point out really quickly, Dragon Horde 2 was picked up by Live for the Day, so that's going to be a multi-dragon board. It's usually Siphon plus friends, but we'll see who the secondary dragon is going to be. No double trouble, so it might be individual dragons for that one, but we're starting to get a pretty natural spread of HP at this point. 71 HP at the top, that's a Jade comp, going down to a Blonded at the bottom. And so, in terms of tempo, this is pretty normal. No one being an outlier right now, even low at 39 HP. This is still comebackable. You're probably going to make it to that Dragon Treasure round, as we're now looking at another IE Bloodthirster Siphon, this time for Spicy Appies.
Yeah, Appies. I called out this is a term coined by him, by the way. I did not make this up. He calls it cringe flex. The 2 costs and the dragon. He does, besides the Siphon, he does not have a single non-2 cost on his board, and a lot of them are upgraded. And playing around the Siphon, he didn't have to roll too much gold. He's looking pretty strong. Has the Bloodthirster Infinity Edge on Siphon, has Ascension, a very powerful augment this set. Even still, with it getting nerfed to gold tier, still so much power in that augment. So Appy's utilizing his playstyle pretty much exactly like he wanted, sitting in the middle of a pack of HP, but if he can find that Siphon too, looking good right now.
We're moving on over to Parvel, driving along with them, and Parvel actually was leading the lobby for a very long time until DQA kind of came up and took it over, but that Jade comp did lose recently. Another kind of general on the lobby is that Rainplosion has not lost since we last left her point of view, so really really intriguing to see how long that's going to go as we level 8 at 4-5. That's good tempo there, and get a talent 2 for Reimplosion. We get the Kiana 2 onto the board we're at now, because the board we have now has exactly 3 gold to work with. We have a couple pairs on the board, but we have a stacked Nidalee that's not Nidalee 3. We have some individual itemization other places, so this is definitely a comp that would most likely struggle at this point.
Yeah, the Nidalee 2 at this point, just a 3 gold carry has definitely fallen off, especially compared to the Xayah 2 that Igor Blonded has right now. So Parvel is on 50 HP, not surprised to see him that low based on the unit quality he has going on. Able to take this window. Unit quality, who cares? Throw it out the window. 3 gold over 12 gold.
Yep, all you need is that check mark, right? 1 HP
Yep.
is all you need. We saw it with Milk in that last lobby, and but we really, really want some money now. Especially with picking up a dragon, they're going to be a little bit more expensive than Nidalee. Very interesting to me how long that's going to be able to stay. It just won that last round. So this lobby, in terms of power level, I would say on the lower end, but when so many people go after Siphon, that's going to happen, right? Especially since people are contesting more often when it comes to Siphon in the early game. I wonder who the Milk of this lobby is going to be, someone who went Siphon and then moved somewhere else to potentially specifically counter the Siphon.
Yeah, but with Parvel, he's kind of got the mishmash of upgraded units thing going on right now. Just a random Nidalee with 2 Shapeshifter as his carry. He's got Diana too. Some decent units right now, even if his carry isn't of the highest quality for this point in the game. Those upgrades are carrying him a good way right now. He's able to take a couple wins after leveling to 8. If the Xayah 2 had no shot, Xayah 1, don't think she has a shot either. Able to take down Garrett, who's looking dangerous down there at 14 HP. He could be the Milk of in the sense of the win streaking it back from that lose streak spot, but he's got to hit something real soon if that's going to happen.
And here's our Dragon Horde, folks. We've got the Siphon 2, we got the Shi-Ou with 2 and best in slot items right now. Edge of Night Shi-Ou, Riley, so good. It's like the item was literally made for that unit.
Yeah, you've seen that item pop up so much. It is, I believe it is bugged right now, so it only works on Shi-Ou. But it works on Shi-Ou, and it allows you to frontline him and gives him so much safety up there as a melee carry. So Saint has some very good items going right now. Has a loaded dice on board. Has I believe from the Treasure Dragons, so with the Dragon Horde setup, I like what he's doing. He's not tunneling on playing as many dragons as possible. Yes, you have the option of playing unlimited dragons, but you still need to be able to support them. Just playing 4 dragons on your board, you don't have enough units. Just straight up. So the Siphon and Shi-Ou, we're just going to utilize this augment to be able to play 2 dragons instead of 1, and playing the 6 Jade around them alongside the Silas. I can remember unit names, I promise. Alongside the Silas, that's such a great 1-unit complement to Siphon because it fills out 4 Whispers and 2 Bruisers, looking like a very strong version of this multi-dragon board right now for Saint.
If you're looking at the synergies, it looks like a full-on constellation right now. And this Tier 1 Shi-Ou is going to absolutely destroy front lines once it gets to that ultimate. But a very nice Shroud is keeping that Shi-Ou away from getting that true damage through. But look at that true damage with Bloodthirster, so strong. Still just a Tier 1 Talon, though, doing a ton of damage. It is now Dragon versus Dragon, Shi-Ou versus Siphon. The Siphon's going to charge and should be able to take this dub here in just a second. There we go. But, once that's a Tier 2 Shi-Ou, things might be a little bit different on that matchup.
Yeah, Appy's the Siphon taking the win in that fight. Coming down to a bit of fight RNG, Appy's Siphon getting the bite onto Saints, and that's kind of a complaint a lot of top players have been having with Siphon. Yes, it's a super powerful carry, but his ability targeting within this I'm going to charge the furthest unit the furthest unit within 3 hexes is still random. If there's 2 units within 3 hexes, it'll just randomly pick one. Once it charges in, who it targets with the bite is random. So some of that uncontrollable fight RNG is causing a lot of frustration, but there are ways to control it. Asa has been a big proponent of that in particular. But in that fight, Appy's with the better Siphon just takes it out. Saint will take this fight though over Igor Blonded. Not quite, as he is going to take him out. And we got 3 players dead already. Igor in 6th, Garrett unfortunately bombing out in 7th, and Mume's Imp taking another 8th. That's a yikes.
Yeah, that feels bad. Garrett, though, with the metabolic, gets an extra spot. And this is where I always like to mention, right? A 7th doesn't always feel good, but that's probably an 8th without that augment, right? So at least we get 1 extra point, and if we get to the end of the day and Garrett is 1 point ahead, advancing, we'll know exactly where they got it. So now we're moving over to this talent comp. We've got the Frozen Heart and the Siphon here. Very fascinating statistic. This means absolutely nothing, but it's a really cool statistic. The second a talent gets into a comp, that comp gets a 0% win rate. So it will top 4 a lot of the time, but not a single comp with a talent in it has won, I believe, over last weekend at least. So really intrigued to see where this talent is going to end up going. Are we going to see our first talent win a lobby? It could definitely happen here as DQA is starting to struggle as well. And we do see a Corki as well. We just saw that Corki win that last lobby. So we have it itemized, but no Giant Slayer this time.
It looks like DQA, if you look at the sidebar, he has 6 Dragon Mancers, 6 Jade going on right now, so playing around the Shio-Yu, but also a 6 Dragon Mancer Swain. That is a carry that has fallen off some in popularity compared to what we saw 2 weeks ago. Actually, at Twitch Rivals, Swain was dominating lobbies, but it got nerfs in the B patch, has been less popular. It's still a strong carry. We saw Pokygom win his Game 1 lobby with Swain. It's still something a lot of players are willing to opt into because it's still a strong carry, and DQA has 7 Swains, is 2 off the Swain's 3. That's a big win condition for that comp. So we gotta see if he's going to hit that Swain 3, able to pilot that to a first later. For now, Parvo found his Corki 2. This Corki is a very flexible carry in the backline. He doesn't really need Cannoneer, doesn't really need Revel. Yeah, Parvo is playing those 2 traits, has the Sona 2 in there, but Corki, you can kind of just slot him into whatever comp around whatever frontline, and Parvo playing around the 6 Jade frontline with the Shio-Yu, with a tank Shio-Yu, which is something we don't see a lot. So down at 17 HP might be looking a bit rough, especially with just some 1-star copies, especially going into this board with Saint having the 2-star Siphon.
Well, the other thing about this particular matchup that should give us some idea of where these Jade comps stand against each other, right? So we have a Jade comp for Live for the Day along with the Dragons. This Corki, though, doing some really good work. The Siphon goes away. Is this last ult going to be enough to push the Siphon down before they ult? No! The Siphon is able to get it back. Titans is going to be a big reason because of that. Usually we see kind of a triple itemized Siphon a lot with damage, but when you have that Titans, you get just a little bit more armor, a little bit more magic resist, and when going up against comps like this, sometimes that's what you need, as we have a Shio-Yu, but right now she doesn't owe you a tier 2 one as of right now, because we need the money to get there.
You lock and pray. You don't have the money to buy the Shio-Yu 2. You just... Oh, he's gonna sell off? He's gonna sell off just enough units, gonna give up on the Nico pair, saying, I have Spicy Appies as my matchup. I need to win this fight. I'm just going to get my top 4. This is a crucial fight right here. Appies is Siphon 2, not gonna quite go towards the Corki yet. The second charge isn't gonna hit the Corki.
It really needs to if it wants to get back there. It does seem to get to the Corki, and the Corki once again is gonna pull it out. Spicy Appy is gonna get a ticket to Elimination Station. Parvo pretty much on Elimination Station as well at 10 HP. You gotta give props. You were saying that Rainplosion, this is their first ever competitive TFT event?
Yeah, it is.
What an amazing, no matter what happens, I would say, what an amazing kind of story already. First ever competitive TFT event, wins the lobby. Second lobby goes, you're in 8th place for about half of it, and now you're pretty much guaranteed a top 4 based on how this lobby is going. So mad props. And anyone who's like in a similar position who's new, mad props to you, as well as Rainplosion now competing for that top 4.
Hey Boop, you want to know something wokage? Look at the board. Where's the Nidalee? Any Nidalees mod check? And that's because Rainplosion sold the Nidalee 3. And it looks like has put these items on the Zaya and is playing around that instead. That is a bold move that not a lot of new players in tournament especially would make. They get maybe a little bit more nervous, be like, I need to stick to this line. But Rainplosion, demonstrating flexibility in what she's going to play within the game, decided, hey, maybe at some point this Nidalee wasn't working or it's going to fall off. It's just the Nidalee 3 and nothing else. Is now going to play around this Cap Zaya board with all these upgrades already.
This poor Jinx gonna have to deal with the Talon at first, but this is a tanky Talon. Not only is the Bloodthirster good for some damage, it's gonna keep that Talon alive for longer, and this positioning could not be more perfect for the Talon. You know, if I'm gonna say, if there's a Talon that might take the lobby, it might be this one. I love Frozen Heart on Assassins. I know how many fans I just lost on that. But, you know, that Frozen Heart is so good on these Assassin units, and when you put the Warmogs and the Bloodthirster along with it, that's a bruiser that you're seeing right there on that Talon.
Hey, I love my Frozen Heart Assassins too, don't worry. I am a filthy Frozen Heart Assassin abuser, but we digress. We have our top 4 in this lobby. We have Live for the Day at the top, DQA, Rainplosion, Spicy Appy's barely hanging on. His 2 HP, he won his fight, he got his top 4, Parvel taking the 5th. So for now, it looks like Appy's, don't know how much further he'll be able to get. He hasn't found the board that's going to cap out super hard. It did well enough to get him to this consistent top 4, but if we're looking at Rainplosion, she is going level 9. She has found about as good of a Zaya board on level 8 as you can get. All the upgrades, takes the 5-0 over Live for the Day, win streaking again, looking to play for first this game 2 games in a row.
Remember, did not win a round until we hit 54 HP, and look at where we are now. Guaranteed top 3, arguably one of the stronger comps on the board. Xiaoyu, once again, a little bit too expensive, but we're going to get you on the board as well. Dragon Horde going to be helping out. Best in slot, Xiaoyu, in my opinion. We've got the Siphon in the front line, too. It's going to be a positioning situation for DQA and Live for the Day, who has that Dragonmancer buff with the Swain. So the Swain in the back line with Rageblade, Shiv, QSS is going to be doing a lot of damage. And remember, this is more for the Dragonmancer Swain, less the Rage Wing. But is it enough damage on something like the Siphon before the Siphon starts popping off, Riley? Oh, we're in the back line, but the Swain is really tanky. Might be able to deal with some of these ultimates, and it looks like that's exactly what we're seeing.
Wow.
Is this going to be a 1v4 versus 2 dragons?
Welcome to Swain. It's the Swain show, baby. How many 1vx's on Swains have we seen? Doesn't have a Giant Slayer for the dragons. Who cares? The Rageblade ramp plus the Swain 3. That Swain is unkillable. Eventually gonna get through the dragons, wipe out the rest of the board. We've got a very strong top 3 right now. We've got Rainplosion, who's about to go level 9. Live for the Day, who has gone level 9. DQA, no gold to get to that level, but has the Swain 3. Very tight top 3. Anyone could take first from this spot.
A little bit of a rock, paper, scissors situation here. Matchup dependent, going to be really important, just like in that last lobby. You know, those 1 or 2 extra units you died from in the early game, now they're going to matter. Rainplosion might be actually the one that suffers the most from losing so much HP earlier on, but we are in second place right now, competing for the top spot. We're at round 6-5. Once we hit round 7, it's pretty much going to be 1 round, most likely. We'll see where this 1v1v1 goes to. Who's going to get the Ghost? And it looks like we're going to get it right here. So Rainplosion going to be going up against 2 people. Live for the Day, though, going to be going up against this Zaya after probably one of the best Hecarim ults I've ever seen.
Yeah, some amazing positioning micro. Even Rainplosion might have been positioning a little harder for DQA, but some of these super small positioning nuances with the Hecarim, just with the blue buff, he ults instantly. He doesn't need to run up and auto attack and then get his ult off. You can just position that Hecarim to get the best charge with the Shadow Riders possible. So it hits the whole team. It just stops Live for the Day's team from doing anything. Plus, a Shroud rolled from a Thieves' Gloves on the Bard, hitting the Siphon, hitting the Bard, two very key units to hit with that item. Rainplosion did not take the win over DQA, who is now going to be the one win streaking, looking for that first, but knocks down Live for the Day to 3 HP, and he's going to be facing Rainplosion now. This could be the Dragon board taking a third right now.
Is the Dragon Horde gonna get a little bored and go home here in a third? Of the best in slot Xiaoyu in the front line is definitely something that I'm seeing. The Bard ult definitely slowing some things down. That double trap claw has already been used on all of those units. Siphon ult gets through 4. Amazing ult on the Siphon, and I see a lot more green on this board right now, Riley. It seems like these double dragons should be fine, even though we struggled against a similar comp in that last round. Rainplosion is going to fall. 2 players on Elimination Station. Only DQA can lose in round 7 and survive another round.
And Siphon got to the backline, got to the Xayah. Yes, some of the targeting is random, but there is still positioning nuances you can do to get that Siphon charged to have the best chance of going where you want it to. And Live for the Day's Siphon got right onto that Xayah. No units around her to eat that Siphon bite, so she just automatically goes down. Rainplosion's damage is gone. It's going to be down to 6 HP, so DQA posturing very hard to win this lobby, and it's going to come down to who's going to take less damage against him, Rainplosion or Live for the Day.
Here we go. We still have 3 members remaining. I love it when we have 3 players in round 7. Round 7 pretty much means we're going to end the game, right? So we have one more round for DQA. DQA kind of has a mulligan on one of these rounds. However, Rainplosion and Live for the Day, the Saint himself, is going to be going up against DQA most likely. We're moving some of our Jades around. We have to make sure that Jade hits that Swain and everyone who's going to be supportive around it. We have 2 Dragon Mancer spats, by the way, on this board to enable this Swain, because this is just 3 Rage Wing, right? You want to go invest more into the Dragon Mancer with the Swain comp as of right now. And remember, this Swain comp 1v4'd 2 dragons a little earlier today. We also have a QSS, so even if there was CC, it wouldn't even get to the Swain. Is this a trampoline park, or is this the Convergence right now? The Swain needs to be able to break through, gets through one of these dragons. The second one is just, it's gonna happen. This is a coronation, in my opinion, for this Swain. We're going to crown this champ here in just a second, most likely, but we have one more person to get through. Rainplosion is the only thing keeping the Swain from another lobby win today.
Rainplosion taking her fight, holding out for the second place, looking to maybe have a chance against DQA. I'm not sure which ghost she hit, and you never know how much stock to take in a ghost win. The ghosts, there's a variety of factors that tend to make them weaker, but going into DQA for real, has the Yasuo won? If she had the Yasuo too, there's a chance that she could maybe take this fight win, but I found another Hecarim too, transferred blue buff over to the Yasuo, a bit stronger of a unit to have it on. This could be the final fight.
I do think this is going to be the final fight. I don't see a way to get to the Swain. Even if we do get about to halfway HP, we're going to be able to get that HP right back up once we get through the dragons. And there it is. No Talon win. Again, this time around, second place is still pretty good, but DQA, the boy wonder himself, is going to take that lobby.
DQA with the Swain, the Zoomer himself, finds that win with the Swain. Again, it's falling out of popularity, but it's not dead yet by any means. And shout out to Rainplosion, 1-2 to start off her competitive career. Just starting with a first, already impressive, but again, it's just one game of TFT. Starting off with 1-2, okay, now we're talking.
This has been, a fantastic day 3, technically day 1 broadcast for Rainplosion especially. Not all of us can be as big brain as her when it comes to positioning and item slams. Riley, specifically for her, players often wonder how to use blue buff in sets, because there's not a whole lot of options when it comes to champions that have low amounts of mana, but she ended up using a blue buff on Hecarim, which Loki ended up being amazing. So bring me through the impact of blue buff on Hecarim and the positioning you have to consider when doing that.
Yeah, there's not there's not a lot of blue buff users in this set, unfortunately, which a lot of people have been complaining about. It means AP is a little less viable because one of its core items, its users are so limited. But with blue buff Hecarim specifically, like I said earlier, normally he has to walk up and auto attack units in order to get his ultimate off. Blue buff fills up his rage bar just enough. He does not need to do that. He casts instantly, and in order to make maximum use of that ult, you need to basically position him you position him a little back a little bit so he's aiming at a target which the Ghost Riders ult in the direction of. And with how Rainplosion was using that little positioning quirk, she was able to get those Ghost Riders to hit the entire board for most of those fights. You saw that Live for the Days board, for one fight, entire board got ulted. Second fight, entire board except for a Soraka got ulted. Who cares? You ulted the most important units in the Shioyu, the Siphon, and the Bard. So that blue buff is... It's not a super flexible item. That doesn't mean it's useless. Players still finding creative uses for that item in order to maximize its use.
Yeah, it was really cool to see her how she cornered the Hecarim and was hitting other carries, and I felt like it really swung fights in her favor. And Boop, other unique things that we saw, the Dragon Horde augment for Live for the Days board. And I remember you guys, you were talking about how many dragons you're going to be baited to use, because you can use as many dragons as you want without the downside of it. So what do you have to consider before getting baited, and how many dragons is optimal?
Well, it depends on the set. Sorry. Inside joke. Apologies, everybody. Apologies. Well, it really is more of when you get that Dragon Horde, right? And where you want to go, because remember, you don't lose the three synergy there, right? So these dragons are going to be providing you, right, those synergies regardless, right? So you're gonna put in a Shioyu because 3 Jade is a Jade statue, right? So when you're doing Dragon Horde, Shioyu and Siphon just makes so much sense, right? If you even get a double trouble to go along with it, and you're feeling just great, you can go that double Siphon approach. But at the end of the day, this is called Dragonlands, right? And these dragons do really good work, particularly the two that I just talked about. So when you're investing in the type of team comp that you want to run and you are offered Dragon Horde, just make sure that you have the ability, one with the items, you have the Edge of Night, you've got the Bloodthirster probably most of all, in order to do it. Or you're just going to low roll and keep your dragons at tier 1 and lose, right? So those are the two different options there. Of course, you know, there is a little bit of luck, there is a little bit of RNG manipulation, but at the end of the day, you're also taking dragons away from other people that might be using those dragons that you're now taking because you can. And that's one of the trolliest things that I think goes understated about things like that and Built Different that I particularly enjoy.
I just love putting all my Colossal boys and girls just at the front line, Dragon Horde all the way. But I'm learning a thing or two from our players, and that's why they're here and I'm not. But let's look at the lobby winners and see if you guys predicted correctly on FantasyTFT.com. We had Darth Nub at Lobby A winner with the Guild Zaya, Talon secondary. Stellar with some more quirky plays over in Lobby B. Raditz with a Shioyu carry, 6 Jade, and Nubao with a Cavalier Yasuo. That was really fun. And a Zaya carry. And is there more? Nope. So, oh, there we go. Asa with Corky
Taco
and
Bell!
Itis. Taco Bell wins another lobby.
We're living moss! We're living moss, everybody!
Oh my.
With some Siphon Bruisers. We got DQA with the swing carry that you guys just witnessed, and with a Mage's Aoshin carry.
Oh.
Riley, I wasn't expecting to see people live long enough to get to Aoshin. Does Mage's winning a lobby surprise you at all?
Not at all. Aoshin is pretty much the highest cap comp in the game right now. Aoshin is your go-to for a 10 cost dragon carry that's going to cap out your board, but I do want to call out, we have two players who just went 1-1. Taco Bell Wi-Fi, I called him out at the top of the show, and Nubao. Nubao has been kind of struggling to find his footing in tournaments despite being such a ladder menace, and in a relatively stacked lobby, a relatively stacked tournament, him finding a 1-1 immediately bodes very well, and if he can continue that performance the rest of the day, we could be seeing a Nubao that's in finals in top 8 of this tournament tomorrow.
the PhD owl now, especially with all those placements, but let's see how everyone else did when it comes to their placings in terms of points. Boop, while we're looking at these slides, is there anyone that's kind of disappointing right now?
Disappointing. Setsuko getting an 8th there, right? I think we talked about in the pregame Setsuko being one of the best players, and I don't know if I'm just watching some different tournaments sometimes, but Setsuko will come into a tournament and do this occasionally. We'll win 5 games on ladder and then get 8th in a tournament game. It's a little unfortunate, but the other thing that I also want to kind of mention here as we move over are some other players that I kind of wanted to talk about. Bertosaurus, my son, doing a pretty good job in the top 4 right now, playing really well in on ladder as well. Malala, who actually won the last lobby in Lobby E, did really well in Last Chance Qualifier in the last set. It's been super cool to see a couple players do well in a couple sets so far.
And Riley, is everyone meeting your expectations or any surprises from these 2 slides of winners?
I totally agree on the Setsuko point. He had such a strong performance on ladder coming into this tournament and has been looking up and up in tournaments. He had the same kind of ladder warrior moniker that Nubal's also gotten, but has started to shake it off in tournaments. For now, though, not a great performance today with the 7-8. He's got to bounce it back.
Yeah, and Mume's imp with back-to-back A's. Oh, gotta pick things up. We only got 6 games to go through. Here's how the overall scores are shaping up. Remember, it's the only 32 players moving on to tomorrow out of the 64. Some coming from ladder, some went through the gauntlet in our first week of the Astral Cup. And you can see how the points, also the qualifier points, super important for regionals and the mid-set finale. So keep an eye on those. The better you do on day 1, or I guess technically day 3, the further ahead of the pack you're going to get. And then only the top 4 at the end of the Astral Cup get to go to the mid-set finale. There are other chances that are going to be happening, but Riley, just how important are these first couple of games? Maybe especially for your mental, going back-to-back ace or first, I'm sure can help or be detrimental.
A lot of these players thrive or not thrive on the mental aspect of the game. Getting some good results at first can really boost your mental and lead to a strong performance the rest of the tourney. Speaking from experience, that exact thing has happened to me. I get a couple good results. I'm like, okay, we're cruising. We're in a good spot. It's easy game. The opposite end of that, some of these players that start out 8-8, they've got to bring it back. It's hard to recover that mental, though, and as much as I don't want to wish it on them, it might be doomed for a couple of those players with the not strong starts.
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to get a mental like Boops, where this guy gets cutscened and I witness it, and he's slamming some items that has my head scratching and and see, he knows he's guilty of it.
It's called the lab, okay? It's called the lab. It's called the lab, and I watch so much TFT. You know, I see how it's played. You know, I don't necessarily need to do it myself as I die of cutscene on camera right now.
Our hair is all dying of cutscene, but chat. If you can predict who's dying of cutscene or who is going first, who are topping these lobbies, you can get little legend eggs. FantasyTFT.com. If you don't want to hear me say it, check out this video. welcome back, everyone. We're going to Game 3 of the Astral Cup. I got new casters and new players around the corner, but while we're getting our first carousel all set up, ready to go, Bryce, we've already had our players. Some of them do well, some of them do not so hot. Who are your biggest standouts in terms of consistency?
Yeah, I mean, there are two players who are doing very well and very consistently. The first of which is New Bowel, who has gone 1-1 in their lobby. New Bowel, a player that everyone in North American Teamfight Tactics respects. People think his skill ceiling is on par with literally anyone on the server, but he's historically not been able to put it together in tournaments. This is an outstanding start to this tournament for New Bowel. Would love to see him keep that up. The other players talk about Wi-Fi, someone that Riley was highlighting at the top of the broadcast, expecting to see them pop off, and popping off they have gone 1-1 as well. I haven't had a chance to watch any of their gameplay yet, so not sure exactly what's going on there, but whatever it is, they should just keep doing it.
I know it's so hard to keep up with all the lobbies. I mean, we have 64 players still competing and only 32 tomorrow, so there's a lot to handle. But Frodan, I know, speaking of Lobby F, you caught a hilarious moment and you clipped it for us. Hopefully you get to share it in chat, but catch me up on what happened.
It's a really good idea. I'll link it right after I finish this explanation. So Lobby F, there are two players in the top 3 who both are playing Double Dragon without Dragon Alliance or Dragon Horde or anything, or Double Trouble or anything like that. Solus decides to play 2 copies of Siphon 2 with full items like Bloodthirster plus extra stuff. And then Kratos decides to play 2 copies of Idas 2. And so these two are fighting back and forth. Kratos gets Diamond Hands, puts it on a Yasuo, and they're both at around 13 to 15 HP. And so they go into stage 7, I believe, and they're fighting it out, but they go to overtime because right before their fight, Kratos hits Idas 3. Fight, so they both tie and eliminate each other. And Taco Wi-Fi just defaults to it first because these two players eliminate each other from the lobby. It was absolute comedic gold. I will link it to you all if it's happy you miss it. It was super funny finish to otherwise a very serious situation. TFT sometimes is all about intensity, how much you're sweating, like the stakes, and you're calculating everything. And sometimes it's just really nonsense. And that's kind of exactly what that fight was.
It was just like, wait, they were winning. Wait, what happened? The dying of a tie. That really sucks. Our game 3 is almost ready to go, and I know you guys got to watch our previous lobby and see some interesting augments and interesting items, but specifically what stood out was Spicy Appies. And we've always talked about how Spicy Appies is such a unique approach and has a cool playstyle to watch, and even previous sets that we've watched him, but Dan, specifically the Tempest Crest as the first augment. Bring me through what you're thinking about that.
That is one of the worst performing augments in the data to start things off. When you pick that augment, you average worse, slightly worse than a 5th place. So to already take that as your first augment is questionable in itself. But it's Spicy Appies. This man truly understands what he's trying to do because he doesn't value just the Tempest Crest. He values the Kiana. He played for tempo, and as you saw, was able to squeeze a narrow top 4, and that should be enough if you can keep that performance up for a day 4 appearance.
Consistency is key. Our Lobby F game 3 is ready. Frodan and Bryce, take it away.
Here we go. We're heading to Lobby F. We have shuffled. Welcome to round 3 of day 3, the Astral Cup with Frodan and Bryce. Let's hop on board with Phoenix A, who is actually we're hop on board with Lucky. Apologies there, a little graphic mix-up. But either way, these are players that you may have seen a lot on the leaderboards. You may have even seen them in some other tournaments like the Challenger Series. I believe both were competing for a final spot in the Gizmos and Gadgets North American Championships, where Soju Nubal ultimately took the crown and was able to get that last spot. So perhaps a little bit of redemption for some of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what makes this tournament so fun, is you have a combination of the household names, the folks that we see in every tournament, and then you have some of the up-and-comers and finding out, can they stand toe-to-toe? Here's one such player who's doing an amazing job. You see, it's at 6th place, but they're really tied for 2nd place. Phoenixa has gone 1st and 2nd in their opening 2 lobbies. The only 2 players that are ahead of that point total are New Bowel and Taco Bell, as we talked about during the break. So an outstanding opening for this player.
All right, but the the items can be a little bit awkward at times. Some people like slamming gargoyles, some people don't. I've seen some people slam a Quicksilver to start things off too. So pretty open-ended. It doesn't commit you hard towards anything in particular, but that Skarner 2 is a nice start. I think a lot of people have valued it. I think the small bust to Astral in general, Vladimir Skarner, has been a lot to open up early game options that people aren't thinking about. I think if you put items on Skarner and Vlad, they're actually perfectly serviceable. It doesn't mean you have to commit to Astral. It doesn't mean you have to do anything too crazy. Although he did pick up a Nami. Very interesting food for thought, depending on what his first augment is.
Yeah, and whether or not they're able to get any backline. It's an opening silver, so lower power levels. Ludens is certainly the strongest augment right now, though no outstanding users of it. Could theoretically tempo and play a 2 Swift Shot, 2 Bruiser board with the Twitch and the Ezreal. Even at 1 star, Ezreal will put in some meaningful amount of work with Luden's Echo, so it depends on whether or not Phoenixa thinks they can try to play for streak here, right? You talked about slamming Gargoyle. I think it's a slam that you would only go for under the circumstances if they feel like they can actually contest best board. Very interesting, opting into Cannoneer Heart and gets rewarded for there's a Heimerdinger in the shop, and that is such a big deal. Cannoneer Heart, not a particularly powerful augment in general because Cannoneer going vertical in Cannoneers doesn't feel very good, but if you are able to get a Tristana and then get that Heimerdinger, now we have Namzi rolling for 2-1. This is one of the core conditions of making Corki shine. It feels like getting that 4-star Namzi in the late game is like having a second dragon on your board. It's just so powerful.
Yeah, as every DGen say, don't get it twisted. It's not that Cannoneer Heart in itself is good because you want the extra Cannoneer. The Tristana is why it's doing so well in the data, and that is why you can't always take data in teamfight tactics at face value to understand why it is doing well. That early trainer, like as Bryce mentioned, is going to be invaluable. On the other side of things, we start off with Showtime, a person that's known to meme a lot in Twitch chats of your favorite streamer. Also, kind of a young person, I believe recently graduated from high school, wants to see how far he can go in TFT competitive for fun. Starts off with a very fiery board with the Lee Sin and a Volibear, getting that Dragonmancer up. And if there's one thing, oh my goodness, hold on. There's a triple Gnar shop. Is this something you buy, Bryce?
I'm trying to think about that. It feels crazy to pass to me because I feel like Gnar is a really powerful unit. He does have to dismantle his board a little bit in order to do it. Okay, so we're going to sell the Sejuani and just lock at the Gnar. Interesting. It probably is best board, but we're selling our 2-star Sejuani, which feels pretty bad, if I'm being honest. Sejuani is such a powerful unit. It adds a lot of value to your board. Going up against Soju with the Eyes of Crim's Frozen Heart on an Assassin. This is a new Soju. This man is trying to pop off in tournaments, even if he has to play Frozen Heart Sins to do it.
That's right. I believe, since he had the naming rights of how he was able to label the feeling, the emotion that he felt when the people would put Frozen Heart on Echo last set, he was one of the first people to call it cringe, right? So therefore, it feels like he has the right to play it. I'm sure that's how he's justifying his mind emotionally, and it's resulted in him being able to clean up a good amount of this board. And just look at the loss from Showtime, and this is ultimately why I think selling that Sejuani is a mistake. But apparently, Mortdog just keeps serving Showtime 2-star units with each shop. Would you like a Sejuani 2? Sure. Would you like a Gnar 2? How would you like a trainer at 2-star? Perhaps begin stacking your Namzi. How to Train Your Dragon featuring Showtime.
Yeah, does he want to play around it? Showtime with a really complicated Stage 2. These have not been easy decisions. Probably the only easy decision he had in Stage 2 was when he picked his augment weak spot, pretty much the best silver augment. We saw Soji pick it as well. It's an augment that everyone is really interested in. It's just so powerful to have that anti-heal and such an AD-heavy meta to have the armor reduction as well. Showtime going up against DK, who is leveled to 5. Bebe would approve and is actually able to get that. Wow, the Leona gets kicked back behind the statue and she's stuck. The main tank with the gargoyles in the backline for basically the entire fight, but it doesn't matter. There is just too much left over on DK's level 5 board. The Jade healing, the Lee Sin takes care of business, actually keeps 4 units alive despite that interaction.
This is kind of a disaster for Showtime. He slammed a very heavy tempo-oriented item and the Lock of the Iron Solari, and now he's on a 2 loss. He doesn't really have strong bones to really build off of with just that sword. He could theoretically just try to pick up other things like a pair of Lee Sin here, but that gets yoinked by Phoenix. Oh, this is so bad for Showtime. We'll check back in as we take a look at the augments. A couple of really powerful things, as you mentioned, the weak spots seem to be all over the lobby with that Cannon in Your Heart. We also see some items being picked off of the first augment, which I believe is really strong. I think Band of Themes for Onodera and iLucky are particularly strong augments that I think people don't really value very highly because it's not flashy. It doesn't do anything particularly impressive, but it just gives you a Thieves Gloves. However, that early game item, Bryce, can be so profound of how it fixes a lot of your stage 2 problems if you don't have a lot of momentum and also don't even have good items to slam.
Yeah, one of the very difficult changes to play around as we transitioned into the Treasure Dragon is that they normalized items at getting a lot fewer of them earlier in the game. And so in general, you are kind of item starved in stages 2 and 3, and having something like a Band of Thieves, getting that Thieves Gloves really early can be super powerful. I know you also value item grab bag for similar reasons. We have Soju going up against Phonexa. Soju has played a really fluid stage 2, winds up grabbing this Anivia off of Carousel for Tears, who's got an Anivia pair. He has that Frozen Heart in the front line. Can he get through Phonexia's front line, though? We've got that Nomzi as well as the Skarner, which has been taking damage the whole fight, and the Cannoneers are slowly but surely chipping away as Cannoneers do with their AoE damage. There's a Lulu in as well. Big final cast from that Lulu, transforming the opponents, and here comes the Anivia cast, but it's just not going to be enough damage. Soju is going to lose his streak. Only DK left at 100 HP in this lobby.
Yeah, and that's like that's like a small difference, but an important one that, Soju's not able to get that extra power to finish that streak. Well done for the opponents. Hop on board with DK. DK has an early Leona 2 and a really nice package that a lot of people are very accustomed playing. Usually you have these 5 units with Leona, Lee Sin, Taric, Ashe, and Karma, and usually can even tag some backline DPS in the form of Ezreal to get the Tempest Swift Shot. It's just a really good core 6 champions to always play around, assuming you have 2 stars. That's the only knock on his current board state. That being said, going up against Clear, who is on a middle streak. Looks like it's 86, so he's won some, lost some, but most importantly has the Rage Blade on that Nidalee too. We've seen what Nidalee can get done, and all Clear wants to do is kill a couple of these champions. It's not really about winning. It's about trying to eliminate as much pressure. Unsuccessful. Looks like JG Shroud just giving a little bit too many dodges. That Leona was not taking any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, it was really not in the thrill proc as well, just to add a chunk of HP to this very tanky unit. DK getting a little lucky. I think it's possible there were boards they could have lost to. Not the strongest stage 2 board I've ever seen, but it was good enough to get the job done. DK on top of this lobby at 100 HP. Meanwhile, Casper down at 64 HP. We hop on board with Clear, who has that early best friend, such a powerful augment because it's adding 2 stats that you really love, right? It's giving power, offensive power, in the AD tree, and it's also giving, with the extra attack speed, and it's also giving tankiness, and given that it's such an AD-heavy lobby, the armor is very valuable. We see a pair of Alawis already. It's a belt drop, not ideal. Would really prefer to get components that are valuable for the Nidalee, since I assume we're looking at a big roll down for Nidalee 3 here.
Yeah, and the most important thing is that now in social situations, TFT players can answer, yes, I have best friends. And I think that's a really important value add because, in TFT, sometimes it can be a little lonely, but having these best friends, it's nice to have a buddy around. Taking a look at whether or not Clear's going to roll down at 3-1. No, actually a hold here. I'm kind of surprised to see this. And you can immediately see why that might be the case. Clear didn't really get strong Nidalee items and is considering to play Varus instead. You can roll perhaps at 3-2. Let's see if it works out. If he picks up even, say, a really powerful augment that complements Varus, like Double Trouble, press the attack, this could pay off huge dividends. But I have to wonder if this is the correct gamble for Clear. I can totally understand the logic behind it, though, because those items are not really helping Nidalee a lot.
Yeah, they're not, and it's going to be a really interesting situation, too, because we see Casper at the bottom of the lobby playing the exact same strategy. Casper already has the Varus on the board, has the Astrals rolling, has a Rage Blade and a Death Blade on this Varus, so we're going to see 2 people holding hands. The Astral trait does make it a lot more consistent, but it's still very hard when competing for 3-starring 3 costs like Alawi and Varus. So will these two wind up holding hands in the bot 4? I guess only time will tell. I'm also a little surprised Clear didn't slam a Redemption here. I feel like you need to slam something. Opting to reroll the Augment, and I'm not sure these choices are a heck of a lot better.
Yeah, these options are a little bit awkward. The Jeweled Lotus, the Luden's Echo, it just didn't really add enough combat power. Last Stand is quite risky. I have seen it pop off, but usually it's under the correct context. I don't think that's what Clear's in right now. If you look at what's remaining, Personal Training seems possibly the strongest. If you want to play Varus reroll, you are going to be playing bruisers like Alawi. Ends up going for Meditation instead. So this was some careful deliberation. He's going to roll at 3-2, see if he can 2-star a lot of these Astral units. Finds Alawi 2. Doesn't find Varus 2, though. So I wonder if he's going to do another round of repetition of rolling here. It seems like it's not going to be the case. Oh, does find it in a natural shop, not a Astral shop. That's huge.
Yeah, very huge. Needs to get some form of HP stabilization here so he doesn't bleed out too much in stage 2, and a Varus 2 is going to help a lot with that. Still surprised to see him sitting on these items. I know a lot of players are not valuing Redemption that highly, but it does feel pretty good in a meta where there's a ton of kind of AoE chip damage coming from a bunch of different units in this game. So I feel like, especially with the early Cannoneer leaning we were seeing in this lobby, Redemption is an item that could be putting in a lot of work, but doesn't need to take care of business against Showtime. This is a brutal 5-unit loss for Showtime, who started out promising and is rapidly feeling less and less promising. Showtime not stable, only 20 gold on 3-2. Very, very awkward situation for Showtime.
Yeah, Showtime picked up a spatula and now hit Kane 2. The thing about Shimmer boards is that you need to have higher tempo, but you need to balance that gold count. A lot of the items, you saw Goldmancer, for example, scales in power with the more gold that you have in your bank. But you need to spend that gold in order to get stronger. This is the kind of dynamic that makes Shimmer Scale, in my opinion, the most interesting trade right now in the current set. It's my favorite trade. I love that Showtime's implementing it. I think North America underplays Shimmer Scale as a whole. We'll see if it works out for him as we catch up in a sec. Let's take a look at Casper Wu, who also is playing Varus. For a brief moment, I wondered if we pivoted perspectives whatsoever, and it just so happens that he is carrying the Varus, and he's holding extra copies of it while rolling down to 10. So quite unfortunate for Casper and Clear, who are contesting each other, and Casper needs the help. He took a very nasty 8th place, got a 5th, but still a little bit far away from where the expectations are, because Casper, if you haven't heard already, he's actually one of the most fun players to watch because usually he's doing some unusual stuff in TFT.
Yeah, very unusual. Casper is a player that loves to press the D key and presses it in a bunch of different lines. Very interested in rerolling. Not a one trick, not someone that is forcing the same composition over and over again, but maybe forcing the same style over and over again is a fair description of Casper's play. Though it has to be said, Casper has always been very successful on ladder, but not particularly successful in tournaments. It feels like whenever we're watching Casper in a tournament, he's really struggling to get online. I wonder if that's because he struggles to find a path to preserve enough HP. When you play this reroll-oriented style on ladder, where the play is a little bit weaker, you can maybe get away with it a little bit more easily than you can in a tournament setting where there's so much more pressure on your board.
Taking a look, I do see a lot of powerful augment. I see Gadget Expert for Soju to help him continue to get his tempo. I see 2 Stand Uniteds for Phoenix and Onodera. Be very, very powerful to deal with those compositions in the late game. Let's hop on board with Onodera, who does have a Shio Yu. However, the Stand United is not getting a terrible amount of value for the other opponents. So figuring out what's the best unit to put in, it's probably going to be more verticality. Does put in a pair of assassins and get that guild bonus in. Now going up against Showtime, who does have some 2-star units, still having that Nar2 holding the locket. And I have to say that, again, this doesn't look particularly strong. I don't think Lee Sin's a good holder of Golden Man. So you're looking for AP range units that stay alive, and instead Lee Sin's going to be swarmed and not able to get a lot of the kills. Showtime is struggling. And I think this is the exact reason why a lot of people shy away from Shimmer Scale, because it can be pretty intimidating if you don't have the early game setup for it and you just bleed too much HP.
Yeah, speaking of that Shimmer Scale item, we see the farming of the gold on the ranged AP carry, getting those takedowns and scoring a bunch of gold while they're at it. Yeah, I'm very worried for Showtime. I think it's going to be extremely difficult for him to do anything other than go 8th place in this lobby because we've seen Casper and Clear at least on a path of stability, both of them having their Varus 2s. We've seen Soju taking that Gadget Expert playing tempo, not preserving as much HP as you might expect, but certainly in a position to do well, whereas I just really worry about whether or not Showtime is even capable of getting stable on stage 4 with the items that he has slammed in the line that he is on. Meanwhile, Dara, with that very early Shio U, already level 7, 35 gold, a nice position here. Not the greatest spot we've ever seen, but the Shio U1 can do an enormous amount of work at this stage of the game.
Really interesting choice here by Onodera to put Sunfire Cape on Talon to try to burn the back line. Pretty confident that the Sunfire will live for a long time on Talon. I think one thing that people underestimate on Talon besides his damage is his evasion. He's actually quite good at staying alive because when he's able to cast his ability, he runs to a different part of the board a lot of the times. That ends up giving Talon a little bit of longevity to things like Frozen Heart and Sunfire Cape. So I like that. Utilizing Shadow Assault very cleverly with some itemization.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as time has gone on, we've gone from Sunfire being a purely frontline item to one that requires a lot of versatility based on the composition of the lobby, but certainly doing really well on assassins, especially assassins like Talon that move around during the fight. Taking stock of the lobby as we head into the Stage 3 neutral round, we have 2 players that are full win streaking. Lucky and Casper Wu. We have no one at 100 HP, and then we have Showtime all the way at the bottom of the lobby. We've talked about it a couple of times. We're looking at his board. Dan, how does he salvage this? Not every game of TFT is meant to be a top 4 or a first. How does Showtime take this position and find his way into not an 8th?
At this point, he has to roll until he hits Itis. That's a really good start. Finding
Talon.
an Ornn 2. He skips Talon. I think at this point, he needs to find Itis, or it's very close to bust. And there it is! Itis is a huge pickup. Can replace the Gnar. Can also replace... Well, I guess he has the Dragon Mancer buff, but it's not really crucial. How is he going to be able to utilize a lot of these? He's got so many items he's got to put in a short period of time. Is it putting the Draven's Axe onto the Aatrox, who does have a little bit of a slower attack speed. Now he needs to find a ranged carry that can hold these items. Ideally, it is Xayah, because she has such great tags to increase her attack speed naturally, and he can start farming items. And so if Showtime can stabilize, this has the potential for him to put on a meaningful run in Stage 4, but his HP is that limiting factor, and I think that that's something that Showtime's going to struggle with a lot going into the 4-2 augment pick.
Yeah, the hitting the Itis enables the potential for this comp, but without a carry, it's just really hard to envision him finding his way into a lot of fight wins. Diamond Hands obviously has an enormous amount of potential power. Interesting, Reckless Spending is an augment that we just saw get buffed. Is this a reckless spending angle?
If he was ahead, then absolutely, I think it's pickable. When I say ahead, it's like he would be at 60, 70 HP, and he had like 50, 60 gold at level 7. A lot of times you do find yourself in this spot if you're able to find a way to get a snowballing advantage with Shimmer Scale. However, I do think under the circumstances, he knows that he's very likely to bottom 4 from here, so he needs to play for the best possible placement, and I think Future Sight does exactly that.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Knows he's going up against Casper. He's going to have 2 priority targets on that Zephyr. Either needs to go for the Varus or needs to go for the Alawi in the front line holding the tank items. It's a little awkward because of his positioning. So it looks like he's not going to go for the Varus. He's not going to put any units in the corner to be able to target that. So just targets the front line. Okay, he's going to be able to get it, and he's not going to have early access. Well, the Ornn actually walks all the way back into the action. Ornn auto-attacking onto the Twitch. The Varus is going to do its damage and ramp up. Showtime needs to kill all these units and get onto this Varus, because one of these units on the board does damage, and it is not on Showtime's team, so he has to win via tankiness and war of attrition. It looks like he's able to get that done. The Varus is starting to auto-attack, but there's so much tankiness on the side of Showtime. He's able to get his first fight win in quite some time, and it's against the right player. He needs Casper to be in bad shape because this is one of the players that's contesting the bottom half of the lobby.
That's right, Casper and Clear, 46 and 45 HP respectively. Doesn't have that Varus 3 or Alawi 3, and what makes it really difficult is in these Astral rolls, even if you roll and you have that shot, you need the gold to buy it, let alone the probability of hitting it while contested is just a lot lower. So Casper has to bite his tongue and hold out till after carousel and wait just a little bit longer. Going up against DK, who does have a Siphon, what looks like to be a Siphon 2, and it is. Oh dear, that is very difficult. He is not prepared to deal with a Siphon. He does not have the DPS. And to add insult to injury, there's also a Pike, I believe, that was there. Oh, it does feel like the Siphon got a little bit stuck quickly, so I don't think it's going to be a bad loss. But still, Casper is not happy to see a Siphon 2. That's just going to make it much more difficult to come back in this lobby.
Yeah, much more difficult to come back. We're seeing the difference in tempo in the lobby. We saw a couple of players. We saw Phonexa, despite being highest in the lobby in HP, rolling it down super deep. We saw the opponent here rolling it down super deep. Soju looks like they're actually preparing for a fast 8 at 44 HP, so maybe we can check out his perspective and see how that transition goes. But once again, we've got the delta in the lobby in terms of people who are greeting their level 8 roll downs versus spending a lot of gold at the beginning of stage 4. It makes stage 4 so interesting right now.
Oh my god, look at how many handshakes are on the left side of the screen. I count 5 players in this lobby that have Stand United. It's just a really powerful augment, especially if you're going to be playing a 4-cost flex-oriented board. You saw Phoenix, for example, with that Cannoneer pick, already knowing that he's going to be committing to a Corki-based build. How will everybody else fare? Let's take a look at iLucky's roll down. Does want to see if you can find more copies of the Siphon. Does hit a Xayah 2. Do we move the items off of Siphon to Xayah? And he does, and I agree with this choice because you really need to find consistent damage. Finds a Shyvana as well, but Shiv 1 is a far cry from some of the other 1-star dragons that you expect to play.
Yeah, it absolutely is a far cry, just not in the best state in the meta right now, and so a lot of players choosing to forgo it unless they get level 9 and all the way capping out their board. The Xayah is taking so much CC, it's why QS has such a high priority item on Xayah. We see it just getting CC'd by the Ornn, by the Kiana, by the Varus ulti, and it's just so much, it's just never able to get its ramp up, and that's why it's so risky playing 3 damage items Xayah, and just gets utterly punished for it. Able to hit Akram too, so a lot more frontline on this board. And this is the board. This is the standard iteration of the board, at least. Just needs some upgrades. Wow, the Talon 2 as well. Can move the Thieves' Gloves there. She's going to continue to roll down, trying to find that Twitch 2 or that Shen 2, Twitch 2. So we've got a lot of upgrades, considerably more frontline with this Hecarim. How are you feeling about iLucky's board state now?
It's okay. I think the front line is quite fraudulent still. That's partially why Lucky was still rolling. Recognizing that, yes, I do have items onto an Ornn. I have a Hecarim too, but that's really easy to bypass, especially if Siphon runs to the other side and finds access to Xayah. It's pretty much whether or not this Siphon get work done, and just like that, all the frontliners are gone. Xayah is ramping up, though. Oh my god, the Bloodthirster sustain is just so hard to deal with. Oh? The Rampage misses, so this is not a bad loss whatsoever on either side. So Lucky does end up taking a 5 loss, but it could have been much worse. Relatively healthy, all things considering. Let's take a look at the Treasure Dragon first. With our streaker DK at the end of stage 5 has 63 gold to roll. Lots to work with here.
Yeah, a ton to work with. I think this is potentially really good. Zeke's really good. Titan's very good. Winds up with a leftover cloak. I think this is going to be enough for DK. And I like the flexibility here. It's very easy to tunnel on certain iterations of the board, but just playing the upgraded and quality units that DK has, you know, the Nico version of Siphon is becoming more and more popular because Nico is just such a powerful unit. You can easily get Shapeshifter online with Elise potentially currently using the Gnar and the Jade variant, but good board fluidity for DK kind of bridging the Jade and the Whisper lines.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think that this is something that is quite underrated about the patch. People don't really even think about building like Jade Siphon boards, for example. They think they're largely divorced from each other, like you play Shioyu and Jade or Siphon and Whispers. And the reality is in TFT, you're often not playing with the ideal, the optimal mix of champions and items. You have to just make it work. And those that can do it successfully and consistently are the best players. So I think this is a good reflection of exactly that. Do I think that DK is going to be staying on these Jade core units? Very unlikely, given that I think Taric is particularly weak at this stage of the game. But for now, it works, and it makes the what is the most powerful aspect of this comp, which is the Siphon 2 and this Pike, click very nicely. Now, how does it fare up against Soju, who does also have a Nico 2 as well as a Siphon 2? That Zephyr is big. Can start influencing the fight immediately. But with these rampages going across the screen, anything can really happen here, Bryce. Does seem like the DK Siphon is getting surrounded, and this Nico casting is really big. So that should swing things back into Soju's favor if he's able to get a massive bite. And he doesn't!
Oh my god, it's so close. Soju loses that fight. That was a situation where actually having more units alive punishes Soju because the extra auto attacks and the damage coming through allowed DK's Siphon to ult a second time before Soju's even got his first one off. In that, when they came down to the Siphons, was the only damage dealers left over. Meanwhile, we are back on board with Showtime, who took a Yasuo off a carousel, was trying to duct tape it together, finding any way out of an 8th place here. He's down all the way at 3 HP. His only hope is that Casper or Onodera go out before him or take more damage than him. Can he somehow find a fight win going up against DK? We know this board is really strong, and the Zephyr misses from Showtime as well.
Yeah, and it's painful, particularly because he has the 2 best item holders for Draven's Axe and this kind of setup, which is Xayah and Corki in the shop. It seems like Showtime just didn't get anything clicking. It seems like he has the Diamond Hands active, but does he even have an opportunity to capitalize onto it? We'll see whether I can get to execute onto this Siphon and live for a little bit longer. No! Oh my gosh, just like that. Showtime does not have a way to deal with the Siphon and takes an uncontested 8th place. A 4-5-6 in the negatives is how Casper, Onodera, and Showtime will end up placing this game.
Wow, so close there, and it feels so bad when you take an 8th by 1 and 2 HP. If there was anything he could have done differently to preserve just a small amount of HP, it would be a 6, which doesn't feel nearly as bad as an 8th, but nothing you can do now. Hopping back on board with Soju, who's at 21 HP, top 5 already secured, and it feels scary. Clear is win streaking with that Varus 3 board. Soju with the last second repositioning gets his Siphon all the way outside. This positioning has a lot of potential. He's circumventing the initial tanks. Where's this dash going to go? Is he going to go onto the Corki? He's going to go back to the middle of the tanks.
Kind of depends on how Siphon's IQ is. It looks like
low.
No. Like pet, like owner, Siphon is not able to target the correct thing that he was aiming for. Soju looks like it's going to go to a 5th place, and I guess it turns out the apple does not fall far from the tree.
Wow, that one hurts. Getting him with the burn on top of the 15 HP loss. Soju now is very much staring at a bot 4. Just the HP complexion alone means that Soju has to win not one, but several fights at this point in order to scrape and claw his way into a top 4. We have 2 win streakers, Clear and Phonexa. We have Clear on the Varus board, and Phonexa, I believe, is playing a Siphon board, if memory serves.
I believe so. We'll have to go get some verification. So I know that, we're kind of poking fun a little bit here. Just the reality is Soju's board can't compete because it doesn't have a secondary source of damage. Just dialing in. A lot of times, these kinds of Siphon boards, they completely run the ship on stage 4 because you can't check the Siphon. But on stage 5, a lot of people get multiple sources of threats up. You get your 1-star legendaries, or you're able to find like 2-star your 4 cost, multiple of them like Tylan and Xayah. He only has 1 source of damage, and so he's completely dependent on this Siphon alone. So if Siphon charges in the wrong direction, which we saw he does, it's going to be very tricky. He does Zephyr the Varus, which is nice, but he's not dealing with this Varus in the slightest. So if this Siphon charges away from the Varus, does not, okay, all of a sudden, a small ray of hope. Looks like this Siphon has finally graduated middle school. We'll see how he does in his higher education pursuit.
Hey, Soju is always just on a path to clicking. He's in various states of clicking, and this is slowly but surely heading in the right direction. If this Siphon increases its IQ slowly but surely over the course of this fight, maybe he can find his way into a top 5 or top 4, and Soju doing everything he can. That Zephyr there was so impactful. We even see this rat. He has bought a 1-cost unit. He has put this Zephyr onto his bench so that when his opponents are scouting, they are less likely to see it. The last second repositioning of his units to get the Zephyr off, as well as getting his Siphon in the right place. Will it be correct?
Oh, he misses. The threat's on the wrong side. If he was able to do it the other way, he could even pull the Xayah forward and do the Thresh Siphon combination. This Siphon's not able to play the game. Turns around and bites a rather meaningless target. I think that's going to do it. Lucky has evaded the Siphon too much, and Soju was very likely to be a 5th anyways, even if he was able to take this fight. It just feels like there's just too many strong boards remaining in the top 4. Let's take a look at Clear, that Varus 3 board. We talked about how Varus is going to be one of the comps to focus upon, but he's also playing a really interesting variation featuring Nami 3. I think a lot of people wouldn't be touching this version of the board. They play Varus, they play 4 Swift Shots, or they play 4 Bruisers. They do a bunch of usual stuff around the Alawi and the Varus. But with the Nami and the Meditation, I think it makes a lot of sense, and this is a really cool adaptation to an otherwise rather underplayed composition.
Yeah, this is a really cool adaptation. I want to go back and study this VOD to see exactly what happened here, but I assume 2 things. 1, he got dropped AP items early, which made him feel like he could make use of the Nami. And 2, he probably just got a ton of Namis in his shop, and he said, you know what, if I'm going to get a billion Namis, I might as well buy them. Nami 3 is a quality unit, a little bit of supplemental damage, plus some healing for my board can go a long way, especially since he's keeping it near the Varus, and the Varus doesn't have a significant amount of healing, does just have the Celestial Blessing too. So, you know, I really like this adaptation. Look, he's full win streaking, so clearly he's doing something right. This is a multiple threat version of the Varus composition between the Nami, the Talon now, and the Varus, so I really like the way in which he's approaching the game. Going up against iLucky, someone's going to have their streak snapped.
That's right. We do have this Talon with 3 full items now, working onto the back line. So crucial that you do, so that way you get the upper hand edge when it comes to the 1v1 between these 2 Swift Shots. It's Xayah versus the world, and she's able to get 1 reset, but not enough to go infinite. That means Clear gets to win. One thing to pay attention to also is how Clear is going to be positioning everything. He puts Varus in the back center. iLucky is doing this as well, and that is so crucial. While you're not maximizing your distance between the targets, so for those who do not know, Swift Shot, the farther you are away from your opponent, the more attack speed you get. This middle position keeps them very safe from multiple threats.
Yeah, very safe from multiple threats, and also beautifully dodges the 2 shrouds that iLucky had in that fight, so the Varus was able to get the early CC off. I really like that positioning. Last second swap, and Phonexia, who's going to level 9 on the Corky board with the 4-star Namzi. Really, really nice. Zephyr's the front line as well. The Xayah is going to slowly but surely ramp up. The Hecarim CC is not well angled. It's not going on to the enemy carries. Xayah is going to take this Sona ulti to the face as well as the Ornn ulti. They stack, so it's not great layered CC. Gotta spend some time in the Rift Phonexa to get that CC alignment a little bit more clean. Tough fight, lost DK out in 4th place, and we have 3 people still alive heading into 6-3.
Yeah, it seems like it's pretty clear like who were the top 3 boards, but from here, I'm not entirely sure. Everyone's got, you know, Stand United, and people have got some really powerful carries going on. They have a dedicated 4-cost carry that's really powerful with some nice top end. I do worry about some of the front lines. I see a lot of Ornn 1s. Not a lot of ability to withstand high pressure and big damage, and there's a lot more items. Remember, we had a triple item drop at the end of Stage 5, so the carries are going to be much stronger than normal. And here we go. Whether or not C Clear can deal with this Corky board, as whether or not the Varus can get a lot of DPS with Talon going to the back line. The Shadow Assault is going to target the Sona, immediately wiping her before her second song was able to go off, and that means that Corky's going to get completely overwhelmed. A nice 1-2 combo. Varus from the front, Talon the back, and Clear is still on a streak.
Yeah, still on a streak with this unbelievably cool iteration of the Varus board. Seems poised to win the lobby. We saw Phonexa with that big loss down at 5 HP, so everyone's still alive. We have not gotten to see the most capped out version of iLucky's board go against Clear's board. iLucky has gotten to level 9, has a Banshee's Claw as well, which could be really valuable both in the back line, but I've also seen some really good adaptation of putting it in the front line. If you can get it so that it theoretically cancels the first Varus ulti, for example, that can add a lot of value, getting your frontliners to be able to get their impactful CC casts off. So we see Clear's board. because he played this reroll, Varus is the only player in the lobby who's not able to go to level 9, but the 3-item Treasure Dragon giving him an extra threat in this town, and it's all going to come down to positioning. What is the important puzzle that he's trying to solve here?
I mean, 1, he wants to protect Varus. 2, he wants to get Talon to the right angle. And 3, whether or not he can get his CC and his abilities to line up correctly. Dodges the Shroud on some of his backline, but takes a giant one down the middle. We'll see if this Evoker Crest on Nami can come up clutch. As we do have the Stampede from Orange going off. The Tempest also stuns a ton of CC. Varus is about to drop. The Talon turns around, focuses, but Shadow Assault does not finish it off. Everything barely survives. The Nami 3 able to live and get multiple casts of her healing wave is just enough to get the job done. Clear is putting on a clinic. I can't sing enough praises about how intelligent this board has been crafted, from augments to itemization to the way he's maximized the potential of his units. I've heard about the rumblings of Clear. Milk was telling me this guy is really good. He's very concerned about facing him in tournament going up into Astral Cup, and you can see why that is as we prepare for potentially the last battle going up against Lucky. So here we go, the Xayah versus the Varus. There can only be one Supreme Swift Shot to finish off game number 3. And Xayah's getting overwhelmed immediately, gets wiped by the Shadow Soul, and that should do it. There's just no more damage left outside of this Yasuo. I think that's going to be enough. And the Varus reroll able to show no dragon, no problem. There's a clear winner of Lobby F in game 3 here at day 3 of the Astral Cup.
Yeah, a clear winner indeed, with a version of Varus that I don't think either of us have seen before, and it was a decisive first place. I do wonder if there's anything iLucky could have done. I mean, he winds up not really using that Banshee's Claw at all. He just puts it on the back line on a Yasuo 1 in the middle, so giving no value to the rest of his units. And the first fight in particular felt like it was very close. Maybe if he had some CC blocking on the Xayah, giving Xayah time to ramp up, it goes differently, but what a great performance from Clear, taking what the game gave him from an item perspective, from a unit perspective, playing a board that basically no one in this field is looking to play, and getting a very clean first place. This is so much fun to watch this player, and that's why these tournaments are so fun, these open fields. We don't know how good everyone is until we get to see them in action, so Clear is officially on my radar.
You have to be. I know, like, Boop was asking for us in chat, is Clear just not a Varus one trick, but it's their go-to composition, and they got to play their game, and look how it pays off in the end. And we got 4 different compositions. This wasn't just the siphon party at the end of the day. But I really want to kick things off with something that was very unique. We don't get to see a lot of shimmer scales, at least deeper into that tree with Showtime. I know, Dan, you were talking a lot at the beginning of that lobby about Showtime's shimmer scale. Just unfortunately ending up with, well, one of the weaker ones, the Goldmancer staff, and just the balance between how much gold you want to save while it's upgrading your board using that money. And he ended up with some other cool stuff like Draven's Axe and Determined Investor, but ended up in 8th, unfortunately, despite having all these cool items. So, Dan, what is important to keep in mind at that stage of the game when you have a Goldmancer staff or when you have those shimmer scale items?
Yeah, the most important thing is making sure that you're matching the correct type of champion with the item. Unfortunately, I just have to be quite critical. I don't think Shimmer Scale is an easy trait by any means to play, but I think Showtime looked relatively lost. The board that he built on paper is not bad. He has high quality units, right? He has almost all 2-star Shimmer Scales, and he has a Lee Sin too. He was playing around these different things, but he wasn't really abusing what makes things like Goldmancer really strong. Goldmancer is really strong when you have an AP carry that's tucked away that can scale really nicely with it and does large forms of AoE or can scale. So you're looking at Corki as being a primary Goldmancer holder. You're looking at Swain being another really good Goldmancer user, and he just didn't really have any of that. Then when he had Draven's Axe, he's putting it on melee champions, which is already very suspect in itself, because when the moment you die, you stop stacking it, while he's looking at units like Corki and Xayah in the shop. And granted, again, when you look at his spot in its entirety, maybe he was one of those situations where he's like, hey, I just got to ride or die. This is the decision I made. I had my bed, now I'm going to lay in it. But in reality, it's a really hard line to play, because, like I said, you're juggling gold, you're juggling your tempo, you're juggling whether or not you want to push levels, but then also at the same time, you have to make sure you're not bleeding too much HP. it's very tricky. And I think that's why some people shied away from it. I hope this doesn't discourage anybody else, particularly Showtime, from giving it a go if he has a spot for it.
Well, because we finished so quickly and because some other lobbies were a little bit late to the party, we're going to go and check in with another lobby. So casters, have fun. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Oh my. Some bonus coverage. That's right. We're going to hop over to Lobby E and check in on Vanilla and see what they are up to, as we do have Living Forge. All right. A very spicy game, a prismatic start. And I see a Deja on the other side from Malala, although I don't know if Malala will be lasting very long. I don't know how long this Corki, or rather this Deja, will be able to withstand the pressure. So it's like Vanilla with a Corki composition going to start off our bonus coverage by guaranteeing this top 4.
Yeah, you see a Deja, you saw a Deja, you know, it was fun while it lasted. Taking stock overall, we have some really interesting stuff happening in this lobby because we have Pokegom, who went 1-1, taking an 8th place here. So theoretically putting their tournament life back kind of in jeopardy. Still totally fine, just needs to finish the top half of the field. And Setsuko, on the other hand, after a brutal start from one of the early tournament favorites, a player that everyone thinks so highly of, been by far the most consistent ladder player in North America for over a year now, it feels like. Terrible start to the tournament, win streaking, and in position to theoretically go top 2 in this lobby, and that is desperately needed points for Setsuko.
Good point here as we take a look at the level 9. Finds a bar 2 rather quickly. Yeah, at this point, you don't care that much about Gambler's Blade getting the attack speed. It's pretty much just to support Tristana. 2 Obsidian Cleavers as well. That is quite brutal. These Obsidian Cleavers do not stack their armor and magic resistant shred. So a little bit unfortunate, but hey, you have so many items that it might not matter. No adjustment on the Shroud from the Yasuo either, despite knowing the next matchup. A little bit on the sloppy side, but it seems like the composition is just so strong at its core that it might not matter unless this Corki goes down. The Shadow Assault does target the Corki in the corner. The Corki just refuses to quit. That was still a lot of damage being put out. However, nobody is checking the Xayah. And so if she got enough time yet, the answer is no. She just couldn't deal with this Itis 2 that refused to die.
Yeah, just so much power on this board, right? The Nomzi is very close to going 4-star. We're 2 turns away from it, and we'll definitely get there because Vanilla has more than enough HP to make that happen. All of these upgrades across the board. He's got a Yasuo with the Thieves' Gloves on it. Didn't even need the Shroud there. Looking at Setsuko's board, who's full win streaking, but it clearly has not played Vanilla recently because Setsuko, with a relatively standard version of the Siphon composition, some last second repositioning, goes to the middle with Corki. Very interesting. I'm not sure I like this adaptation because when Siphon walks up, it's not going to be in range at the corners, but it's very much going to be in range to get into the middle of this fight. So is this going to work out? Siphon's actually dashing across the fight and going back. Bard is down, and we're on to the Corki now. There's a Frozen Heart slowing the Corki as well in the middle of the fight. Siphon has dealt with the damage threats. There's just the Yasuo left alive, but I do not think that is going to be enough here. Maybe Yasuo can kill this Elise and get that 1v1 cheese against the Siphon. Here comes the Siphon dash through. There's the bite. There's the loss for Vanilla. I think Vanilla is very much has the tools on his board to take care of Setsuko under the circumstances, but I don't think that positioning was it.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised about how easy that looked for Setsuko. Best Friends 3 is one of the most powerful prismatic augments. The data behind it is fantastic. In fact, if you look at the board, Setsuko has 3 combat augments, which already tells you a lot about the strength of what he has available to him relative to other people who have maybe 1 combat augment. I see like a Thrill the Hunt here for Beaster, for example. And Vanilla, I believe, also only had weak spots. So I think, Setsuko recognizes that in terms of pound for pound, he has some really good stuff. Does end up switching to Talon on the other side, misses it onto the Xayah initially, but perhaps the Shadow Side can go to the other side. Now we have the opponent's Talon, Beaster, working on the rest of the units. Here comes Siphon's first Rampage. Hits a couple of targets that are pretty nice. Can Xayah get this done while she has a couple more seconds to spare? Oh, Siphon not able to get there in time, and the movement speed is not fast enough. Setsuko finally able to get the loss.
Wait.
Oh my god. Edge of Night difference there was able to come up huge for Setsuko.
Yeah, absolutely huge for Setsuko. Vanilla, meanwhile, takes a fight win, so we're at 38 and 34 HP. We're going to see this play out for a little bit. Setsuko's trying to deny this Yasuo. We know Vanilla is looking for the Yasuo too. Could easily wind up being Vanilla's win condition here, so Setsuko says, you know what, I'm willing to deny this unit. I don't need a Ragewang emblem, but I need my opponent not to have a Yasuo. That is the most important thing I can do right now. Very interesting decision for Setsuko. Will it ultimately be the correct decision?
Right, so now Vanilla understands, hits Yasuo 2 anyways.
Yikes.
What's the plan here for Vanilla? Because last time, Setsuko was able to get the win. This time, it might be a different situation with the Yasuo 2. And here we go. Whether or not this Siphon can get to the back line will be the ultimate question. Gets hooked by the Thresh! That death sentence already coming up huge, and Siphon charges the wrong way. Siphon, what happened? You look brilliant just a fight ago. And now this Corki is tucked away in the corner. Oh, hold on, I spoke way too soon. The Siphon heard me talking behind his back. And I think just with Yasuo and Edge of Night, I don't know if Vanilla can just do this unless he isolates and gets a third cast off.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. The Edge of Night proc is up. The other unit is down. So Siphon needs to kill this before the third cast. It's going to be this next cast. The bite come off first. It does. It barely wins the fight. I thought Setsuko... I mean, okay. Yeah. I'm having trouble believing that Setsuko actually just put this Rage Ring quest on this Ornn. This Ornn was taking damage and it did not cast because he made this unit objectively weaker. He does not have the synergy in place. He puts the Rage Ring crest on it, which means that it no longer generates mana from taking damage. I honestly have no idea what is going through Setsuko's brain on that one. I would have to ask him afterwards, but he's just focused on the game for now, and I guess he just wanted to get the crest onto his board for some reason. Meanwhile, he's seeing the last second repositioning, trying to get that Frozen Heart into the right place, and he does. Vanilla does not swap back, so the Frozen Heart Talon is going to be on top of Vanilla's Corki for this fight.
All right, we'll see whether or not the readjustment has helped. Here comes a Rampage immediately going towards where Corki is, and Corki is not able to get the damage. And that's going to be another dead carry, so it just comes down to his finals unit. Setsuko runs over the other dragon, and now it's just down to the Sona. And we're going to go to stage 7 with Setsuko having at least 2 lives to be able to do that. Hits an Ornn. Still has that Rage Ring Ornn. Hits a Gunblade, which is a little bit of an awkward item. I guess you could put that onto Elise, but overall not a high impact item.
Yeah, not a high impact item. This is all coming down to positioning. And in fairness to Vanilla, it's a very tough matchup. The Itis boards do really well into something that plays straight up front to back because you get stuck on the Itis. But the 2 carries for Setsuko couldn't care less about the Itis. This Siphon is going to dash through it. The Talon is going to jump over it. So it's just a really, really challenging spot for Vanilla. He needs to find a way to keep this Corki safer. I wonder if it's correct under the circumstances to do a last minute sellout. He has clearly shown to Setsuko that he's going to put his Corki in the clump and he's going to leave it there. I'd love to see him put his Itis a little bit more towards one side, do his clump like he's going to do a full corner clump, bait the Talon into that spot, and then put his Corki all the way in the corner to the outside. There's not going to be a ton of additional threat because the Talon is going to jump to units that are closer and get stuck away from the Corki, as will the Siphon. So will Vanilla be able to solve this positioning puzzle, or is it a Setsuko coronation?
Moves the Ornn to the other side, tries to position it to the opposite side of the carry, and Talon's Frozen Heart is in a really good spot to stall the beginning of the fight. Here comes the Siphon's first Rampage, and does end up taking out one of the front liners, but now Siphon is drawing the aggro, but able to finish the Corki with the second Rampage. It's just now down to Yasuo. Yasuo is the last hope of damage to be able to finish off this Siphon. And a collision course turns around and bites the Itis. The third cast is not available, and Setsuko is going to take game 3 with a crucial first place to bring him back into the game.
Wow, Setsuko desperately needed these points. Such a big win for him. Very clean and understanding the way in which his opponent wanted to position and getting that Talon into the right position time and time again with that Frozen Heart. Vanilla just couldn't solve the puzzle of Setsuko's board. He had 4 cracks at it, and this is just the difference, right? When you play in an open field tournament like this, not everyone's going to have that experience. There's a lot of pressure. Are they going to be able to, in those crucial moments, turn the second place into the first place? It felt like this was a game Vanilla was capable of winning, even though it is a tough matchup, Corki into Siphon, but just not able to get his positioning in a way that could deal with Setsuko's board. Had a couple of close fights, but no cigar in the end.
Well, a big old cigar for Siphon players all around. A very good job by Setsuko, especially a good comeback after the 7th place in game 1 and against Vanilla. But I know, Bryce, you just talked about, I know we didn't get a lot of context for the early game, but at least for that last fight, you elaborated on the frozen heart from Talon being very important to position. Was there anything else that really defined those final fights where Vanilla fell to Setsuko?
It was all about keeping his Corki alive. The Corki would put out an unbelievable amount of DPS if it could actually get to the place where it was putting off a couple of big ones, for example, but we literally never saw an iteration of the fight where Corki got to do its job. So you need to manipulate your positioning in some way. You need to get away from the Frozen Heart, and you need to get away from the Siphons. He could have tried full clump, maybe. I didn't see him ever, pull the Itis back and just go with a completely full clump board. But I think in this situation, you can actually just full sell out your Corki, put it in one corner away from the rest of your team at the last second, and make him waste his Talon and his Siphon on the rest of your board, and just let your Corki actually do damage. I think if we had seen that version of the fight, Vanilla was capable of winning it. Obviously, it's impossible to prove the counterfactual, but I'd like to see him at least do something different as opposed to kind of doing the same thing it felt like over and over again and just losing the fights consistently.
I know that was a really intense final fight. It came down to the wire, and then maybe we zoom back our minds to Lobby F, but at least keeping these questions pretty general. Dan, we actually saw some Astrals by Clear. I know the tournament is called Astral Cup, and we got to see some Astrals, some Varus 3 action with the best in slot items, but what's the deal with how deep you should go into the Astral tree when trying to re-roll for Varus? Do you go 3? Do you go 6? And what are the conditions that you would consider?
Good question. I think if you are trying to play Astral, you have to understand the difference between 3 and 6 Astral is purely just the amount of gold that you get. And so if you were to roll with all the Astrals, you keep 1-star copies of everything. Let's say you have Varus, Alawi, Skarner. You'd keep 1 copy of a Nidalee 1 copy of a Vlad, 1 copy of a Nami. Put them in as your 6 units while you roll so you can get additional gold. We call it toggling for short. You might hear a streamer bring it up every now and then. That's one way you can play it. Another is just to simply send and be very efficient. I do think that in TFT tournaments in particular, you can make yourself dizzy and take on too much by having too full of a bench, especially if you're chasing 3 stars, right? If you're having 7 copies of Alawi, and all of a sudden you have 7 copies of Varus, you have 2 spots on your bench taken by toggles. Just keep it simple. With the buff to Astrals to now include 3 Astral champions per shop, you can hit Varus very consistently, both at level 6 for the 2-star and 3-star at level 7 at around 4-1. The only thing about Varus is that you can't be too far behind the curve, both in HP and itemization. So if you hit too late and you don't have good items for Varus, you can have all the 3-star Astrals you want, but you're not going to have enough to actually win fights. So keep that in mind. The last thing is that Clear also played a very unusual variation. Most people who play Varus 3 aren't chasing Nami 3. They're not really playing mages or getting kind of variation of those mystics. You can see him kind of mixing and matching pieces while also just playing good units. Not forgetting that Kiana Talon are just some of the best late game units you can play right now to get backline access, because he recognized that Varus will be taking care of the front and Talon will be taking care of the back. This kind of balance and dynamic is the core pillar of creating a good composition in teamfight tactics, and Clear showed you exactly why that is.
And Clear had a great bounce back from the 6th place in first game to that first place of Varus 3 over Zaya and Corki, and even a Siphon from DK. So we actually can report in with all the winners from all the lobbies you've missed out on. And here it is. We got Dish Soap, Lobby A with some Guild Zaya, Soulless in Lobby B with a Yasuo carry. Would love to see more of that. We got Stellar with a Shapeshifter, Nidalee making a first place appearance, and Socks with the Dragonmancer Swain. A lot of Swains today. So here's slide number 2, Setsuko. We did just witness the Siphon triumph Clear with the Varus 3 that we just spoke about with the Astral reroll. And Emily getting a first place. Shout out to her with the Shio You Carry 6 Jade. And Milk gets yet another top 4 finish with a double trouble Varus carry. Darren, I gotta throw it to you right away about the double trouble. We're seeing more and more of it. What do you think?
If you're not picking double trouble when you have it, especially at 2-1 early game, you're just leaving LP on the table, and I think Milk shows you exactly why. That augment is egregious. Also, shout out to Emily, right? As you said, it's cool to just see more women competing in TFT. She's killing it with game number 3 win. Also, Dish Soap and Prestivan. These are two of my picks to do pretty well, or surprise people rather. I think that they're considered underdogs. Prestivan for reasons because people associate him more as being like a friend of a lot of the creators and like new to the scene, not as experienced. But he is one of the fastest learners of TFT I have ever seen to be able to compete at a high level. Remember, he's been playing for just a little bit over a year. That's very impressive to see him be able to compete. And then Dish Soap is the player that's just kind of on the come up because I can't ignore players that can hold rank 1 and rank 2 simultaneously. I think that historically in any kind of games of high variance, people who can do that time and time again are incredible players, even if he hasn't converted to tournament results just yet. I just keep saying it. I think eventually the time will come, if Dish Soap puts in the work, that those results will finally pile in and you'll start to see why he gets so much hype.
Hey, sometimes hard work beats talent. Bryce, even some big names are making it onto the lower pile, I guess. I know Taco Bell, a big favorite, had the first drop down to 8. Robin's in 8th. Is there any surprises to you here?
I don't know that there are any surprises. I think any individual lobby of TFT, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Asa not doing that well in this game. DQA has been quietly, we've not talked about him a lot, but he's been very consistently performing well today, picking up right where he left off as the highest average placement finisher qualifier into Worlds from North America last set. Robin should still be fine. I mean, 8th place here hurts, but he's been putting on solid performances throughout the day. So we're halfway through. Things are starting to shape up. Many of our favorites are doing well, and we've got a handful of them on the bubble as well, so it should be a wild Final 3 lobby finish.
I know, you took the words out of my mouth. We are halfway through Astral Cup Day 3. Check out our standings here in a second of how the points have shaped up. Remember, out of the 64 players today, only 32 make it to tomorrow, and only 4 go to the mid-set finale. So it's a battle, and it's about consistency, and you can see who's in a good spot and who... Oh, never mind. I actually can't math or calculator.
Suzuki got 8 points just from that previous game, so we know that he has more than 8.
Not many more than 8, but he does
not
have
that
more
much
than
more.
8.
Not much more. He had a really bad first round.
We were just testing. Hey, that's the end of game 3. We got to do some calculations. We got to bring PhD Owl to help us out with that. So if you guys are able to predict our 1st and 8th places better than I can do math, make sure you go to fantasytft.com or download the app. You can get little legend eggs, maybe even a cool Yasuo cutscene if you're lucky enough. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we get back, new casters, new lobby, in game 4. welcome back, everyone. I have a calculator. Guess what? And I have two awesome, new, astronomically amazing casters. It's Riley. It's Boop. And we're waving. And Boop's become a robot. I've replaced him with the robot. But it's fine. Because we have the standings ready to go in front of your eyeballs. And there it is. Because Riley, one of the best parts of these tournaments is seeing lesser-known players climb through, work hard, and that's showing off well in their performance. Riley, you had someone that impressed you a lot so far?
Yeah, Stellar Minhee, who, once we get to the second half of this graphic, is sitting in first place, uncontested with 23 points. And this is someone who, as far as I can tell, has never played in one of these tournaments, and had to fight through the first weekend to get here, but now that they're here, they have a very strong start. They started with 2-1-1 as their scores, and you know, from someone who's been in this position in playing in these tournaments, even when you're coming into your first big tournament, you have this super strong start. It's so easy actually to get nervous and think, oh my god, I have such a big lead. Just don't throw. And as much as you can get that out of your head, don't worry about it. You're in a good spot. You just need to keep playing your game. I'm looking for Stellar Minhee to maintain strong mental and just ride the confidence wave and ride that into day 4 of this tourney.
And Boop, even though you can have a throwing type of start to maybe a very rough start, it's all about how you bounce back. I know there's one player you had in mind that really impressed you in that last lobby.
Yeah, well, you know, first off, I kind of want to piggyback off of what Riley said, because I actually think it has something to do with the point that I'm about to get to, that I swear I'm going to get to at some point. But the overarching thing is, traditionally, underdogs do better at the beginning of a day than at the end, right? So something that I'm really looking forward to right now is people like Stellar Minhee and Phoenix, to actually solidify themselves in these places, because I have seen Phoenix absolutely blow the last 3 lobbies of the tournament, right? And this is where things can start getting really interesting, especially with people like Soju, people like Aniko on the board right now on like striking distance. Those are the players that get better as time goes on, and so we're at like the halfway point at this point, and I'm super excited to see where the momentum is going to shift. Will our underdogs, will our new players be able to consistently put out these results? Because at this point for Stellar, like another first or second locks them in for tomorrow. Or are, you know, some of these more professional players that have been kind of biding their time throughout the lobbies today gonna start striking like a cobra? We'll see.
Yeah, you heard Boop, strike like a cobra. You heard Riley, just don't throw. It's just that easy. And we're going to go into game 4 shortly with Lobby B to see if that consistency will keep up. Make sure you go on that Fantasy TFT app and predict your winners and your losers. Little Legend eggs are on the line. You could cutscene your friends, your family, and your dog on the other side of the room. So, our game is ready. First carousel is up. Casters, take it.
All right, future leaders of the world, we are going into our next lobby here. It's Riley and Boop, like you can see, and here we have our first carousel, which actually everyone got kind of like their own thing at that point in time. Not a lot of fighting to start.
Yeah, a lot of people think that there's a lot of viable item options off the opening carousel right now. You got people like Soju and Solus here who are opting for the defensive items, especially the belt, which is half of a Sunfire Cape, one of, if not the best early game items, and using that to potentially early streak. Or you've got people who like going for offensive items, and pretty much besides tier, there's a lot of good opening carousel options right now.
So, I also want to share with everyone watching, this lobby is stacked. This is, you know, I think there are a lot of really recognizable names in the lobby C that we started with, but in terms of this particular lobby, New Battle, No Bertosaurus, Spencer, Solus, Within, all people who have actually done pretty well in tournaments before. And, you know, that leaves the opportunity for someone like Mume, who needs to not get 8th this round, and Dota there on the bottom side of that leaderboard to really show up. Because if you win a lobby like this, that's extremely impressive. Everyone is good, but winning a lobby like this is got that little extra special sparkle.
Yeah, you've got 3 players in here who are pretty widely considered to be among the top 15 in North America, with Solus, Spencer, and Bertosaurus. Noster is just right under the surface, has had various performances in tourney and is really looking to break out. You've got Nubal, who is really looking to have a strong tournament performance, finally looking to be on track so far this tournament with a very strong, 20-point start. And then you've got the 3 people who are a little like, they're happy to be here, but also like they can have some strong performances. Last game, B-Bear and Within went 7-8, but Mume's Imp bouncing back from the 8-8 start with a strong second place, looking to get himself back into this tourney and this day. So it's, yes, we talk a lot about the top players, but it really is interesting to follow some of these underdogs and see how they perform, even if it doesn't always work out as expected for them.
The last time I casted Noob Owl was at the Last Chance qualifiers, and I believe Noob Owl won with 3 different comps that day.
Yep.
So Noob Owl does like playing flexibly, but sometimes he'll just like throw a lobby away by being a little like too fancy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For example, last set, that example for me was 6 snipers. Right, so for this one, it would probably be something like 6 swift shots, which I don't think is that amazing. But we'll definitely look out for Noob Owl, because if someone's going to be playing something off meta that might win, Noob Owl is that person. On the other side of the equation, we've got Solus, who has the Warmogs on the Taric already, and we already have these Jades, new recruit also on board. That's going to be really nice for Jade units, because again, there's a lot of them, right? So if we get more on board, we can get our second Jade statue a little bit quicker. We have an item still on Karma and a champion duplicator, so a lot of options here. It's not just a forked road for Solus. It's like you got a bunch of different directions you could potentially go.
Yeah, Solus able to play somewhat creatively, not as creative of a player as Nubal, but what I think one of Solus's big strengths is, and that's going to play into his advantage in this lobby in particular, Solus is notorious for being a high roller. Why is that? I think he's just good at playing around high rolls. I think he thrives and knows how to pull high roll, what looks like a high roll, out of pretty much thin air. And especially in prismatic lobbies, you have so many opportunities to high roll or low roll, and Solus is really good at playing around those high rolls and completely maximizing their potential. So taking something like new recruit, it's a option, but he's going to stay on the level 3 for now, still pull out a fight win while being able to play around some of the 1-cost pairs. And especially if we can get a couple, maybe 1, maybe 2 more prismatic augments this lobby, Solus, yes, he's a high roller, but he is good at being a high roller, and that can get very scary.
While RNG is a part of this game, RNG manipulation is usually what takes the best players out from the average players, right? How do you work with the known randomness and work around it to make things a little bit more predictable? And that's something, you know, you'll see people take units out of packs. So on the next pack rollover, there's going to be more of a chance to get the particular unit that you want, for example. But now we're going over to Masun, Bertosaurus, 26th place, 15 points in. That's actually a little bit of Mirage, not the synergy, but the noun, because 15 points is tied with a lot of people, and I believe in the top 24, it's like 18 right now. So 15 points is definitely on the bubble, right? We're 2 spots behind. We do have 2 more Tarics, but Taric 3 is not something you see literally ever. Most likely, unless it's just given to you. But we also have the 2 Guardians in the front line. Guardians are very great, highly, especially with that shielding.
Yeah, this is actually pretty classic. Bert loves playing a kind of hybrid econ and strongest board style. Yes, he's going to try and build his strongest board possible, play a little bit more aggressively, but he also is going to be making as much econ as possible and really stretch the limits of him econing on strong boards. However, he doesn't have a strong board here, but he does recognize I don't have a strong board. I just have an upgraded Taric and can maybe play around the Senna pair and hit it later, but he's going to make 20 gold. That's hitting 20 gold on 2-3 is such a good econ checkpoint that 90% of games you're not going to have a chance of hitting. So Bert's Econ in a very good spot right now at 74 HP, a little bit unhealthy, but has the potential to spike his board and be pretty strong in this mid game.
And so we see all of the augments on the side. We do have our prismatic augments. We have Living Forge there for Noster, so that's going to be an augment that gets better and better. We have item grab bag for Mume, level up for Bertosaurus. Cybernetic implants are here. We also have a Revel crown for Within. So Within might be moving into some Revels there, a little bit more straight away on that Revel crown, or we could just splash in the 2 and keep the Corky in, right? So we have that 20 gold. We're on New Bowel's board right now. We have that Mirage spat. It's Warlord, and so just like in previous sets, it works exactly the same. You see the symbols below the 2 units. The 2 Mirage units here are going to be Senna and Nunu, and they've each already gotten a little bit stronger. I believe you can do it 4 or 5 times, and then you max out on those stats, which is why you want this earlier rather than later.
Yeah, and Nubal's spot is so good. He is so rich. He has 20 gold despite having leveled to 2-5 on 2-3. Baby would be proud. And that was partially off a 2-item start. You can see he has Sunfire Cape and the Cloak, which were, I believe, his natural items, because I believe you get a Hand of Justice from the Mirage Soul. And that's making up for his lack of items. Therefore, he has a strong board with strong items, good upgrades, still Econ, gonna win this fight as well, is win streaking and is therefore able to stack up the Warlord's honor. And I called out Bert's Econ spot was in great shape. Nubal's in the same Econ spot and 34 HP healthier and win streaking and has good items. Nubal has had strong performances so far this tourney. He's looking so good for this Game 4.
I completely agree, and it's always better to be on this win streak. It's a lot more clear in what you're going to be doing when you're win streaking. You're going to either be investing into continuing the win streak, or you're going to level out and get some econing on certain parts of tempo on this board. We're going to get to another tempo 3-1 and 3-2, which is where I feel like we're going to start our mid game, and we're going to get a nice little look at where everyone's comps are at that time. However, we do have 2 players at 100 HP right now. That's not something you see every day, but it looks like we might be able to see it going into this next creep round. But yeah, this Mirage Senna, especially with the Hand of Justice. Hand of Justice, very good item, by the way, is doing
just
some
a little
work. Yeah, just pretty good. Oh, missile speed.
Yeah, and the Rage Blade as barely living for Noster, able to continue pumping out that DPS, and the Senna for Nubal not quite able to snipe it out. And off that win, we got Noster at 92 HP, the last player streaking on a 4 streak. No one managed to maintain a 5 streak into neutrals, and that's going to hurt the econ of this lobby a decent amount. Even though we have players who had 2-item starts, pretty heavy econ starts, they're still going to feel that loss of econ, and it's going to be a bit more, maybe be a bit more standard economy spread throughout the lobby, rather than we have a lot of these players who are super rich and looking to really accelerate tempo to lobby. This lobby had the potential to get crazy. I'm thinking that just got tempered a little because we don't have many streaks left.
And when it comes to streaking, right, and if you do streak through this particular round, you actually do want to continue streaking for as long as possible at that point, in my opinion. And since everyone got reset, right, now everything kind of slows down. And kind of just like to give an example of what you might see in a power top-heavy lobby is when you'll get like a top 4 who all have over 80 HP and then a bottom 4 who have like 50. Right, and so that means that a lot of people on the top side of the leaderboard are pulling that HP away from everybody else. Something interesting here, though, this is a pretty, Mirage comp. We've got the Warlords bonus on the Yasuo and the Leona here. Leona in the back line to help out Ezreal if she needs it, if there are any assassins coming through.
Yeah, just not having the Mirage emblem on the carry, but it's still a strong carry. It's a 2-star Ezreal that gets sniped out by Within's Revels, but it's looking like Noster's going to clean up the fight anyway, maintain that win streak. The Warlord's there just for a bit of extra tankiness, especially with the Leona 2. that the Rebel almost cleaning up Noster's board, but able to still get the fight win, even with the Ezreal going down early. He's now on a 5 streak, and we've got... Oh, baby! It's a triple... This is triple prismatic, right? I don't have my flowcharts wrong?
We could get a gold to close it out, I believe. But
okay.
the chances of a triple prismatic have happened, and basically... I always use this chess strategy as an example, but don't know the name, but there is a strategy in chess where you make a move that's so out of this world, so out of bonkers that everyone is kind of on the same level, right, when you start playing. And I think the triple prismatic games are very similar to that concept. Everyone an optional miracle potentially based on which augments they get. We got some handshaking here though for Mume, and if you're thinking of just a standard always good augment, it's that one.
Stand United, this has always been strong at various points in set 6, was basically considered to be the strongest augment in the game. And this is no different. You can get so many synergies in to really stack Stand United up. You see, like, Corki boards have 9-10 synergies running down the side. Off of Stand 2 with 380 AP per, you're getting an extra 30 AD AP for your entire board. For the Prismatic version, it's at 5, that's so much damage that comes out for the whole board. So Mume's Imp, taking that Stand United, isn't able to quite get the fight win here, has found the Siphon early, but not able to capitalize on it, because we see on the other side, Burt has level up and Binary Airdrop.
Binary Airdrop, arguably one of the best late game augments in the entire game of TFT. I mean, I've seen up to 5 units get extra items before with Binary Airdrop. There's a reason why it's prismatic, as we're going to reset some items on this board for Mume. We do have that Siphon, we have that front line, but all of our damage is also coming from the same place at this point in time. So can Siphon carry the weight of the entire team, or is the backpack going to be a little bit too heavy? We'll see on this round.
As strong as Siphon is on stage 3, some of that power relies on just a standard board strength complexion for the rest of the lobby. And in a double prismatic lobby, all of a sudden everyone's getting so much stronger that just like a standard Siphon board with these good prismatic augments, it suddenly doesn't have quite as much power. Not going to clean up this fight with just carrying a Tristana 1 with Revel and Static Shiv, able to clean up the Siphon for Mume's Imp. Wow, this is a lobby. We're gonna have a lobby, Boop.
I mean, if we aren't gonna have a little bit of a ridiculous lobby with double prismatic, I'd be a little disappointed if I say so myself. As we get into our 3-4 carousel right now, we're riding with Within, 49th place. Within has come to a lot of these tournaments, has kind of middled around the middle part of the leaderboards, has been able to snipe some lobby wins too. So Within absolutely needs a top 2 here in order to really push themselves potentially into tomorrow, which I think is possible, because I think Celestial Blessing Prismatic is another. I mean, all of the prismatic emblems will be impactful, but when everyone has a prismatic emblem, the Stand Uniteds and the Celestial Blessings, to me, just give you extra stats to start with, and you'll probably be a little bit stronger on the baseline than people who don't have those augments.
Yeah, Celestial Blessing, just as an augment, very, very good generically. It eliminates the need to dedicate an item slot to healing and allows you to just build more damage. So at the Prismatic version, it's a lot of healing, so not a bad choice for Within at all. Ops to level to 7 here, even though he's not on a particularly large win streak, just to try and maintain some tempo. He's at 90 HP. He wants to stay healthy, potentially able to make 30 gold if he takes this fight win, and it looks like that level might have been the difference this fight. This fight is pretty close.
Yeah, looks like this Tristana actually gets these Revel procs a lot. It's going to be Anivia versus the world and the Heimerdinger, the Donger. They really picked the Donger. Anyone? Players? Okay, so we've got Bertosaurus now. That we're looking at. Within's going to give us a little bit of a preview. Bloodthirster on the Skarner. That's not going to last forever. But Solus is going to take the loss from Mume. So the bottom of the leaderboard starting to win. That's how you know the tempo is starting to change and even up. This game naturally gets closer at around 5-3 into stage 6. So taking right now, the people with the most HP now have an extremely higher chance of top 4ing, particularly if you're Spencer or within at this point in time. Basically, you can lose most of your rounds and still find yourself in the top 4. Right now, though, a lot of things can change, but if you're in the top side right now, you're feeling all right. We put the Corki in. We have 3 trainers as well. Something we actually haven't talked a lot about, just in general, is trainers.
Yeah, we trainers have been quite popular the whole set, just because of the power of Namzi and because the unit quality is quite good, even for them being cheap units. However, something super interesting within did here is actually roll on level 7 on 3-6 just to try and maintain a win streak, and it's not going to work. That's spelling disaster. When you're rolling like that, you're really trying to protect the streak. And within is looking at his board and thinking, I can roll here, hit some meaningful upgrades, hit some meaningful units to maintain my streak, but doesn't maintain that streak. Now he's going to be throw pretty deep on level 7 now that he's already tanked his econ, and from 84 HP it seems like he was trying to protect the streak, but it wasn't a 5 streak. He's not protecting a 100 HP lead. So I don't think Within still has the HP buffer to recover from throwing a lot of his econ away, but it just seems like kind of an unnecessary risk for him to take there.
He was going AP as well with Celestial Blessing, so that might be a future Rise item carrier at least, and that has not done well so far today. As we're moving on over to Bear right now. We've got the Talon on the bench. So far, Talon's still winless. I don't know exactly how. I don't think any Talon has actually won any of these other lobbies so far. So that's, I think, 3 days in a row at this point in time. If you have a secondary carry and you're able to do the Yasuo, it's almost exactly the opposite in terms of statistics in top 4. We have good items on this board, too. Now the Diana is carrying the IE and the Giant Slayer, though.
Yeah, I think we had a Talon win in a lobby last game. So Talon
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. It was Talon versus Talon. Right.
Yeah. We got it. Talon finally got his win. But yeah, you called that. Diana is carrying the items for now, and this is very interesting because Olaf has been falling out of popularity, and B-Bear is opting instead to carry the Diana. However, it looks like it's going 8th. He's at 36 HP, only has 3 Dianas, no Diana 3 in
it
sight.
happened!
But I'd throw that out the window. Egg?
You gotta be the egg. Do it for the people.
Egg.
Do it for the people. You gotta have the egg. And we
Spencer,
get some egg. We're making some omelets,
Wokage.
folks. All right, and we also have some loaded dice still on the bench from our second augment.
Oh!
Love that.
Okay.
That is amazing. What a cool play Spencer just did. Save the loaded dice until they could pretty much guarantee a tier 3 Volibear, which almost guarantees in and of itself the egg hatching. So this is definitely one of the best boards on the entire Convergence right now, and it's still pretty good frontline. Tier 3 Volibear with the Jade buff, with Tempest as well. Oh man, good items too. This is going to be a tough one to break. We're going to have to be able to counter this Volibear in this lobby at some point.
Okay, there are layers to this. One, Spencer just playing Volibear, even though he's gotten enough nerfs that he's fallen super out of favor and is opting into the 6th Dragonmancer version, but in slaying Legend for now, because there currently is a bug where if you Zephyr Volibear, he won't do the he won't eat the unit next to him as part of Legend. So Spencer opting into 6 Dragonmancer and also just playing around whatever 3-cost Dragonmancer he can 3-star. That means he's gonna lose this fight, but he took Egg knowing that he's in such a high HP spot. His board is pretty strong, even down a prismatic. So this Egg is gonna hatch.
It's gonna
He's
hatch.
so healthy. Oh, unless he gets 12 0'd the rest of the game, he might still be on 1 HP and Egg will still hatch. So Spencer, a lot of players would take Egg here like 40 HP down. Spencer at 86 HP. we're getting an egg. We're getting some spicy stuff.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to save your prismatic augment like that. That's something that you normally don't see a lot of, just that kind of patience. But usually patience equals wins a lot of the time. We have our first like real Deja comp too appearing on the stream. This is our nope, this isn't our binary airdrop. This is just going to be our Infinity Force along with our Rage Blade. It's going to be Deja versus Volibear. And once again, Volibear, you're seeing the nerfs, but we're okay with this. Losing's not a big deal here for Spencer, because if we only lose by 1 or 2 units, we're going to crack that egg open. And just like a lot of Merc cash outs in previous sets, or, you know, Fortune cash outs, it's almost a guaranteed top 2 if we get there.
Yeah, losing such little HP in 2 rounds, you're taking guesses. Spencer doesn't mind. Ideally, you're winning, of course, because that's the ultimate HP save. But the 2 good losses, Spencer very much now on track to get this egg hatching. Just as long as he can get level 8, he can continue to spike his board, maybe put Legend in. Even with that Zephyr bug, if there's not any Zephyrs in the lobby, you're still getting the Legend. The Legend, the extra stats onto Volibear from him eating another unit. So Spencer, you can see, has hit the Anivia 2 already up in that corner. So it's... I like Spencer's odds here. That's just me.
All right, looking at these augments too, I see that there has a Cavalier Crown, so we might be running 5 Cavs on that board right now. We got Spencer even upgrading more units, and again, it's not about winning those rounds, it's about losing by 1 or 2. There's no game other than TFT in which winning feels so bad sometimes, as we do get our binary airdrop and Exiles augment going up against each other. We've got the Cav Bloodthirster and that Zonia's on the Yasuo, but it's going to be Deja all day. Can we give Deja enough time, enough opportunity to ramp up? And the answer is no for now. It's Talon and Senna, and that's going to be a win for Bert.
Yeah, Bert, as much as we've talked... We talked last set about how binary airdrop was just so absurdly strong. The value you get from that augment for a gold augment it's so much. You can get like 5 or 6 items for free on your board, and the last set that was feeding into scrap value with the shields. This set though, binary airdrop had to get nerfed to prismatic, just straight up. Players were calling it for basically the whole set, and now that it's gotten nerfed to prismatic, it's kind of just okay. It has a below average below average placement on ladder right now, combined with Exiles 3, which a lot of players think that the prismatic version of Exiles is kind of redundant because the shields don't last long enough. So Bert, he has augments at first and look at his board and you're thinking like, okay, it's probably good, but on closer inspection, I don't think Bert's board is that strong at all. So yeah, Siphon getting in there, just one tapping the Xayah. Bert now on his last legs. I don't like this. I think it's just doomed for Bert now.
Almost dies of cutscene and might fall to extinction here at the last round. At least we do make it to Dragon Treasure. I can't say I've done that every game I've ever played, so we're feeling good about that. Nice amount of gold as well. Level 7, leveling up to level 8. Remember, there is an extra round after this. It's probably a thing I forget most often in TFT, is there's no gold extra, there's no reroll. There is just some extra time to work with your Dragon Treasure. We do have an Itis on the bench now. Ooh, picking up some more Revels and Evokers. Oh, switching some things up. Where is that Deja gonna get that Revel crest? That's probably where it's going. Because Revel Deja is definitely one of the newer comps, but extremely high performing in this tournament so far.
This board is about to be disgusting. This Deja is going to put out disgusting amounts of damage because the Revel emblem interaction, I believe she procs Revel every single auto attack.
Yep.
So, especially at 5 Revel, you've got rockets that do an absurd amount of damage blasting all over the board. 5 Revel, there's a clip of Soju playing 5 Revel, bonkers. It's just bonkers amount of damage. And on a Deja, which is the best user of this emblem, not even close.
If you think
Yeah.
like old school Revel Anivia, which like we almost banned in a tournament, right? That is going to be where I think the similarities are for something like this Deja, because the regular Deja ult is also really good for the Revel. But look at this, 2 rockets per
go.
auto attack, but double Titans on the Xiaoyu, and we're already at the Deja. Is this going to be enough? Is this Deja going to fall with this Revel spat? We've got our Xiaoyu stacked up, and it looks like it will be. A defensive-oriented Xiaoyu from Solus is going to make this comp look pretty easy to take.
Yeah, the thing about that that Revel emblem is going to do a lot of work, but it's slow damage over the whole team, and when you have a super beefy team comp like Solus has going right now, it's going to be resistant to all those Revel procs, and especially on a squishy Deja one that the Xiaoyu got into the backline and destroyed that Deja, just not enough damage to deal with how tanky Solus's board is, and he is now on a win streak.
Man, Deja always beats me for some reason when I play it, but we have the Xayah Talon right now, very good top 4 comp, has had a little bit of a harder time winning out, but we have a Rage Blade on the Xayah, and that's what you want to see. Moving Xayah into the 3rd row now, as we do get binary value. That's why you're seeing a lot of these units with 2 items. That Thieves' Gloves is a little problematic for it, but that's okay. We'll take that.
Olaf 3, right onto
Olaf
Xayah.
3
That's
with that
dead.
Assassin Spat too, right? So like that is not going to last all that long. 1 auto on the Twitch. Olaf is going to take that round.
B-Bear, it looks like, I think he pulled 2 Assassin Spats from Tome of Traits 2. So, got Sin Spat onto Olaf, 3-starred the Olaf, found 2 other items for it, and has just an extra Assassin Spat on his Braum. More Assassins is more damage, especially once he can hit level 8, potentially place 6 Assassins. So much damage in that trait, not just this Olaf, but just spread across the board. You have 6 units jumping into the backline that all will blow up other units. Good luck fighting this off.
Well, to go along with that, I actually really like this itemization now on the Diana, because not only is everyone going to jump into the backline, she's going to make it so you're taking more damage too with that Ionic. So you're going to get, and she's going to get right into the clump. So every ult is going to tag that Ionic, but we did see this double Titans do a lot of really good work, but it's going to hit the Olaf immediately. Oh, friends, and I said earlier, future leaders of the world, our lobby is about to start positioning every single round differently at this point, because you have to.
That is the fastest I think I've ever seen a Xiaoyu die. The Olaf 3 just absolutely obliterating it, and that's assassin positioning, getting the Olaf into a position where it is going to be able to one-shot that Xiaoyu, and now the entire lobby has to look at B-Bear and be scared. There's only one assassin player in the lobby. They're going to have to pay the assassin tax now, and hard comp their team, or else just risk dying, and that's something no one wants to do here. So, well, it's going to be really interesting to see who bottoms out and dies to this assassin comp, and who's going to position maybe over defensively and then get wrecked by other non-assassin players when they're clumped.
This egg should be hatching here.
Yeah. Soon.
Yeah, very, very, very soon. We are completely moneyless, right? But again, that's okay. There's no way that we're going to lose... Well, actually, there might be a way you can lose 21 HP here, but it's probably not going to happen. Here at 3, Volibear should be able to get us into position. We also have a pretty good Anivia there in the front line, which you can do because we have the Legend stack, and it's going to get us our ult a little bit earlier. So we got 4 Cavs, 3 Legends, 3 Dragonmancers, and a Gil just to make everyone a little bit tankier with that Sejuani. We do get the Legend buff. You see him blow up just a little bit, and we get into the corner. This is pretty good positioning right now for this Volibear. However, the Asia does seem to be having it right now.
Yeah, Noster's Deja, he's been committing to this Deja carry for a good chunk of the game and has been doing a lot of work. It's on the Volibear right now. It is going to take down that Volibear, so Spencer with just one more good loss. However, is this egg hatching? I think this egg is hatching, but within a Nubao, take their 6th and 7th. We got the egg, we got a bunch of gold, we have a champion duplicate. Oh my!
Okay.
Okay.
So, The interesting thing about what we just saw happen, right, which is almost a bad thing, is we got no money. So we're just going to have to run with what we got at this point in time. And so we got to put our tanky items on our tanks. We got to put our Zonias on who we need to. We have some itemers to help. So hopefully we make it through this round as well. We should. And we are going to put all of our items in their appropriate locations. Let's see if that's going to be the difference maker. It really, really should be.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack here, just to put it lightly. 3 Ornn items. Also something to note is one of them is Infinity Force. Putting that on the Hecarim and feeding that Hecarim to this Volibear on top of the this is the Cavalier variation, so Hecarim has the 4 Cavaliers worth of armor and magic resistance that is getting fed to the Volibear. This Volibear has so many stats. It's actually absurd how beefed up this Volibear is right now.
Okay, beefed up Volibear. We're feeling beefy. You know, beef, it's what's for dinner. As we do have the Diana and the Olaf at tier 3. We get another Ionic. This is actually a pretty good item for assassins. It pretty much guarantees some damage onto their opponents because they're gonna be in that big group of units anyway. From top to bottom, we got 42 HP on Solus, 9 on B-Bear. Spencer, 1 HP above that. This is a battle for 4th, definitely, at the moment.
This lobby is insane, which is what happens when you get triple prismatic. There's gonna be a lot of high rolling going on. Solus is a high roller, so he's naturally in this top 5. But Mume's Imp goes to level 9, is finding these upgrades around the Siphon 2, hits Bard 2, hits Ornn 2, which is crucial, much guaranteeing that Ornn will cast and get its game-changing ultimate off. And this is a strong board for Mume's Imp. It's strong boards for B-Bear and Spencer. At the end of the day, someone's board is going to be less strong, and someone's got to eat this bot 4, even in such a crazy lobby.
Triple prismatic means that we're going to get to max power a little bit sooner, and you're seeing that right now. We already got Bar 2 on the board at 6-1, and it might not even win, right? So we have a Yasuo as well. Siphon is getting into the back line. See you later, Ash. You literally disappeared right in front of our eyes. Big Yasuo ult, though. This double Titan Shi-O-Yu doing so much damage. That's 50 extra damage as well when it comes to that Shi-O-Yu, and we are on the Siphon. And the CC does matter. Just a couple more casts to make sure that we get through this as Mume does fall. Bertosaurus, Nubao within, and Mume finishing in the bot 4 in this highly competitive lobby. Solus, though, really leading the charge.
B-Bear and Spencer bringing it back from the lower HP totals. B-Bear had dipped super low, found his assassin power spike. Spencer, egg. No other explanation required. And then you've got Noster, who was playing from ahead of the game, is kind of just... His board looks good, but he's kind of just happy to be in this top 4 right now. And then Solus has been playing around these Jades all game and has been this ahead the whole game. So this top 4, Solus looking really good for a top 2. And this fight between Noster and Spencer is going to decide probably who gets top 2.
It's also, just as like a quick side note, it's also interesting to see Living Forge and Egg pretty much give the same value, right? Both, I think, have given 3 items so far. Let's see whose tanks are going to be a little bit better. Ooh, that Eternal Winter is going to be pretty brutal for all of our auto-attacking units. And now the Deja has started to ramp up, but it is on the Ornn. Look how quickly that Deja is attacking. Spencer's out of here, but in 3rd place, we have a top 2. Solus looking good. Noster in 2nd place in what you pretty much said was the Participation Award.
Yeah, Participation Award, except I'm just gonna call myself out. Yeah, I'm gonna just be the first time I'm not the greatest at evaluating these board strength. I just look at fights and tell you what happened. There's a reason on 1st or 8th you were there, did not get a single fight prediction correct. So I'll own up to that. Noster's board, the Deja 2 is cranking right now, has the Cavaliers for a ton of front line, has a very stacked Nunu. We'll see if he can take down Solus, who has been running 9 Jade at this point.
All right, there was a 6-man knock-up there as we saw the Siphon and the Ornn going through. Look at all the magical effects right now. That all just means these ultimates are working. They are starting to land. Soraka going to keep everyone up nice and healthy. The Xiaoyu now, though, getting hit by the Deja. Are these 2 Titans enough? It sure does look like it for now. Now that front line is gone, it's going to leave it up to the Nico. It's Yasuo as well with that Thieves Gloves getting into the back line. And there it is. We do have a lobby winner, Riley. It's going to be Solus, who was, I believe, one of the players to watch from Bryce a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Solus is the biggest wild card in TFT. I don't know who would argue against that, because that man doesn't matter if he's grinding the game or not, is going to just be great at this game. He has such a natural instinct for TFT, and he's been playing, he's been practicing, and like I said earlier, he's a high roller, but he knows how to play around those high rolls. Identified that I'm going to be playing Jade this game. I'm going to be playing around 9 Jade later, and playing to that trait that just has a boatload of power, this super beefy board, playing from ahead in a triple prismatic lobby. Solus taking that win.
I'm just trying to keep up, because triple prismatic lobbies, they explode within the matter of minutes, it feels like. And there are so many impactful augments. But before we get to that, boop, we got to see Chinese Volibear from Spencer. I know it's a composition named after the innovation that happened in China of the Cavalier Legend Volibear 3. Can you break down to those who have never seen that composition before how you're supposed to position it with the Legends? Because you even brought up the frontline Anivia and how that was allowing them to get the ult so early. So break down the Legend Volibear 3 composition.
Okay, let me try my best here. So we've got the 3 units, right? So Volibear is the one that we're going to be focusing on right now, because traditionally Volibear, even though I don't actually think he's the best carry in that particular group of 3, Volibear is traditionally the one that you're using. A lot of people will have to put the Rage Blade and the Bloodthirster on the Volibear in order to get some sustain, and you also kind of have to hope that there's no defense or offensive augments or itemization on the other side that's going to really neuter your ability to do work, like Last Whisper and Giant Slayer. But you're going to really want to put that Volibear next to a unit that you're totally cool with just being absorbed into Volibear, for example, right? You're going to get those stats, and you have to hit right away. You got to start stacking that Volibear immediately. And there's a point with Volibear where you just attack so fast, it's hard to break through. However, there just wasn't enough sustain this time around. That's why you have your secondary carry, Anivia, potentially chewing through HP little by little, so the Volibear can be enabled a little bit more as well. So I think if we actually put a little bit more power and a little bit more credit into the Anivia on what it can do for that bear, I think you'll find some success. But we also saw it lost a lot. It didn't win. It didn't win.
Top 4 though.
Yeah, it top forward, it didn't win. I think more so the egg got us, trolled us a little bit more than had anticipated. Not getting any money and getting 3 items with no real best in slot possibilities on that was a little hard. But yeah, you got to see it a little bit in action. Usually you see Volibear and Shimmer Scale comps now, but we got to see the Legend comp there.
Yeah, it's especially cool because if you eat a unit that's a Cavalier, you absorb all of those Cavalier spats, making just this frontline Volibear monster just so tanky and awesome. And Riley, with the triple prismatics, I mean, everyone, we saw peak boards, and we saw boards that didn't have time to peak, because that's just how much pressure a triple prismatic lobby can get. Which augment would you say had the most impact on the board? Because you guys pointed out the Living Forges, which is a long game. We had a lot of crowns, binary airdrops, even Assassin Olaf with 3 spats on that board. Was there one board that really peaked because of the triple prismatic in your mind?
Okay, of course I'm going to talk about Solus, because that's all I can talk about with prismatic augments apparently, but specifically his second augment, he got Cybernetic Uplink 3, and the cyber augments have been strong the whole set. Any of them, there's so much power in, even when you spread out components, the amount of stats it gives units is very, very high, and Uplink allowed Solus's board, specifically because it was so beefy, allowed it to cast so often and utilize. It was very efficient in the augment to board synergy. All the extra mana from uplink and combined with the extra health, buying time for more casts to go off, just allowed Solus to stay so healthy, to maintain so much board strength late game. Once we get to 9 Jade makes that board pretty beefy, so more casts. Uplink has been very good, especially for a lot of the set, because mana generation is so valued right now that augment specifically for Solus, even in 3 prismatic augments where of course Solus is gonna high roll, that one specifically was, I think, the most impactful that game.
And Boop, there were a ton of crowns, some on the first places, but in terms of augments, talking about the crowns, I know you got a nice one. I was checking in with the boys, Bryce and Frodan, about the Revel crown specifically from Within landed him in 6th place. And, you know, the boys were saying, Revel crown, send it Deja. And I thought that this was going to be an amazing composition. You guys already brought up of how all the auto attacks were proccing that Revel. Ended up in 6th place compared to a 3rd place Deja from Noster with the Triforce, Hodge, and Rageblade. So why do you think Within's Revel vertical composition didn't land where he was hoping to?
I know, it definitely seemed like Tristana was almost a better pick at the beginning, right? Because of the guaranteed kind of ultimates. And in the early game, Tristana, I'm convinced, is actually really good at holding that Revel spat. Got us to the point where we could get to Deja, but then we never got Deja 2. So everything was kind of just below the Deja 2 that Noster had, right? Our base attack damage is going to be worse. Our base, AP is going to be worse. So at that point, the damage is almost coming from Revel, right? And that's what's pushing us to potentially do a little bit better. If that was a Deja 2, I think we probably see maybe 2 Dejas in the top 4, but I mean, that just goes to show, like, when your Dragons is contested, there's a huge difference in that late game potential if someone's already locked in that tier 2 Dragon.
And Riley, when I know we're talking about Spencer, and you guys are so excited about the egg, the 11-turn egg as the 3rd augment. Was that risky at all to go for a golden egg as the 3rd augment? Or are you just so overconfident that you gotta send it egg because whoever gets a prismatic egg?
Okay, first, you gotta always send it egg. You gotta always have content. Anyone who does not take egg, who passes up egg, is bedge, and they can go next. But the reality, though, is that egg is risky. You are down a prismatic augment for potentially 2 stages. That is a long time to be down a prismatic augment when the rest of the lobby is getting so much power from theirs. So it's always going to be super risky. Spencer's spot was probably the minimal... pretty much a minimal amount of risk because he was so healthy, because his board was pretty solid. Even the Volibear 3 was saving a good chunk of HP, allowed that egg to hatch in the first place. So it's risky, always. But Spencer's spot was pretty much the least risky it could get. But it still wasn't quite enough, even in a triple prismatic lobby. When you have so much crazy high roll going on, the impact of that egg hatching actually gets minimized, and that's what you saw.
That's a really good point.
When Spencer got a 3rd out of that, rather than that egg instantly catapulting him to a 1st.
It's a really good point.
Boop, I like how you're just like, I agree.
Yep, I have nothing
Next.
to add. Yep, it's a really good point. It's true. I didn't even think about Prismatic just inherently taking the value of egg away, because I kind of like briefly accidentally touched on that when being like, oh, Living Forge gives you the same amount, right? And you're like guaranteed those items, at least 2 of those, right? So it's less risk, same, Prismatic augment, but a little bit more late game potential if you don't get the items that we got, right? We got some really good tank items, which are great at the beginning of the game, but at the end of the day, what we saw there was we got to see a little bit more Deja than usual, right? We got to see the Revel Deja, which actually had like an over 60% top 4 percentage throughout the rest of this tournament. So that was probably one of the most weak Dejas that we've seen so far with that Revel spat. So I would like to see it again. Definitely don't say goodbye to it, just like how we saw Showtime's Shimmer Scale comp not really do that great, but it's still really good, right? I hope it hasn't scared people off of it.
Oh, no one's scared of that, except if you have to put Showtime's name backwards, like I figured out halfway through that lobby. I was like, who?
Who's Emmett?
Who's Emmett Rose?
Who's Emmett? Who's?
That's not what I was gonna say. I'm so glad you guys are saying the names first. Anyway, let's look at the scoreboards of how everyone is doing so far. Da, 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 da. Some people are doing well, some people are not. Dish Soap at the top of Lobby A. Soulless, we just saw, took first place with the Shio you carry.
Rainplosion.
Saber first, and Rainplosion Lobby D winners. Riley, how excited are you?
My girl Rainplosion, she's just on a roll. Like, come on. First day of competition ever. Now, you've gotten another first. What are her scores? 1, 2, 5, 1. That's a hell of an opening into this competitive scene.
Truly goated.
And we're living Moss again.
Oh my.
Slide 2. Boop. We got Pocky first, Phoenix and F. First. I know you told me that was a meme, so
I liked
you could
it.
be trolling
I liked
me.
it. I liked it.
I could just be yelling. And then Robin and Classy Cola. So, any surprises for you here?
Yeah, age is just a number. Is what I'm seeing here. As well as, let's go ahead and look at Lobby E real quick, because we got to see a little bit of Lobby E, and Setsuko once again finishing in the bottom 2, and Pokigam switching up, and Malala actually has been the most surprising player, I think, in that particular group. Malala, I do believe, is in the top 24 right now. Pokigam with an 8th, coming back with the 1st. That's just generally pretty difficult to do, so mad props. Looking over at Lobby G and H, Emily and Asa both are going to be, shooting for, I think, on the mid-table at this point in time, and now we've got to really start striking, right? This is where 1st or 8th really starts coming into play. For people who are on the bottom side of the leaderboard, you just got to take the win at this point. You got to put it all on the table. The last thing you want to do is get eliminated when you feel like you could have done more.
And Setsuko coming off of first place in Game 3 to a womp womp in Game 4. It happens, though. That's how TFT it is. Sometimes you're first, sometimes you're 8th. Overall scores of how the points are shifting up. Remember, only 32 players move on to tomorrow out of the 64. And speaking of the Setsuko, he's at 50. And there's only 32 moving up. See at who has a head start. Phoenix, ton of points. We're gonna be yelling their name at the end of this. Dish Soap, Soulless, Rainplosion, DQA, all tied for 27 points. Riley, is this kind of what your predictions or your rankings, is this aligning with what you thought was gonna go down today?
Well, there's a lot of players, so of course you're going to see a lot of the top players be all over the place, but a couple in particular that I was really looking out for that would be up here: Milk, Socks, and Pokigam. Milk is the best tournament player North America has ever produced. Him being in top 8, no surprise. Socks, after not having a good set 6, I'm just going to be frank, he's been working his butt off this set. He's back in peak form. He's in top 8 as well. Pokigam, actually the same boat. He more or less took set 6 off, but is back enjoying the game. A super strong tournament performer who is back with a vengeance, and he's looking strong as well. Some top players that maybe not everyone had in super high in the rankings that I'm just gonna say I personally had them up here, and seeing them do well is kind of validating my ego a little bit.
Clear is validating too to me that I can just master one composition and have some flexibility but still do well in a tournament setting.
I don't understand how people do that. If I'm just going to be real with everyone real quick, right? I literally cannot order like the same thing as someone else at a restaurant. I will not play a character 2 times in a row, right? Like, I have so much respect with people who can 20 out of 20. One of my, casting partners, Crowan, can 20 out of 20 literally every game he ever plays, right? And I just don't get it. So, like, seriously, mad props to have the patience and be able to perfect something like that. That is just so anti how my brain works.
Hey, Boop. Hey, Boop.
Yeah.
Talon one trick?
Yeah, and like
That's
Riley
right.
is literally a one trick.
Right.
First it was AP, now it's Talon. So I'm
Right,
saving
that's
all
true.
our assassin questions for Riley, and we could have had a whole podcast about Assassin Olaf. So, but I'll keep Riley in their seat. But we will keep you guys at home in your seats, and make sure you go to fantasytft.com. Hey, open up that app. Hey, can you you pick, first or eighth? Well, I'll give you a little legend. Not me, but whoever owns the app. So make sure, if you don't want to hear from me, check out this video on how you can get that done. Hey friends, guess who's back? The boys are back. Dan and Bryce here to break down our previous games real quick before we jump into Game 5 in Lobby F. But Bryce, we had a wild ride, as we usually do in Dragonlands, but a triple prismatic augment game. Do you see this? Are you stressed? Are you feeling challenged? How should players approach a triple prismatic augment game?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, one step at a time, because you don't know it's going to be triple prismatic until the very end, right? But it's tough. It's really hard. First of all, it's high RNG because some of the disparity in the prismatic augments can be very wide, and so feeling like you're getting prismatics that work for you, they can have an unbelievably large board impact, or that board impact can feel relatively small. And making sure you understand that just the normal board is never going to cut it in a triple prismatic lobby. People are always going to omega cap. It's going to be so crazy what happens. And so in some ways you have to think bigger when you're in a prismatic lobby, because you need to recognize that playing into a top 4, playing into a top 1 is just a totally different animal than it is in kind of an average lobby in terms of the augment strength.
I know, and that was tough to watch. Everyone just like died at once. And Dan, real quick, we got 2 more games remaining. What kind of style would you come in as a player when you only have 2 shots left to make it into the top 32?
I think just playing a lot more stable and taking less risk. We saw some people do some wacky stuff with mages or revel crowns in some tight spots in the previous round. I think some people might be getting a little too creative and passing up some really easy comps. So we'll see what ends up happening in these last 2 rounds.
Hey, sometimes it's just easy to send it Varys 3 and not have to fight over the 7 other people going Siphon, flavors of Siphon. Our game is ready. Game 5 with Lobby F, with Bryce, with Dan. Take it away.
All right, here we go. It is Game 5. It is the beginning of the end here of Day 3 of the Astral Cup. Welcome to Lobby F. We're going to hop on board with Milk, who previously, when we were casting, was able to make a pretty impressive 1 HP comeback. But the reason why we have Milk in his perspective is because, you know, he's one of the people who's in the points lead. But for other people in this lobby, you're on that bubble. You're looking at Bertosaurus, you're looking at Goosh, you're looking at Asa. These are players who are right there at that 19-20 point mark, which puts them right at that cutoff for tomorrow. They need to make sure that they're putting on solid performances. It's not really enough to just go like a 5th or 6th. You kind of want to make sure you're top 4 so you can get to day number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the points being, the point format being 1 through 8, you don't have those jumps from getting into top 4 and getting into the top 1. So there's less of a comeback mechanic here. You can't like score like the additional points for these thresholds. And so it's really just about playing best you can. Whoa, Milk with the full 6 gold drop. Not bad. So anyway, everyone should have a different strategy in this lobby based on where they sit in the tournament. Milk, for example, can play very solid. One comp that is very solid, makes use of multiple bows, Astral online on 1/4. Do you just full send for Nidalee here?
You know, I'm thinking about it. I think that, you know, Rage Blade is pretty much the mandatory item on Nidalee, and then a lot of the things are quite flexible. I think people believe Quicksilver is also her 2nd best item, and that 3rd damage amplification could be a bunch of different things, like Giant Slayer, Even there's some wide belief that Nidalee can also use rapid fire cannon perfectly fine. Like you can totally play RFC Nidalee and then play for Quicksilver off the carousel. So I'm curious to see what Milk will end up doing. Chooses weak spot, a fourth Nidalee. At this point, I am extremely tempted to go for it. Can Milk even make 10 gold here? He can if he sells everything but a Nidalee and one extra Astral, I believe. And I think this is a really interesting test of where Milk lies on the greed spectrum of this, because he watches a lot of China, and China would absolutely sell the 10. They wouldn't greed the extra Astral Shop reroll. They said, I'll find another Astral later on. But what will Milk do? That's what I'm very curious about.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's preparing to sell. I think he's just going to hold on. It also gives him the opportunity to not necessarily commit Nidalee. If he hits some of these upgrades, he might opt to a level, maybe he randomly wins around here with this upgrade Nidalee if he plays it 1 week. Maybe he opts into a level 1 2-2 and play a tempo style as opposed to hard committing to the Nidalee. I don't know what's more optimal. I mean, in general, it feels like getting the Astral in play when you're playing Nidalee early isn't that impactful because you're rolling infinite on 3-1 anyway. So, like, yeah, you're getting slightly fewer Astral shots, but just so consistent in terms of hitting. Meanwhile, going against Goose, who has the Shimmer Scale emblem early. We haven't got to talk about Shimmer Scale a lot today. It is considered one of the strongest lines in China, the region that is notoriously ahead of the meta, and thoroughly underplayed in North America, so I'm excited to see how Goose will pilot this line.
Yeah, it doesn't have a second Shimmer Scale champion in Aatrox or Volibear early. Those are the only ones that you can get. So we'll see if Goose can pick it up later on. And as we find out what the items are, how Goose will play around it. Let's hop on board with another player who's had some pretty high highs so far. Taco Bell Wi-Fi. Not only am I now hungry, but I'm also very curious to see what he's going to do with his early item carry. He put a sword, for example, onto a set 2. Set is actually quite an underrated item holder. I think ever since Set reroll has been nerfed and a fall from grace, I feel like people forgot about what this unit can do. He actually is quite versatile in holding a bunch of AD items, attack speed items, tank items, utility items, and also very easy to 2-star, and also has some really good tags like Dragonmancer Ragewing, we can do very well in the early game.
Yeah, because of the double tags, it can bridge to a lot of interesting trees. I think of him as an okay unit with really good tags, not necessarily an outstanding unit. Item carries very well in Stage 2, but then falls off a cliff after that and gets thoroughly out-damaged by Burtosaurus with the Rage Blade onto the Senna early. He's holding extra Sennas. I've never seen Senna reroll actually work out, but maybe he goes there. It's also worth noting we're the League of Weak Spots right now. I mean, we've seen 3 boards, all of which have taken weak spot. I guess we saw Goose with the Shimmer Scale Heart, but a lot of early weak spot here, Dan.
Yeah, and it really puts into question, what does that mean for the lobby? It means that healing is just going to be a lot harder to come across in an effective way, because all the main function of weak spot right now is actually the anti-heal. I think a lot of people look at the armor reduction, or the ignoring rather, and feeling like that's a huge impact. It's definitely helpful, especially if you play AD-based comp. But the anti-heal makes it so that you don't have to prioritize Sunfire Cape, and instead you can prioritize other defensive items that might scale just as well, if not better, with your composition.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Taco Bell, not win streaking after that loss to Burtosaurus, going up against Milk's board. Milk is level 4, 5 Nidalees already, and seems like he might be actually winning this fight. He is too strong for Taco Bell, who just has that upgraded set and just isn't getting enough work done here. So Taco's going to take a couple losses, not an awful spot, making 10 here, and Milk goes, I assume, loss, win, maybe loss, win, actually. I don't remember exactly how much damage Milk took on the first round. Taking a look at the augments, yeah, we do have 4 weak spot players in this lobby. 1 Ludens, 1 Shimmer Scale Heart, and Double Trouble, and then Asa with the Pandora's items.
Interesting. I want to see what Ace is going to be angling for, because I think Pandora's items is actually quite strong right now. Assuming you do get the components. Sometimes, every now and then, TFT, you get like 1 item drop in the beginning of the game. Pandora's is probably really weak, but I don't assume Asa would choose that if that's what ended up happening. Let's hop on board. Or rather, let's come back to Burtosaurus, a player who is Definitely a player under the radar. I think a lot of people look at Bertosaurus. They've seen his name on the leaderboards going back to set 4 when he was also rank 1, and now even able to hit rank 1 this set. A lot of people, Bryce, talk about how Bert just has this natural feel for the game and that he's really good, and yet it feels like he's still under the radar. So what is it about Bert's playstyle that you feel like makes him stand out above others?
I've always loved players in TFT who kind of beat to their own drum, and Bert is one of those players. There's a huge kind of hive mind in professional team fight tactics in North America where people, someone has an opinion, they share that opinion with someone else, and then that person basically takes it as gospel and it just spreads around. And Bert has never been one of those players. He's someone that pays a lot of attention to his games, thinks very deeply about his options each and every moment, and is not afraid to take lines that are very different from what other people would do under the circumstances. In this situation, choosing to sell the Senna 2 to play the Varus 1 probably gets a little bit weaker, but he scouts around, he decides he's in good enough shape to do this. He's got a Varus pair that allows him to make gold. He still has Astral, he has Astrals in, he's got 4 Bruiser. This is an outstanding opening to play Varus. Even if he loses this round, he's still in great position.
Yeah, the only thing about it is that I think Hand of Justice isn't that great onto Varus in particular. The healing's not super important, and you kind of want to have a lot of damage amplification, but it is a playable item on him for sure. And also, in this case, you can see Bert cares a lot more about tempo more than anything else. Going up against Milk, who has 6 Nidalees. If there's any doubt whether or not Milk is going for Nidalee 3, it is completely locked out of the mind any other possibility. And he's really healthy, that 84, right? We've seen other people collect Nidalees. They've had 3 Nidalees, and they're at 68 HP. Milk is not going to be in that spot. He is going to kill at least one of these units. Doesn't enable to get 2, but that's totally fine. As Milk is more importantly going to be able to hit that Nidalee 3 with ease the moment he starts rolling.
Yeah, Milk wasn't able to 5 loss here. We see the win, that one win, which is going to disrupt his economy meaningfully, right? He would have like an extra 10 gold if he had lost that round by the time we're done with Krugs. With that said, he doesn't need all that much gold because he just has naturaled so many Nidalees. Coming to this spot with 6 Nidalees is ridiculous. And we also know that he's had Astral online since the very beginning, so I assume that part of this is he's already had 1 Astral shop. We could easily see Milk roll just to 1 more Astral shop here, get the Nidalee 3, and he'll just be crazy ahead on tempo. If he can get a Rod here for Rage Blade, maybe a Sword for Giant Slayer, he's in business.
Doesn't get items first two drops. Picks up a cloak. I wonder if he wants to do anything immediately with these items. We'll see. Looks like he's going to roll and probably hit it with ease. Oh, doesn't get any Nidalees. Ironically enough, seems to be picking up more in the non-Astral shops. But he could probably just roll as far as he can, that he needs to get it right now if he'd like to.
Yeah, hopefully only takes him 1 more. We'd really like to stop rolling here. Okay, cool. We've got the Gnar 2, we've got an Alawi pair, we've got the Nidalee 3. I would describe this as on curve for Milk. Believe it or not, hitting your 3-star Nidalee with 10 gold left is not exactly great. Most reroll comps would love to be in this situation, but because of the power of the Astral trait, he's a little bit behind. He chooses to slam a Rage Blade, very interesting, or sorry, a Runin's Hurricane, which means probably opting to not have a Rage Blade this game. Do you agree with that decision?
I think it's okay, and he still can play for Rage Blade. I think the most important thing about Nidalee is that you have items on her. It's kind of the same concept as when people played set reroll. A lot of people who played set reroll at the beginning didn't understand that the most important thing was hitting set early and having 3 items. And a lot of people greeted for like the best in slot, like the best is like what we call it, best in slot. That's not as important as tempo with the Nidalee and making sure you capitalize on stage 3 where no one else is rolling. As we take a look at the augment choices, we're hopping on board with Team Liquid's Goose, who has the Shimmer Scale up, chooses Cybernetic Shell, and if he chooses to lean into Shimmer Scale, it has some great synergies because you'll be naturally picking up a lot of items. Oh my goodness, the Shimmer Scale item of choice for first is Draven's Axe, which upon 100 stacks, aka 100 auto attacks, you'll get gold and an item component, which is just so strong when you have swift shots being safe in the back, and he has full tank items in the front. This is an excellent position for Goose.
Yeah, it's really, really good position for Goose. This is the single strongest item to get first out of Shimmer Scale, regardless of whether you've committed to the Shimmer Scale line, because the ability to print items from this is just so, so powerful for scaling into the late game. Goose has 2 generically powerful tank items slammed. He's an excellent spot. Going up against Parvel, who has that early itis, also going to be farming some items with the Draven's Axe. This lobby is going to get very challenging from a power level perspective for the players who are not high rolling.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it's also about backline axes, right? So even though Goose may lose, a fight here or two, the fact is he's going to be very rich, and he's not even losing by very much. Parvel also has it, but on a karma, and because it's just a Jade statue, the rat gets away. Look at all these free autos he gets as well. 4 extra charges. It could not have gotten better for Goose in that exchange.
Yeah, that was exactly what Goose wanted. And he makes a King 2 here, so potentially in a position to start winning. Are you surprised at all to see the Twitch holding the Draven's Axe as opposed to the Ezreal? Is the idea that the Ezreal is going to be casting more and so spends less time auto-attacking?
I think that is fair. At the very least, I would like Goose to think about taking it off by putting the Twitch on the bench and back. Shimmer Scale has the interaction where you remove any champion or you just remove the synergy, the item pops off. That gives some optionality, because if there was a unit that would target this Twitch, that Twitch is also vulnerable to die because of splash damage or backline access. It's not even about that Twitch is a bad holder. It's about how much HP Ezreal 2 has versus a 1-star Twitch is what I'm worried about, Bryce.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, in this situation, it's been basically identical for the entirety of the fight, going up against Burt, who has not yet got through the Aatrox. Okay, Aatrox is down, and now it's the carries versus the carries. This Varus is ramping up its Rage Blade, but not fast enough. Goose gets another fight win. Goose is in the type of position that you want to be when playing Shimmer Scale. He's built a board that's strong enough to kill units. He's won a couple of fights. He's level 6, 50 gold already. He's already farmed an item. Everything looking like it's heading Goose's way for this game. He is in position A to be able to win this lobby.
Yeah, this is how you Shimmer Scale for sure. So we take a look at the rest of the lobby. See a couple of really powerful augments also picked up. Asa has Stand United, but 2 silvers means that it's a relatively lower power level. Kranos, by the way, has that Double Trouble, that very powerful augment, and I'm curious what Kranos is going to be playing as we check in on Asa. Asa has, he doesn't have the Guardian Dragon of choice, but he has a Guardian emblem on a dragon. Asa is a very vocal supporter of the Church of Itis. He just loves playing Itis in every single composition he possibly can. Also a big Corki fan. He doesn't have the Itis, but he has a Siphon with a Guardian Emblem, and you know what? That still works at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Asa, the only player in this field that is probably looking at an early Siphon and isn't, jumping out of his chair with excitement. Asa hates this unit. His stats when playing at Siphon are really, really poor, despite the fact that Siphon is objectively really strong, as we've seen time and time again throughout this tournament. But hey, it is a good holder of the Guardian spat. Clearly, he wants to play Corki from this position. He's got the early Nomsy rolling. He slammed some Corki items. He's got the Guardian spat as well, which is really huge because Guardian is such an important aspect for Itis in the late game to get that big, big shield. So everything is aligned fairly well, but he's only 48 HP, 40 gold on level 6, so he's behind the economic curve, he's behind the HP curve. It's looking a little bit dicey for Asa in this game. He needs to hit hard on his 4-1 roll down.
Now it's tough. Goose found Xayah and was putting not just the Draven's Axe, but also Zeke's on Xayah. A little bit, questionable in terms of whether or not he wants to carry Xayah. Probably not. Goose is, a very notorious tempo player and loves Zeke. I think it's one of his favorite items of the game. So we'll see how that ends up transpiring, rather playing out as we take a look at Ace's final opponent on stage 3. Really wants to get this win so he can hold on to this Heimerdinger pair. Going up against Kranos, who has Double Trouble and 2 Shio U's. I read about this build on the competitive TFT subreddit, Bryce. Apparently this is the strongest version of Double Trouble, which is playing 2 Shio U's and playing 2 Nikos. Apparently it has a average placement of 1.0 over a whopping sample size of 2 games at Challenger.
Woo! Baby, 2 games, take it to the bank. This guy is guaranteed a first from this position. The 1.0 average does not lie. Meanwhile, moving over to, we calling him Nuge TV or Nuge? I'm not entirely sure, but whatever we're calling him, he has 2 itises already. Also has been printing some items with this early Draven's Axe. Would love to get another itis for itis 2. Needs a Corki as well. These early trainer boards have invested in the Nomsy, so hopefully that's going to pay dividends for them down the road because they are very low on HP.
Yes. Now that being said, if they can find Corki, that's going to be really nice based off the current setup with the itis pair. I am surprised we're not rolling here. I feel like we're in a pretty precarious situation where you need to protect our HP. And if we fast 8, we're going to lose a lot of the advantage of what the Draven's Axe does, which scales off of how much gold you have on your bank. The more gold you have, the more attack damage you have, which makes the Infinity Edge stronger. Pretty greedy. I'm not going to lie. This is very, very greedy. Maybe I would also consider slamming a Thief's Glove just to have any kind of semblance of tempo. Let's see if this pays off for them, because this is quite a bold call.
Yeah, this is a very bold call. I am not sure it's going to be able to get the job done, but they do have upgraded backline. They're not likely to hit another copy of Itis here if they're rolling for one specific dragon. You know, is Corki 1 significantly better than Tristana 2 from the spot? I'm not sure. So it's a gamble. We'll find out if it pays off for them. They are able to get through the opponent's Itis, and it looks like this is going to be a fight win while greeting. Very fortunate matchmaking RNG. If you're fast aiding, you want to go up against someone else who is also fast aiding, which Parvo is doing. It means neither of you have gotten significantly stronger on your board. It's a good time to get that matchup.
Yes, and that also could have been a factor, too, for what Nuge was doing. If Nuge scouted other people and say, hey, no one else is rolling, I look stronger than them, my opponent's carrying Karma Draven's Axe, yeah, I feel like I can take this risk. So, again, TFT is not just a binary correct, incorrect. It's usually shades of gray of how strong your play is. You can always grade someone's play, you know, whether it's an A+ or a scale of 1 to 10. I think that risk was worth it if Nuge had players like that in their pool. So I think that was really good. The question is, can we have 2 more fights like that? We'll see. Cybernetic Shell has been implemented. We spread out our gloves to make sure that we can get as much HP and armor as possible, and just have to win one more of these 2 fights. If we can go 2 out of 3 between these next 2 fights, I think that was a risk worth taking. If we take 2 bad losses, though, it could be a risk that was not worth it in the slightest.
Yeah, and going up against Bertosaurus, and it's a good time to be facing Bertosaurus. Bertosaurus has actually rolled a bunch of gold, was not able to hit the Varus 3, 1 off of the Varus 3, doesn't have a Lowy 3 either, so Bertosaurus, who's been, you know, really healthy throughout the game, is essentially at a power trough right now. This is the weakest Bert's board has been relative to his opponents in some time, so even if Nuge is not able to get a win here, if they're able to kill enough units, oh god, the Siphon and the Lowy are surviving with essentially 0 HP! Not ideal.
Not ideal in the slightest. The dragons are worth 2 units. So it's like he lost by that unit's +1. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, so we're on the double trouble board. I was looking, I was like, why are we playing 2 Nico 1s?
But no Shio Yu, which I thought they had earlier.
They did. They had 2 copies of Shio Yu. And they sold it for 1 copy of Siphon. I think there's only 1 player that has double trouble, Bryce. Unless we are mistaken, we'll stand corrected if that's the case. Either way, the only double trouble value is the Nars, and that feels like you're not really capitalizing on the augment that much, but we'll see if it's enough to at least withstand this 4-3 fight, as Kranos is now going against Parvo, who does have that Corki too, that fast 8 roll down, able to find a very strong carry. Seeing how much damage he'll end up taking, because he just does not have the ability to take down this backline. I love the Jade positioning, by the way, kind of using it as old Azir Sandguard soldiers, if you remember from the previous sets. Oh, wait, hold on a second. This Elise made it close for a little bit, so nice job playing janitor role there for Kranos' Elise.
Yeah, never count Elise out of fights until it's over. I'm excited to see this Corki Jade board perform. It is a composition that is very popular in China that we basically never see on the North American ladder, but it really functions very similarly to Itis Corki. You play around the extra tankiness and healing from the Jade. You take advantage of the fact that Shio Yu is very strong right now, as is Nico, so you build a 6 Jade board and you play an extra Cannoneer and you play Sona as well, and so it's a very different iteration combination of Corki carry, but very viable as we look at these augment selections. Hopping back on board Nuge, and here we go. 46 gold, has to spike hard. The Corkis are already gone, or at least 3 of them are. Itis also an incredibly contested unit, so is this gamble ultimately going to pay off? So far, it's not looking good.
We do have a Tactician's Crown we can make, so that's nice. That was the whole purpose of why we bolted over towards that part. The Carousel finds an Itis too. Now we need another unit to put in that's high quality. We don't. We need to sell these units that we actually get Draven's Axe value. And this component that could potentially drop over the next 2 rounds may be a saving grace here for our hero, because we really need the ability to scale this composition. And Tristana 2 is about to fall off. Still pretty competitive. The Siphon somehow a heat-seeking missile for the corner carry. But it goes to show you that Tristana 2 with items can still do a lot. At least, again, trying to be a hero here for Kratos. Not able to get it done the same way as we approach the final fight. The lobby HP complexion is also very polarized from Asa and below. 30, 29, 22. And then you have a 20 HP jump to 50, where it just feels like a mountain to climb for the people on the bottom to try to get back into that top 4.
Yeah, and this Corki line is so contested. We know Asa was on it. We know Nuge's on it. We already saw Parvel playing the Corki with the Jade composition. We've seen a bunch of Itis players because obviously we have Goose on that Shimmer Scale line. So there's a lot of units that players in the lobby are overlapping as we look at Asa, who's green-lighted himself to go to level 8, also carrying a Tristana 2, taking advantage of the Draven's Axe. Only the Itis 1 in the front line. There is Talon access onto this Tristana, but the Last Whisper is shredding through the enemy Itis, so it's actually able to take care of it. Itis 1 is taking almost as long as Itis 2, but it's finally down, and usually when your Itis dies, when you're playing these boards, the rest of your board is soon to follow. His Itis is down. Asa takes big damage, down to 16.
And his Draven's Axe also at 98, which is just so painful. You wish you had that information going to the Treasure Dragon. And here we go. Wow, not a bad option just right off the bat. You get another Zeke's. You get some pretty good defensive items. The only thing that's kind of sketchy is we don't have a third completed item for Corki, or in this case, Tristana. We'll see if maybe Reforge or something else ends up being the case here as we take a look at Asa, who did find that Corki, finds another Corki. I mean, if we triple up right here, I can see a way for Asa to climb back in the top 4, but this is going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, he also gets a remover here, which means he doesn't need to re-find this Tristana, which is a big deal. There's an Itis in his shop, and he literally can't afford it. If he sells Vladimir and Zoe, he's going to be 1 gold short, and that is just a tough spot to be in. He's thinking about playing the Zoe. Okay, so he sells something on his board in order to get here. I assume we're going to move these items off of Tristana, but maybe not. Maybe he thinks Tristana 1 is stronger.
Yeah, I like it.
He re-rolls all these items, by the way.
Yeah, which I don't know if that's exactly what he intended to do. A lot of them were pretty good, like the belt and the sword. Instead, we're with a tear and a rod. This is a little bit part of the weakness of Asa as a player. I do think that sometimes he struggles with making decisions quickly. And he's kind of a self-admitted boomer at times, being a little bit slow on the gun. And this is one of those situations where I'm having a hard time finding an out that doesn't get Asa beyond 8th place here. I think it's almost a foregone conclusion. He does not have his items committed. He's going to have to roll it again. Immediately finds the Draven's Axe. Gets some components. Can he slam something to make it useful, perhaps?
Yeah.
Otherwise, he might die right here.
Yeah, he might die right here. 16 is very possible. The Dragon is going to count for 2 units. The Nico is still alive. Wow. He's saving those items for the next game. It's fine.
That's not how it works that's not how any of this works. Asa's in 8th place. Is an 8th. Check in on Goose, who did find that 2-star Zaya having a Zeke's and a Rage Blade. So, does have some damage, but the most important thing is that he has items all around. He also has a 3-item Talon, can pop out that Goldmancer anytime he chooses if he finds a better one to put on. And this is a pretty interesting middle commitment of Shimmer Scale. You're not going 7, but instead you're playing 5 and trying to use a traditional Zaya guild combination with that town to clean up in the backline.
Yeah, and he has multiple threats like you were talking about, which makes this board much more well-rounded. My big question is if this Itis 1 is going to be able to hold up to the enemy damage dealers, and it is not. His Itis just dies too quickly. The Nidalee is just putting out tons of DPS, especially with that Giant Slayer and the Itis over the threshold, plus a little bit of chip damage from the Xiaoyu, and Goose takes a big loss there. Kranos, meanwhile, we were watching him try to find his way through a double trouble board, playing some Elise, takes a 7th place. Tough game for him, never able to really get it going. Back on board here, we have Nuge, who is holding it together with duct tape. He is also struggling to find these units. The Corki line has been so contested, it feels like everyone has kind of medium hit. They've gotten some part of it online, but they're really struggling to put the whole package together, pun intended.
Well, it does hit Corki too, so that is nice as we take a look back at Goose and see if he can stabilize more now that he has that Itis 2 with 3 items, going up against the freshly minted 2-star Corki with kind of an interesting amalgamation of items. Those Sono Thieves commands also might come into handy here. How long can these Itis hold on both sides? Can these 80 kills with Xayah and Corki find a way to scale the composition? And it looks like Goose's front line is going to crack. There's just too many units living. This is big damage coming Goose's way, and I am so shocked at how impotent this Xayah feels. It feels like she tickled that Itis to death.
Yeah, just no shred on this Xayah, no Giant Slayer on this Xayah, and it's just so hard to get through. This is why Itis is considered the strongest tank in the game. It has shielding, healing in its kit, it has insane base defensive stats, and it's just so hard to get through this unit. You really want to go around it more than you want to go through it, and it's just not enough damage on this. You know, it's got raw AD, it's got ramping in the attack speed, but that's it, and they're just not able to make the magic happen. Goose is in a tough spot here because the balancing act of Shimmer Scale is if he rolls a bunch of gold here, his Xayah is going to be even weaker, and it's his primary source of damage, right? He's got a Thieves' Gloves on Yasuo, which is not going to put in that much work from a damage perspective, and in this Talon, Runan's Hurricane and Bloodthirster, it's very kind of utility, like defensive-oriented. It's not actually adding that much damage to these fights, so clearly Goose has a damage problem.
Oh, and he kind of whiffed on this Shroud too. He wanted to be on the opposite side. Doesn't he have Guardian either? I just noticed it. He's playing a Yasuo 1 to try to get a little bit more damage instead of the Guardian defensiveness for Itis, which is actually kind of a big deal. Does have some AD to shred through some of his units, but I don't think he can get the rest done, and he's just going to lose to a much more straight-up version of it. Oh no! Disaster for Team Liquid's Goose. As he does go out in 6th place. Bertosaurus, a player that's trying to desperately hold on for top 4. It is a slightly suboptimal version of Varus. We kind of covered this before. It does feel like when you play this variation of Varus, you need to have either really good augments or you need to have really good items, and it feels like he has okay versions of both right now, Bryce.
Yeah, okay version is the right way of putting it. None of this is awful, but Spark isn't doing that much work in this composition because it's not doing very much in the way of magic damage. He's got double healing items on Siphon, which is okay, not great, and a Zephyr on his as final item. He does land that Zephyr, though, going up against this tank in the front line, which is a really, really big deal. It means that Nico is not going to get off that early CC. Here comes Siphon CCing through the rest of the fight, and the Varus is slowly but surely ramping up. His front line is still alive, but Nidalee is going to take care of that relatively soon. Nidalee jumps to the other side. That's a big deal. It means the damage is gone, and Bertosaurus, with that Nidalee choosing to go onto the Ezreal, is actually likely to swing this fight. Oh. Is the Anivia damage going to be enough? There comes the ulti. The Anivia damage comes through. Okay. It does not salvage the fight, but it does salvage his life for now.
Wow, and with the margins being as close as they are, Bert needs every point. Milk's got a little bit of extra cushion. I think he sits pretty close to the top 10 in points right now. I think coming at number 6 at 26 points. He doesn't need it. Milk had an excellent start to the day, and honestly, this top 5 almost puts him in that guaranteed spot to advance to day 4. But for Bert fans, especially for those who have been watching him for multiple sets, he needs every point he can muster, and this second Ionic Spark is not it. They do not stack in a meaningful way outside of the zap damage. That's got to be devastating for Bertosaurus.
Yeah, Burt really needed a good item here for his Siphon. A good tank item for that Siphon, or maybe an extra source of damage would have made his composition a lot scarier, just not able to get it done. Joining Taco Bell Wi-Fi for the first time, it feels like all game, and this is the Omega capped version of Xayah. He has best in slot items onto the Xayah, the QSS to keep it safe, the Rage Blade, and the Giant Slayer for ramping damage to shred through the front line. He's got a Cavalier spat on this town, which makes it so much tankier. The Infinity Edge, adding damage. Frozen Heart, excellent utility. He's got good frontline items. He's got the whole board online, and he's level 9. This is Taco Bell's lobby to lose.
Yeah, at this point, I think Burt knows that it's very likely for him to lose this fight. He's hoping that Milk maybe takes more damage, but there's just no way that he can deal with a capped Xayah board like this without overwhelming presence, either through augments or just having that snowballing tempo. Being stuck at 7 eternally is not going to help. Burt takes a 5th. Oh, looks like Parvel almost ended Nuge's life there, or rather Milk did. Milk fighting for that spot once again, potentially making that comeback for top 2. But Milk is going to be playing Nuge. And let's see if that's enough to buy himself a ticket to the top 2, because I'm pretty sure Parvel's comp on paper, last time we checked, isn't strong enough to take down Taco Bell Wi-Fi. So whoever wins this next fight will earn themselves an additional 2 points.
Which is a big deal, and we know Nuge is playing around this Itis frontline, so I expect to see Milk try to see if he can get around it. He actually doesn't. I thought maybe he'd put a statue in the upper left and try to force his Shio Yu or his Nidalee around this Itis, but instead he's actually just going straight into it. Actually, the Shio Yu is able to just go around to the left. The Corky is going to stay safe, though, in the back, and this feels like an easy fight win for Nuge because his tank is going to stand up to the limited DPS of Milk, and this is just an absolute stomp. Milk is going to take a 4th here. This is way too much damage to pull out the 3rd.
Yeah, and Parvel able to get a 3rd place, so it looks like it's going to be a pretty run-of-the-mill win for the Xayah player. I have a very hard time imagining the Corky composition able to do anything from here.
Okay, one thing I will say about this version of the Corky composition is that it is the capped version. He has the 4-star Nomsy, which basically feels like a dragon on your board. It is so powerful. He's got the Bard 2 as well, which is going to provide a lot of disruption and theoretically damage shred on that Itis. And this Corky build with the Gunblade is going to keep the Itis safe for a really, really long time. So is this Xayah actually going to be able to take care of business and get through this Itis? Because if it can't get through the Itis and it's able to get the healing from the Gunblade, then maybe the front line from this Corky is able to stand up long enough.
Oh, well, I mean, we'll see. Right now, Itis is going to go down, but what is remaining? That Cavalier talent, very tanky. Corky aiming at the wrong targets. Another
Corky!
cast, and that should do it. There's no more damage remaining. 1 unit remaining here for Taco Bell is good enough, and that is going to be a win out. Taco Bell Wi-Fi is online and kicking, able to get a win in Game 5 in Lobby F here.
Yeah, easy win for Taco Bell Wi-Fi, 66 HP, plenty of opportunity to cap his board even higher. Joining Lobby A, we have a final showdown between Liquid's Kurum X, and within we have a best-in-slot Swain 3 going up against a very capped version of the Dragon board with a 2-star Aoshin, and here comes the rain. The Aoshin damage comes through. It's not able to take care of business against the Swain. We still have a Yasuo left alive as well, and this is going to be more damage onto within. The cast comes through, even through the CC. He is living for now, but this 10 win streak for Kurumex's board seems to suggest it is his lobby.
And if the tournament were to end right before this game, Kurumex would have missed out on day 4 by a single placement. He's at 33rd place. This first place is massive for the TFT Face North American champion. Let's see if he can close it out right here, right now.
That's Siphon 3.
An absolute menace. That's a Siphon 3. How are you able to do with it? He's going to put the Swain in the second row to try to catch it into the back line. Is this enough to take down the horde of dragons knocking at your door? The Dragon Mancer or the Dragon King? 3-star
Oh my god!
goes bye-bye. And that is no more damage to deal with this.
Wow, the Siphon instantly jumps on the Swain 3, and the thing about the Siphon into Swain matchup is that normally it is a heavy favorite for Swain, because even when Siphon jumps onto it, it's not enough. What are we going for here? We have Shroud, we have a Zephyr theoretically. Yeah, he's just going to deny the Zephyr. Yeah, he has to find a way to deal with it to get to land this Zephyr onto the Shio or onto the Siphon, because Siphon 3 can burst through this massive HP pool. He can also theoretically sack Jade value and just try to get the Swain all the way out of dodge, but he needs to keep the Swain alive at all costs. If Siphon kills the Swain early, he has no hope in this fight.
Yes, that's right. The other hope that he has is isolate that Siphon and let Yasuo 2 execute the remainder of Siphon's HP if he's a lone target remaining. But it has to be just Yasuo, and it has to be that third cast. Here we go. Can Kuramax make the impossible happen? He did not get it. That front line Siphon is good enough, but that Rampage should be charging away from the Swain. And we'll see what ramifications that has if Swain can clean up the rest of the units. Oh no! Just look at all that damage. Ocean 2 comes in. Kuramax gave it his best shot. But going to 7-5, we do see the unstoppable Dragon Horde by Within able to get a crucial victory. You saw the scores. 2 8th places, 2 1st places. That puts them right in the middle of the pack.
What a wild finish. The Siphon 3, the fully capped Dragon board. Swain 3 is a crazy powerful unit, but it is not more powerful than Siphon 3.
Even through the nerfs, through the fire and the flames, Swain does carry on. But I know we just saw the very end of that, so it was very hype. But let's focus also on Lobby F. We had Taco Bell Xayah first place with the perfected items. Draven Axe Corki in second. Then we had the Jades from Parvel in third, and Nidalee 3 from Milk, which pretty cool for a one cost to do that. Dan, specifically on Kranos, we were talking about the double trouble, and I saw you just get so excited, like, this is a first place. If he hits the Shio Nico double trouble, like, this is it. But they high rolled the first Shio and the first Nico, but really couldn't find the second, so there was like this awkward to mid to late game transition between needing that second unit. So what are some maybe good mid-game alternatives, or like, was that transition just awkward to you? What didn't work out with Kranos' board, essentially?
I think what Kranos didn't find was a meaningful power spike with the double trouble where he could stop rolling. I think that he was constantly in a situation where he needed to rotate out the Elises with the Nikos, with the Nars, couldn't really find that happy medium. And in reality, if you don't even have the itemization for the Shio, it can get very dicey, because in the end, the augment is just exactly what it is. It's an augment on top of what you're playing at the base core. If you don't have a good foundation, doesn't matter if you have the best augments in the world, if you're playing Shio 1 with no items, and 2 of them, it just doesn't feel like it's actually going to get a lot done. So I understand the logic that Kranos said, like, hey, I don't think I can go with this. But there's also another thing about TFT, which is you can technically pivot and transition to anything. It's just about a varying degree of cost. And to pivot away from what he was doing is so incredibly expensive and impractical that in some ways, maybe he was better off just staying in his current line and just saying, hey, this is all I can do, and maybe just commit to the Shio even if I don't have the best items.
I know, because that would have been, I think, our first lobby of Double Trouble Shio specifically, because we've had Double Trouble wins, just not with that unit, if I remember correctly. So it would have been cool if they pulled it off, because I know you would have been hyped, Dan. But Bryce, speaking of itemizations, you guys talked a lot and just criticizing in terms of just kind of mid items. You guys were like, it's okay, it's mid, it's okay. And I think that made a big difference at the very end. You guys criticized some Xayah and Varus players, but ultimately it was Taco Bell that really perfected his composition. So is this a matter of players maybe slamming items too early for that early value, making panic decisions, trying to keep up with the lobby pressure? Or is Taco Bell truly just goated and lucky? Because to be honest, I kind of want to go with that, because this will be his first 4th place today.
I mean, there's no way that it's just luck. I think that they have a very good beat on what is happening in the meta, when they need to roll, what items to play around, because if you're performing this consistently against the field, the chances that it's all variance is really, really low. And if they're this good on Taco Bell Wi-Fi, imagine if they had actual internet. We would be living even more moss. It would be crazy. But yeah, I want to go back and study these Taco Bell Wi-Fi VODs for sure. I am super curious about the way they're approaching the game, because they have been popping off today.
Yeah, I'm excited to check in on how the scores are tallying out because we did just finish game 5 out of 6, everyone, and there's only 32 players moving on to tomorrow. And then there's people like Taco Bell, where I know, like, I think it was Riley that was super excited for them because it was kind of like this lesser known name, and now they've had 4 first places. From the top of your heads, maybe Bryce or Dan, is there a player that you think could be in trouble or is in a good spot for tomorrow before we get the scores up, just from what you saw?
Yeah, so, Bert, for example, we talked about how he was just on the cusp. Right now, still staying on it, and I'm worried because I put him as one of the top 3 strongest players in the current field at the moment, and that would just be kind of a travesty. So I hope that he can really pick up the results. It doesn't seem like he's making too many, macro decisions that are incorrect, but the lobby complexion was not favorable for him, and he didn't hit that Varus 3. We talked about tempo and items, and it seemed like he was missing on both, or tempo and augments, and it seemed like he wasn't hitting a home run. It was just like a single or a double, and that's not good enough to buy yourself a top 4 when you have a stacked lobby with Milk and Goose and with wild cards like Taco Bell Wi-Fi putting on a clinic.
Yeah, and even through the boards today, I'm surprised to see how little legendary carries we're seeing, Bryce. Like, your Yasuo's. I think we had one AO Shin win a lobby today, and it feels like just with all this lobby pressure, people are just having a hard time even having the HP or the gold to get to these legendaries. Is this the case in tournament play, and is this very much different from how ladder's supposed to go?
I think that aspect is similar to how ladder is going, because what's going on is we have, like, in this most recent lobby, we had 5 players with stage 3 dragons. And when you get the stage 3 dragon, it puts so much pressure on the boards of the people who don't have the stage 3 dragon. It's a meta in which there's a lot of rolling happening on 4-1 on level 7, and it's really hard to actually, like, get and full cap out your boards at level 9. It's also worth noting that while the legendary units are really powerful this set, they are not really primary carry units. Pyke is like a win harder unit. It supplements damage really well. Same thing with Yasuo. Zoe has mostly utility based abilities, not damage based abilities. So the only primary carry legendary unit people play around is Aoshin, and it's just so expensive and hard to get there. 30 gold, plus you have to hit it, plus you have to have all the front line. So yeah, you do see Aoshin boards win lobbies, absolutely. It's just not something you could really plan for, and so that's why so much of the meta is playing around 4 costs and 4 cost dragons, or 8 cost dragons.
Yeah, and you just, with all this pressure, you have less gold, less HP, you don't have time to get there, and you're not seeing maybe even 3-star Corkis, which I thought I was going to see maybe a little bit more of, but not that we've seen on broadcast. But instead, people are trying to peak the boards that they already have. Like, Dan, we see a lot of people chasing the Shimmer scale, like the Draven Axe specifically, to put on Corki, to put on Xayah. So is this really important to peak on those boards, or can you just ignore Shimmer scale? We've seen a lot of Shimmer scale today.
Yeah, I think that had Goose committed to 7 Shimmer scale, he might have been pleasantly surprised to see what it could do, because part of what makes 7 Shimmer scale really good is that they have this snowball effect onto each other. When all of your items are scaling off of gold, you have 4 items at that point. Remember, they buffed 7 Shimmer scale to now give 4 Shimmer scale items. And so if he's able to capitalize onto it, you'd be pleasantly surprised how much they really snowball to it, because Goose also had 80 gold that he couldn't spend because he wanted to maximize his stats. So had he survived, he might be able to go to 9, and all of a sudden it's a completely different ball game. So I think for Goose, definitely really good fundamental ideas, right? Using that Draven's Axe to generate items, but ultimately just kind of missed that top end, which, has been sort of a little bit of the criticism against his play, which is Goose has such a strong fundamental aspect of early and mid game and late game. He tends to get outscaled in these tournament environments. I think it's one of those situations where he just couldn't find the top end with what he currently built. He maxed everything he could off his current board, but there were ways that he could have capped higher that unfortunately he didn't get to.
And I know you guys are talking about how important those decisions are in the late game of how do you cap your board? How quick are you to transition to that board? Because even Asa, like you guys pointed out, a bit of the boomer moves of just not being able to make those quick enough under the time that they had. So we finally, under the time that we had, have our scoreboards ready to see who is on top and who is at the bottom. So we have Within at the top of Lobby A, Setsuko top of B, Raditz top of C, and Mujo top of D. And some surprises at the bottom. Even our 3-star Varus boy clear at the bottom. Prestivan having a rough time. Malala too. So any surprises for you here, Bryce?
I don't know about surprise, but I was excited to see my boy Ray top another lobby. He has had such a solid day today. He's in excellent position to be able to qualify onto tomorrow. You love to see it.
Dan, we only got one more game left. Who really has to step up here from these points that you're seeing?
I mean, I know that Showtime talks a lot of trash in Twitch chat and the subreddits. It's really about time for a gut check to see what Showtime can bring it up. And also, on the other end, I just want to, commemorate players like Goobums and Spicy Appies. They haven't had that much in terms of praises thrown their way today, but, a first and a second, that's really solid heading into the final game.
Here's how your points are tallying up. And I've said it 60 times, you're going to hear me say it again. 32 players go to tomorrow. And of course, Taco Bell in second place with like 4 first places in the same stuff. And we saw a little bit of Phoenix scream emoji today at the top with 33 points. And remember, there's also qualifier points that you're getting through each day. So if you don't make it to the mid-set finale through this, you can also think about the qualifier points at the end of the day. And speaking of the end of the day, it's the end of the road for Frodan and Bryce. Just for today, we'll see them back tomorrow. But Dan, any kind of final thoughts of all the compositions and the player trends and just how the meta has shaped up for you today?
Yeah, I hope that today has opened up the eyes of people who think the meta is just Xiyu and Siphon. You're wrong. It's just straight up. I think there's empirical evidence to show that a lot of people who are able to capitalize both on really proper openings or even some really interesting hybrid boards, it'll completely elevate your gameplay when you stop tunneling on just the dragons alone. There's a lot more to TFT that meets the eye, and I think we saw a lot of evidence that supports partial theory that it's about dragons, but also it's really about what you are given in any game and maximize the potential of it.
Yeah, the dragons go burr, but also the bank account, because those are expensive, Bryce. We even said at the start of the show how impactful those dragons are, and even Deja making an appearance. But what are your thoughts on the meta just from our day 3, I guess, technically, of the Astral Cup?
I came into today feeling like this was a tournament where we had the largest gap that I can remember between the knowers and the not knowers in the tournament. There's a huge percentage of this field that approached the meta the way that Dan was describing, where it's basically just Siphon, Xiou, Flex. You play them as primary carries. The boards around them are pretty straightforward. And if you're playing that way, there's no way your results are very good. We have seen Swain stomping lobbies. We've seen Varus doing very well. We've seen top end of multiple, Nidalee's been performing so consistently throughout the day. We've seen top end of Dragon Horde boards doing really well, but also just like Zaya is still doing really well. Corki is still doing really well. So the best players today have been the ones that have been open to they're playing Xiou and Siphon, we're getting them, but they're playing the other lines. Some of them are even leaning towards those other lines. It's been a really interesting patch to see evolve over this longer patch cycle, and I feel like it's actually super skill expressive despite what many players are leading their fans to believe.
Because as good as it is to fight for what you want, sometimes you also have to give up those things if they're so contested. We've seen people move away from the Siphon and pick up those things like Corki or Zaya and try and transition to other boards just to make it to that final 4. So we gotta say goodbye to Frodan and Bryce for now. But you guys can say hello to fantasytft.com. Maybe you'll get to say hello to some little legend eggs if you predict 1st and 8th place. We're gonna turn to a break. When we get back, our final lobby of Day 3 Astral Cup coming up. Welcome back, everyone. We're going into our final game, and I'm joined by my astrologically aligned casters, Riley and Boop, because they're stars. And I'm so excited to have you all back. It's the final game, a lot on the line. At least we got the easy job. We get to sit in our seats. We get to be the armchair analysts and talk about the stakes of this game. Riley, you got the brain, break down the numbers. Who's making it in? Who's in danger? What should viewers expect for this final lobby?
Yeah, if you look at the overall scoreboard, the cutoff for top 32 is more likely than not going to be around 27 points. That was the cutoff for day 1 and day 2 of this event, and it's looking to be around that with the 8-point system, 8-1 rather than the 10-1 we had in previous sets, where cutoff would be more around 29 to 31 points. But within the context of this tournament, if you're at 27 points right now, you are pretty much safe, because it can go a bit higher to 28, but if you have 27, you're going to get at least 1 point for 8th. You should be okay. 26 points, 95%, you're okay. It's around the 25 to 20 point threshold that you're really looking at. These players have either a good shot at making it in, but just need to have a solid placing, or they have a shot, they just need a first and some help. So if you're looking, there's from places 44 to 22, you've got about 20 players that are vying for about about 12 spots.
Just a third of them.
Yeah, just a third of the players right now just really fighting for their tournament life going into this last game. Yeah.
No pressure or anything.
No pressure.
No big deal.
No big deal.
It's your last life. It's your last game. You're done. In this upcoming
All right, I'm sorry.
lobby,
I'll go.
You're done.
Yeah.
No, you're
You're
not
done.
done.
Okay.
You can't leave. Lobby B is what we'll be casting next. You'll be casting next. Boop. Who now? Riley broke down all the numbers of basically 1 million players fighting for a couple of spots.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you looking towards in this final lobby? Who really has to step up to make it?
Yeah, so actually what's really cool about this lobby is we have all 3 kinds of players that you can have in the last lobby of a tournament. We have people who've locked it in, right, that could kind of do their own thing, like Dish Soap, right? We have people who are kind of out of it, like Yiggles, who can play spoiler. And I have seen Yiggles personally play spoiler twice in last lobbies before. And then you've got people like Soju, Keviju, Setsuko even, Clear, another one, all on the bubble. And unfortunately, they're all in the same lobby, so where those 4 players finish within Lobby B will be incredibly important to the final standings of the overall day, because we got a lot of people in this lobby in the 24 to 30 period, but we also have some people in the low 20s that might drop out. So Lobby B, very, very consequential. Other people that are on the bubble, for example, we've got Goose on the bubble, we've got Kurum on the bubble, and again, I just want to bring it back to Setsuko, who I think within the TFT community is known as one of, if not the best player, right? So seeing that Setsuko has top 1 on that last lobby, but also has bottom 1 or bottom 8 in the past means, like, what Setsuko are we going to get, Jen?
Yeah. Well, you're about to get another TFT lobby. At least that's what I can guarantee. Our final lobby of the Astral Cup is hitting first carousel. Riley and Boop, let's get it.
All right, let's go ahead and get to the last game of the day, Riley. I know we've all been waiting for this moment, but some of our players, one that we're looking at right now, I would say the best up-and-coming streamer in TFT, C9K3 Soju, on the bubble, 41st place, needs a first, pretty much.
Indeed, an up-and-coming streamer coming off a tournament win that's looking like it'll establish him within the scene, winning Twitch Rivals. In all seriousness, though, that tournament win, though, I think really proves that Soju is coming into the set with something to prove. He's had good but not great tournament performances up until now. This set, though, I think he's really taking competitive seriously. He won Twitch Rivals with Milk, and in a very stacked event, and even though it's just a one-off, it was one a lot of players were taking seriously. So Soju looking to he thinks he's in peak form. I think this set Soju is about as peak form as we're going to get, and I personally have him in my top 10 for this tournament. I've never put him in my top 10 in tournament players. I think Soju has something to prove, and I think he can prove it here.
I actually want to talk a little bit more about that. You know, we all give Soju a hard time, right? Some of the most well-known memes about losing are about K3 Soju, right? 8875 comes to mind, right? So I think sometimes people weirdly underestimate Soju, and I wonder how much of that actually affects his play. Like, how much is he playing towards expectations, and how much is he really going to exceed them? Because, like you said, this set, Soju has absolutely crushed it, in my opinion, as the Mirage is Dawnbringer's determination to get some extra healing. We've got 2 rods, a tier, and a trap claw.
Yeah, with those augment choices, he decided to take item grab bag, which there's some potential for an Evoker Heart and some potential interesting for Evoker builds, but I'm not surprised to see Soju not opt into that route. He's someone who I think at this point his game plan is going to be, I am going to play exactly what I want. Soju has always been a player that doesn't stray too far from what he thinks he is best at. So this game, just going to take the generic item grab bag, pulls a Banshees, which is not the greatest early, but still a good item and will serve very useful in the late game. Has an Anivia, slams the Archangel Staff and the Rod. Has good frontline in Jade and the Taric too, so it is looking like a strong opener so far.
All right, that's exactly what you want to see in a lobby as consequential as this. We're going to be using that word a lot because the standings are going to be finalized after this lobby. We're in round 2-1, the first PvP round, and we actually have 2 pretty strong boards going up against each other right now.
Yeah, Broccoli has hit the early Volibear. It's doing some good work, but at this point in the fight, the Archangels is really stacking up for Anivia. It looks like she should be able to clean up some. If she can kill the Silas. Is she going to kill the Silas? One more cast?
Yep. Oh,
Wait.
We're going to get the stun.
Okay.
Oh,
Archangels.
Beautiful. Yeah, I love Anivia.
I think that fight was actually off of Soju's item slam decisions. With the Rod tier, you have the option of either building Rapidons or the Archangels, and the Archangels feels quite a bit better right now, especially in the early game with how long these fights are and how drawn out they are. So the Archangels that's a fight difference for Soju. I am pretty sure he loses that if he slams Rapidons instead.
All right, so we know that Soju might be going towards that Jade. We're now looking over at Kev, who has a Thief's Gloves on that Jinx. I was actually talking about how I think Thief's Gloves can actually go on units like Jinx a little bit more often if you're crazy enough to put your 2 crit gloves on that unit right now. And it's not going to work out for us right here and right now. We got some good items set though with the Bloodthirster. Talk about a good item carrier. We don't really see that reroll set all that often, but with the Bloodthirster and with the kind of friends made along the way, we should be able to win some rounds.
Yeah, we see a lot of generic slams right now going around the lobby. Again, the Archangels for Soju, the BT, going to be a good item for the frontline carries with the Dragons, the Siphons, the Shionyus. So that the Thieves' Gloves just always a good generic item. And looking at Kevin Joe's item components, it makes sense. You don't want to slam a Banshee's Veil this early, especially when Belt can be so many better items. Warmogs, Redemption, Sunfire Cape especially are going to do so much for you in this early game. And the Thieves' Gloves, hey, it saves some HP, and it works. It can still work pretty well on backline auto attackers like Jinx. So Kevin Joe just trying to save some HP, play a bit more of a consistent style, and didn't work out for him last fight. It looks like he is going to be strong enough to win this fight.
Yeah, Clear's board not strong at all, just the Nidalee 1 right now. So we know that's not going to be one of those rerolls, but Astral could still be on the menu for Clear. I looked at the player profile before coming into this game, and I believe every lobby that I saw Clear had top 1 was a Varuscon, interestingly enough, which I believe still holds true. In today's tournament. 2 things to note here. Clear and Dishop did both get AFK, so those losses were pretty expected. Now, after this carousel round, we're going to start seeing where Clear and Dishop are going to land with that extra gold.
Yeah, and Clear, especially since he's trying to force a comp, he's going to need as much gold as possible to get as close to guaranteeing him hitting the base board for that comp and eventually the 3-star version down the line. So him taking AFK, it's an augment that doesn't pop up a lot because the chances of seeing silver augment first have actually gone down, and AFK is a silver augment that is only available on 2-1. But if a lot of players are going to want to go for an open fort strategy anyway, so having an open fort that guarantees you such a big amount of gold can really boost your econ and really allow you to roll for that strong board that's going to spike you back from the open fort lose streak.
Well, really winning in TFT is winning through AFK and then getting the gold at the end, which I've seen one time. I actually did see it happen once. And so we have the Frozen Heart now. You know, that's another item that slowly but surely always starts getting built on a 2-cost assassin. At some point, a lot of Kianas are wearing it. Then we've got the Diana on the 3-cost that is wearing it. We even saw, I think, some of our better talents both having the Frozen Heart. So it is definitely an item that you can slam pretty early on, especially since the tier and the chain vest can kind of be used in that way in their earlier game. And we have Swain now going up against that Skarner 2. Swain 1, Skarner 2 is a pretty close matchup, but thank goodness for that large rod, making that a game of inches, but taking the round win.
Yep, that's a rod diff on the Swain, and as we look at Setsuko, the man we've been talking about as undisputed, let's ignore tournament. On ladder, this guy is the best in North America. I don't think anyone's going to argue that. He has been so consistently rank 1 in set 7 and going back to set 6, and has been rank 1 by a solid 300-400 LP at different times. I think right now he's around 300 LP or ahead of rank 2, or was very recently. This guy's a ladder god. It hasn't translated as much to tournament yet. He has had good tournament results, but especially this game, he's on the bubble. Is he going to be able to make it to day 4 and then there really try and prove himself as that tournament threat we've all been waiting for him to do?
34th place is 10 places off. A lobby win here would be very valuable, but still might not be enough. We'll see once all the final tallies are there, and I'm sure we're going to be going through some tiebreakers. I know that the people with their abacuses are really looking forward to that, as we still have that Bloodthirster on the set, interestingly enough. Great item carrier, 2 bows here for Clear, and knowing what Clear likes to play, those 2 bows are, you know, a great look for him.
It's a great start. He also has 67 gold right now. This man is so rich. I'm pretty sure he can level to 7 on 3-5 and still have over 50 gold to roll for his board, and that's going to help a lot with stabilizing with stabilizing on the Varus 2 board, and then try to reroll from there. So Clear, this if he's going Varus, yeah, he's also he's level 650 gold. This man is rich out of his mind.
Yeah, Clear playing really well so far. I think one of the more interesting players to come out of today's game. I mean, we're not living months like Taco Bell Wi-Fi at this point in time, but we might get there right now and get in the Clear. Let's see if Clear is going to be able to take AFK into a lobby win. That's a lot of Namis as well. So we're definitely pushing our Astrals at the moment.
Yeah, this is interesting. I haven't seen Clear play this a lot, but it's interesting to me that he's rolling on level 6 right now. I imagine he thinks his odds of hitting Varus 2 are super high, that you want to roll on level 6 to stabilize, not want to risk losing too much more HP before you go level 7. So I like the play. It's a bit more consistent, not taking as many risks. And he's sitting on Varus pair right now, 2 Namis off of the Nami 3. So it doesn't look like he's stabilized quite enough against Noster. So it looks like Noster is going to be taking this fight down. So Clear opting for a bit of rolling instead of straight greeting for that level 7. And I'm interested to see where this goes, because again, I haven't seen this man play much Varus yet.
Earlier today, I think the Nami 3 was actually kind of the helping across the finish line unit for clearing a lobby win. So we know that's the case. Unfortunately, we're going to get a Tier 3 Alawi or Tier 2 Alawi before we get a Tier 2 Varus. Like you said, this Varus should pop up here in a matter of time. We want to get to Tier 3. This is going full Astral right now. We also have a way to change these items to try to get to that Rage Blade if we don't get there. But yeah, it's time for some sushi potentially as Nami Oh, Double Trouble. I got confused for just a second. So this is going to be Double Trouble Nami, and we're going to keep that on the bench for now. We might try to find a way to put it in, but Varus, we got the Double Trouble. Double Trouble has a very high win rate so far in this tournament across a couple different versions of it.
Yeah, double trouble. I don't know how much value he's going to get out of it on level 7. Probably just going to be able to get that value on one of these units, either the Varus, the Nami, or the Alawi, depending on what he feels like is strongest. But for now, he's not going. He has this Nami 2 on bench that he's not going to play because he needs the Astrals, he needs the Silas for frontline, he needs the supporting synergies of Lulu and Twitch. So for now, not getting any value out of his gold augment, but has a Nami 3 for now, has stabilized on the 2 stars of Varus and the Alawi 2. So still losing this fight to Broccoli though. I feel like he needs some better items for Varus before he truly stabilizes. Yep. And wow, down to 44 HP.
That's very, very low. That's not making it to Dragon Treasure potentially low. However, right, again, with Double Trouble, we might get the Varus 3 soon. We might get, we already have the Nami 3, so we're getting there. We just need a little bit more time, but unfortunately, our time is 44 HP. As we move over to Yiggles, who's playing Spoiler in this particular lobby, going to put the Dragon Mancer on the Lee Sin. Yiggles having a little bit of a rough day. We did finish some top 4 spots, but playing the Spoiler role here, which I've seen Yiggles play in Fight Night before. You know, Spoiler is when you're kind of out of the tournament, but if you take a first place, for example, you're probably going to eliminate more people from the tournament, and we'll see if Yiggles is going to be doing that, because if Soju finishes behind Yiggles, right, and any spot, that means that first isn't available for them, and Soju might get taken out because of where Yiggles finishes.
Yeah, and she can also play direct Spoiler to clear right now by taking a fight off him, but it looks like even with the 4 assassins, Varus is still found its safety in the backline. Clear finally gets his first win of the game over Yiggles. So I don't know if he's stabilized yet, but he's looking to be in a bit of a better spot. As we look at Soju versus Broccoli, Soju lost his 100 streak, but still looks like he's in a good spot. He's got Sunfire on an upgraded frontliner. He's got a strong Anivia doing the heavy lifting in the backline. So Soju can play from behind, can play super greedy, but Soju from ahead is very, very scary.
Also just want to mention that AFK and the Double Trouble is like a great combo. In general, you're going to have extra economy to tier 3 your units into Double Trouble. We actually saw him use that in kind of that direction. So something that you can take into your games might work out a little bit better for you. Outside of that, I think we do have an Assassin Crest from Yiggles too. And here's that Cannoneer crest from Kev that we got on that last augment. So this is potentially going quirky, most likely going quirky with these items.
Yeah, and you also know who's going quirky with these items. Dish Soap looking like it. He's had the lose streak with AFK as well, so he's doing a fast 7 on 3-5, looking to play potentially around Corki. Finds a Deja, gonna swap onto those. The Static Shiv, not great items on Corki, so he's gonna play around the Deja. He's gonna play around the Mirages, and this is Dish Soap. He is okay with playing from this far behind and playing around the faster level 7s, trying to stabilize, but this Deja 1, looks like it's going to be enough to take down Soju. So still on 20 gold. Dish Soap has found a decent enough board to potentially bring this back, but he has to win this fight. If he loses this fight, it's looking pretty doomed. He did all this rolling to try and stabilize, to try and start a win streak again. He needs to actually maintain that win streak. Hits a Nico too. That is a huge frontline upgrade. Nico is widely considered to be one of, if not the best non-dragon frontliners this set. It's pretty key to the Shiryu comp. So that's a big hit for Dish Soap, and he's really looking to win this fight here if he's going to have any chance in this game.
Yeah, Nico actually really great to hold things like Locket, in my opinion. Banshees is another one that I think could work really well to keep your front line a little bit safer. But you're right, the Nico 2 is going to give us a little bit more time. Clear 1 the last round. We do have some swift shots. The Tier 3 Nami, double trouble on the Varus. We're going to go ahead and just put the Tier 1 Varus in so we can get the extra power from it. And it looks like it's working a lot. Varus feels like he's shooting in slow motion, even with 3 bows right now, and it seems to be enough. This Hurricane actually doing enough chip damage so when someone does try to focus in on a unit, they're already, you know, a quarter below full health.
Yeah, Dish Soap, I called out. He needs to win this round or else he's looking dead. He's kind of looking dead now. The Deja 1 with Static Shiv, just not enough damage. But in all fairness, Dish Soap is chilling. He's up at 31 points in 7th place. He's qualified. He can kind of do what he wants.
You know, we're kind of just coasting, right?
Yeah.
You know, let's just see how people play around me. And if I win this lobby, that's just even more bragging rights, as we are going to go ahead and move some things around. This is a really important pivot point for a lot of people. Losing to Wolves is something I've literally seen only one time. It was in a professional environment, which was interesting. But, you know, we're going to get our items, and because we can kind of reset at this point, that's why you do see some people pivot. When you don't see yourself level up at 3-5, at 4-1, you're going to start looking for some units and for some units to put items on instead of the other way around.
Side note, anyone know what Broccoli's playing? Mage Cap Zeke's Rapid Fire Cannon? Anyone?
Swain? Maybe? We'll see. Broccoli is going to have to make something happen here. 56th place, definitely out of the running, but can that take someone else out of the running potentially? We're moving over to Kev. The Thief's Gloves roll is pretty nice for the Jinx, getting some extra damage for our Tristana and our Senna. But it's going to be the Rise in the back line along with the Elise. And, you know, I think I heard Bryce talk about it earlier. You literally can never count Elise out. She is one of the best 1v1ing units in the entire game if you get the ultimate rhythm going. And that is not how you do that, what we saw. If there was a kill on Namzi in that particular point, we might have seen a couple other units go down.
Okay, I think I figured out what Broccoli's playing. There's been some... Yes, Siphon is so good, but one of the variations of Siphon is playing more around mages, and that unlocks Silas a bit as extra frontline, and late game you can potentially play around Zoe. So Broccoli, I imagine he's trending in that direction, hasn't found the Siphon yet, unfortunately, so isn't able to play around that giant dragon. There's the Siphon. I imagine, yeah, Olaf's going to come out. I imagine the Kiana as well. We put the RFC on the Siphon, and now he has the start of his board. It's...
At 4-2.
It's only 4-2. It's only a 1-item Siphon, but in all fairness, he has Cybernetic Implants 4. That Siphon has a boatload of health and AD. The attack speed you get from the RFC is going to synergize very well, be very efficient in stats with all the AD you're getting. So the Siphon, even with 1 item, is going to output a lot of damage. Something else I'm going to call out, clear hit Varus 3. It is 4-2. Wow,
that's actually pretty surprising because we got a Lowy 2 before we got Varus 2 a little while ago, and we have a double trouble on that board, which has been one of the best performing augments so far today. So this Elise might be the one that you definitely need to worry about. We're going to drop down on one of the lower health targets. We don't get the kill, we don't have the damage so far, just the blue buff and the mage cap, and that definitely is not enough. The Ashe with just the static shiv seem to be doing enough there, but there's also that she owe you a beating, apparently, with that dragon in the front line.
The soy 2 for Dish Soap putting in work.
Soy boys? Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody. I apologize.
Hi. Dish Soap is a soy boy this game. Yes, no, who's not a soy boy right now? Mr. Noster11 on your screen. Although he's playing Jade, it looks like he's trying to join the soy boy squad. So is just carrying a Lee Sin with the Dragon Mancer for now. Has rolled doesn't look like he's rolled too much. So it looks like he's looking to just push level 8 and play around the Xiaoyu. Disho making it a little bit harder though, taking 3 out of the pool. And also going against Kevijo, who has leveled to very fast 8, found the Yasuo already.
And a Revel Spat. Look at this. So that might be going on in Anivia a little bit later. Could be another Deja. We haven't gotten to see like that kind of fully form so far. But honestly, this Tristana Revel is enough. At tier 1, it seems like. I mean, it's 2 ults for each ult, right? So, I mean, it's guaranteed. You're going to get more potentially from other units, but Tristana, since it's single target, right, it's just going to work. You're guaranteed those procs.
Yeah, you called out in Game 4 that maybe the Tristana was a better Revel Spat holder than the Deja. It is a solid Revel Spat holder that requires minimal investment. So, yeah. I agree. Revel Tristana looking pretty good so far. So Noster taking his bow off Carousel. I imagine with these gold, he's going level 8 here. He's going to do some rolling, try and find even just a 1-star Xiaoyu to try and stabilize a little bit, not bleed out too fast. So he is going to go level 8 right now. On around 30 gold, so not too much to work with, but a decent amount. Finds a Sona 2, which is a good upgrade, but not exactly what he's looking for, and it's a pretty big gold sink. So, gonna keep rolling. Still isn't finding that Xiaoyu. Finds a Lee Sin 2, though. I imagine you upgrade this for now. You need some kind of carry. Yeah, he's gonna upgrade it, maintain a semblance of board strength while we're waiting for that dragon to come online.
Yes, a little bit of a slower lobby on our last game today. A lot of people kind of just still biding their time. I wonder if that's going to allow our Siphon players to actually be a little bit more aggressive, because that was cool looking. That's kind of what the Siphon players have been able to do. If you're able to get that Siphon 2 before everyone else, you can pretty much say hello to that top 4. We have seen the lobbies go a little bit slower to potentially react to the Siphon a little bit more intentionally, and that's actually maybe the result of what we're seeing here right now. The HP totals from top to bottom, 67 to 10. I mean, Broccoli and Niggles are very, very low right now, but everyone else still in an alright position. If Dish Soap wins this round, which they don't, it's going to be the Deja from Soju who actually takes it. And I have to say, this is probably where, and I'm sorry to be talking a lot, Riley, but this is probably where Soju does his best kind of play. I will never forget, it was one of the best games I have ever had the pleasure of witnessing, and I got the pleasure of casting it, where Soju needed a first or a second in order to move on into regionals, and that's what he did. So I know that Soju can do this, but everyone else still, there's 3 other players in this lobby that want to beat Soju and take his spot away from him, because none of them are quite there just yet. As we move over to Noster again, 11th place, we're feeling pretty good if we're Noster for the top 24. We got the double Evoker with that Sona as well. 6 Jades. This is looking all right.
Yeah, it's a good, well-rounded board for now, and Jade really promotes that. It's giving a lot of stats to the whole team, but he is going up against a Siphon 2 for Setsuko. It's Siphon. How many times do we have to call it? Siphon is good. Siphon.
Yeah.
Oh, but gonna get the last charge off and is going to bite the Lee Sin. There we go. So not a bad loss for Noster. And end of the day, Noster did not hit his dragon. He did not hit the Xiaoyu yet, but that's okay. He was able to win a round and lose a round by 2 units. We'll call that a pretty good result from going level 8 and not rolling too much gold there.
That was a fascinating Dragon Treasure, to be honest with you. A Thief's Gloves plus gold. A lot of times, I feel like high-level players just do better with gold, right? And it's going to be a little bit more flexible. But we also got flexible item choices, right? We can finish off the Morellos, maybe, move that somewhere else. But, I mean, we could put a Thief's Gloves on someone as well once we do put a new unit on. This Deja, though, has the IEJG combo, so everything is going to crit no matter what, along with the Archangels. And maybe that's been the difference maker for some of these other Deja comps that haven't been able to take take top 1 or 2.
Nunu 3 incoming, but like this this build for Deja, we've been seeing a lot more of the AP focused builds where you just try and get the ult to one shot rather than the attack speed playing around the passive. So this Infinity Edge, Dual Gauntlet, Archangel Staff, very efficient items combining together to create just a nuke Deja. Only on Deja 1, so it's not going to be nuking too hard for now, but Soju has managed to find a Nunu 3, and that is going to be such a beefy frontline for this 6 Mirage comp, especially with Dawnbringers as the Mirage. This Nunu is going to... this Nunu is not dying. This is going to be infinite frontline for Soju, and is going to buy a good amount of time for even a Deja 1 to output a bunch of damage.
All right, also Clear has an egg. Running a bed and breakfast over the Clear bed and breakfast at 28 HP. So we'll go over there if we're able to open it up. But, you know, the egg usually means lose for a couple rounds until it opens up and hatches. But right now doing a little bit more of a Humpty Dumpty cosplay than one that might actually find some success. This Deja, though, look at how much damage per auto attack. It's not going to attack very fast, but when it does, it's going to be throwing a lot of power at you.
This Deja does a lot of damage, and Soju committed pretty hard to this line, which is not surprising. He is flexible in the paths he'll take, but once he finds the path he thinks will be the best, he will commit to it. He had a Shio-Yu option with the Shio-Yu 2, but completely passed it up because he has items for Deja. Even on Deja 1, he thinks that is going to be the best board he can build around for the future. And using his items, finding the comp that's going to find him the most success, and he is win streaking right now, so it is paying off.
Kevy now has the itis from the front line taken out, and that is bad news. A lot of the time when you Zephyr the itis, basically you have a limited amount of time to take down as many carries as possible, because itis being the last unit alive is exactly what you want to see, and that's what we're seeing. We have the tier 3 Nami, the tier 3 Varus, along with the double trouble as well. I think that's a tier 3 Alawi with the double trouble too, so we are getting a lot of value out of it. It's going to be pretty tough to take Clear down, but it's going to be even tougher potentially for Clear to crack that egg. The bed and breakfast isn't open just yet.
Yeah, the egg is a very interesting choice for Clear. I wonder what his other options were, because from his spot, the egg is super risky. You're on such low health, but he's at 5-3. He took a win, so the egg isn't too far off from hatching. And unlike the triple prismatic lobby, once that egg hatches, it's going to matter a lot. That is the power of 2-3 prismatics on top of only a gold and silver than on top of 2 more prismatics. So Clear, as long as he can hatch that egg. It was a risky call, but he's got one more round. As long as he doesn't take a devastating loss, it looks like it will hatch, and it looks like he'll unlock that power.
Yeah, I think actually all 3 of these augments work really well together, right? Because what is something about double trouble that tends to be a little difficult is actually itemizing your tier 2 carry, right? That pops out. So with this egg, we might be able to get even more power out of the second Varus with legendary items, right? That might be able to compensate for the lack of being tier 3 by having tier, S items, for example. As we do have this Siphon now, we know Siphon's going to be here. Setsuko's the one with this Siphon, I believe. And let me just tell you about Setsuko real quick. This is Setsuko's results right now. Thanks to Lemon for providing these, by the way. We got a 7, we got an 8, we got a 1, we got a 7, and we got a 1. Right, so talk about first or 8th, Riley. That is the player we're looking at with Setsuko. Clear, though, I'm really interested to see where this egg is gonna land, right? Are we gonna get some gold and some items? Are we gonna get 3 items like before? But we have better options to put these items on than we have it from our previous egg player. So really excited to see that. Kevy, though, having a little bit of a hard time, and Yiggles at 10 HP on fire right now.
Yeah, you called out Yiggles having the potential to play spoiler, is on a win streak so far, but egg, it's gold, tactician's crown, a rascal's gloves, and a thief's gloves. Okay, Clear.
Rascal's gloves?
Good luck. Have fun with your first.
Rascal's gloves?
That's
you got more items than you normally would, because we got Rascal's glove. That's a whole extra item. when it comes to that particular item, but then we got a regular Thief's Gloves to put another item on, right? So talk about value, plus we got an extra unit just to sprinkle on some extra time. You know, this is a 5-star bed and breakfast. Let's get those eggs every which way, and let's see this team win out, because Clear definitely has that potential right now. But the Siphon's on the carry.
Yeah, the Siphon on the Varus for now. It is looking like it'll clean up the rest of the team. But the second Varus with the Rage Blade on it, it's good CC, it can stop the Siphon for a bit, and Clear, okay, never mind. The egg hatched, but the thing about the egg hatching, you still need to play good TFT. It's not like an egg hatching is going to automatically win you the game and you don't have to think anymore. You still gotta position the Varus, you still gotta, you still have to play the game. And the Varus 3 with the items just being primed for Siphon to get on top of it and beat it down. Yes, Clear now on 1 life among 3 other players, all on single-digit HP. Kevijo, Noster, and Yiggles. Kevijo also fighting for his tournament life right here. We could see these 2 players bomb out of the tournament right now.
We might see a couple eliminations on this round. Thief's Gloves roll on the Lulu, actually not bad. Rageblade with the Static Shiv. And so now we have the Varus coming through, and once again the Siphon goes to the Varus, but this Siphon decides to take a little stroll on the Convergence and walk away from the Varus, and you're seeing exactly how important it is for that Siphon to whiff your backline. It is the difference between a win and a loss here, and it wasn't even close, as we do get Yiggles eliminated. We were on fire there, so we did steal kind of a 7th place, I think. Noster is going to beat Kev, I believe, and that's going to be a 2nd elimination. We still have 2 players on elimination station, but we do have our top 4, and the 3 people in the top 4 were all, it was Clear, Setsuko, and Soju, who are all on the bubble. So it's all about winning the lobby now in order to really control your own destiny.
Yeah, and on the opposite end, the bottom 2, Yiggles, Broccoli, they were dead anyway. It's whatever. But Noster getting a 5th, solidifying his position. Maybe he'll be able to snag some bonus points going into the final day, but the key one there is Kevijo going out in 6th. He was in the middle of the pack of that bubble, 22 points. He needed a solid placement to make day 4 with a 6, putting him at 25. He's done, and that's, you hate to see it.
So sometimes it's just Le Siphon, right? You just give out your Psy and let them take over. But other times, the Siphon is going to be your worst enemy, right? We saw it there, charging the wrong Varus. Double trouble, doing a little bit like a mirror image situation on the board, confusing the dragons. We got Xiaoyu in the backline here with the Hodge QSS and the Edge of Night.
Man, you know what? Dish Soap stabilized both of our loose streakers early that took AFK. Dish Soap and Clear, they are now top 4, and Dish Soap on a 6 win streak right now, made it to level 9, has the Xiaoyu 2, hits the Radiant Zephyr on the Siphon, which is very key this fight, taking away that board power from Setsuko. Is it going to be enough to win this fight? The Siphon charges in the backline, is just going to take out the Soraka. It's going to come down to Dragon versus Dragon. Siphon not hitting Xiaoyu for now. The Siphon looks like it'll go down soon. Stay alive.
Oh no!
Okay, Xiaoyu's got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Xiaoyu has it in the bag. Remember, Xiaoyu's nothing if you're going to win that round. Dish Soap on fire now in the top 4. Clear with that top 4 as well. Would really love a top 2 finish. I don't know if the comp we're running on that board, especially with the power that we're seeing here on this board, can really do it. Also, mad props for making Best Friends work on this board, using the Jade statues to make it happen.
Yeah, Clear with a top 4 guaranteeing him at least 28 points. He should be good to go. It's going to be Setsuko and Soju we're looking at, though, both at 21 points. Both are looking at that first to pretty much guarantee their spot into tomorrow. A top 2 makes it look good, but if Clear can hang on and Setsuko takes 4th, or maybe Soju somehow falls off a little too hard and takes his 4th, they could be done. They need that top 2.
Oh, that Deja ult, though, making things complicated. But Soraka was like, hey, I have the solution to that problem. Let me go ahead and just heal everyone up. We do need another ult. But with this Archangels, this Soraka actually is going to keep enabling this Xiaoyu right now. Are we going to get another ult here? Another Soraka ult means the Xiaoyu should be fine, but the Xiaoyu does fall before the ult gets through. Made it interesting. A Soraka 2 there could have made a little bit of a difference. But Setsuko, 34th place in 4th place right now, would be pretty good for his average because, again, Setsuko is either 1 or bottom 2'd every lobby so far today, which is just very fascinating to see someone with the 1st or 8th mentality for a qualifying day, going into tomorrow. I think this is kind of the product of what we're seeing. It's going to mean that you're going to need to go 1st or 8th potentially on the last lobby of the day to get yourself in.
Yeah, and he took a loss to clear, which puts him in a position to potentially go 4th here. It's going to come down to, can he take down Soju, who with the Deja 2 has a very strong board with the Nunu 3. This fight could be Setsuko out of the tournament.
Is this Setsuko's last stand? This Deja doing so much damage. It almost feels like they're throwing trucks into the faces of their opponents. Beautiful Ornn ult, though. The Talon does fall, so no more Frozen Heart to keep that Deja at bay, but this Siphon should ult and be good to go. Dragon's Claw making a little bit of a appearance here, making it a little bit harder for that Deja to break through it, and so that last ult only hit the Dragon's Claws. We get to our 6-4 carousel with 4 players remaining still. Soju has the double-digit HP lead, everyone else literally separated by 1 HP.
Soju looking good for top 2, would still love that first to more or less guarantee his position into tomorrow. Clear Setsuko Dish Soap, though. Dish Soap is chilling. He eats a 4th here, it's whatever. Again, Clear and Setsuko, they need this. Setsuko needs to beat Dish Soap here, or else it could be curtains for him. Soju has the potential to not clear out. Clear, I said looking good, but depending on how some of the tiebreakers work out, not 100% guaranteed. But this is a very crucial round with 3 players on single-digit HP.
Okay, will the Nunu in the front line be enough time for the Deja to get to a couple ultimates? Oh, the Deja's going to be isolated in the corner. We also have, remember, the Rascal's Glove. That's a Rascal ZZ Rot. Look how much tankiness it actually has. It took about a couple auto attacks from the Deja, and those auto attacks mean that it's not on the Alawi, for example, and it's not going to be on a carry. The Varus now on the Deja. This seems like Clear should be able to take it, but now the backline of Clear is starting to get taken advantage of. It's Varus versus Soju, and the Varus takes the dub.
Yeah, so Soju gonna take a loss. Clear hanging on with Dish Soap versus Setsuko. Dish Soap taking out Setsuko. That's the 4th. That might not be good enough for Setsuko. 26 points. He's probably in danger. He needs a lot of help now to move on, and that means Setsuko, the rank 1 player on the ladder, likely out in day 3. Ugh.
Again.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the first time that's happened with Setsuko. There is a whole podcast, I'm sure, that can talk about the difference between ladder and tournament play, right? But I think Setsuko is a really good example if you were to ever make that podcast, Riley. As Soju now, still leading the charge, though, did lose that last round. We've lost 2 rounds, actually. So there's going to be Deja kind of topping out right now. Without that attack speed, it's all about that pure power, which means that it's all about time. This requires Nunu to spend as much time as possible in the front line in order for Deja to get as many just neutral ults as possible. Because again, the auto attacks are good. We're gonna be about 3 or 4 each before we do get to that last round. But with the Archangels and with that time, Dish Soap is going to get eliminated.
That's Chonky Nunu taking down Dish Soap. Dish Soap taking his 3rds, just solidifying his spot in probably the top 8, or the 4 below that, likely getting bonus points for tomorrow. He's not upset. But Soju and Clear. Clear is pretty much guaranteed now that he's minimum 20 or 30 points. I can do math on broadcast. 30 points. 100% safe. It's Soju at 21, now guaranteed 28. Is he going to stay at 28 and maybe need some help depending on how the rest of the games work out, or is he going to hit 29 and almost guarantee his safety for tomorrow?
So let's take a look at this double trouble board real quick. So no Nami, no second Nami. The only double copies that we have are Alawi, which are both fully itemized, and Varus, who are both fully itemized.
Double Rageblade Varus?
Yeah, I
Wokage?
mean, there's a lot of bows on this board right now. I believe we actually started with 3 bows even before the egg. It is Clear versus Soju. Who will take the lobby? Is Soju going to do it right here, right now? Clear has not lost in a couple rounds, and the last time we saw this matchup, K3 Soju did lose. However, our Rascal's Glove has actually already been taken down. Beautiful Deja ult to start, but the Bard going to slow things down a little while longer. The front line seems to be going down. It is Varus versus Deja, and it's going to be Deja taking it. And once again, Soju does what Soju needs to do in the last lobby. It still might not be enough. We'll get the final scores for you in just a second, but when Soju needs to win a lobby, there's some way, some reason of he's able to do it every single time.
Hey, I'm back.
Yo.
End of the day. Exciting
What's up?
stuff. What's up? Broadcast, by the way. I gotta start with just comparing apples to apples. We had 2 Deja comps in the top 4. Soju in first with the IEJG Archangel Nunu 3 Mirage 6 version of it. And then we had Dish Soap in third with the Hodge QSS Edge of Night. So Riley, just comparing apples to apples here, why was Soju's Deja comp better than Dish Soap? Is this purely itemization? Is this the Nunu 3 having a large impact? Is it the traits around it? Or what were kind of the pivotal differences between Soju's Deja and Dish Soap's Deja?
Soju, his version of Deja, I think at the end of the day, it was just straightforward. Sometimes in TFT, yeah, you need to get fancy depending on the units you hit, but Soju just had 6 Mirage Deja. Easy. You have really good Deja items. Easy. You have a Nunu 3. Easy. Everything just plays into you. Sometimes you get fancy with TFT and it works out really well. Soju didn't need to get fancy there. Just hit his board, hit reliably, able to get back to the first, and that is exactly what he needed.
I actually can I pop in
Yeah.
here for just
No,
a
you're
second?
not.
Okay. But I think a really good metaphor for what we're talking about here is think about cooking, right? All of us aspiring chefs, when we watch Chopped or when we watch something on TV, we're like, we can do that, and then we're like, you know what? I'm gonna make it my own. I'm gonna add cinnamon and this and this and this, and you know what? It's disgusting. Right? Like it doesn't work out, right? I added way too many things. I think actually Frodan said the phrase, some players were being too creative today, and I totally agree with that. Like that's trying a little bit too hard, or the eternal pivot when you're just constantly switching team comps because the last round you lost, right? And that is definitely something I think some players can clean up if they ever get another opportunity to play in something like Astral Cup again.
Sometimes you get so creative, you get a mage hat RFC slam at the start of your game and you go 8th. Sometimes you get creative, you go assassin siphon, although that's not creative, it's kind of a thing. It's just the thing that got you in 7th. So unfortunate for that, but Boot, my question to you also is just the impact of QSS and Verdant Veil, the augment, when it comes to this set, because I feel like QSS wasn't like the must slam in previous sets or previous patches, but is it, or do you need those items? Or is it good enough to just rely on positioning against such a Siphon CC heavy meta?
This is an interesting question for me because I am a part of the Church of the Quicksilver Sash.
Yeah,
I put it
okay.
on literally all of my carries because I just think it's flat attack speed buff, right? And other items just go along with it really well. I mean, it can even work on tanks for dodge, right? So with QSS, I think we saw it best on Swain. For example, so if you're a long-range auto-attack-based carry, then QSS is definitely going to be an option for you, right? But in today's lobbies, I don't think I saw a single Thresh almost the entire time, so it might not be as valuable if Thresh isn't in the meta, but it's still going to be really great just for flat attack speed for things to go along with Static Shiv, like the Swain, for example. In the past, it's been like the Sivers, Xayah can hold it too. There are some other options that you can do, but if you have those items available for you and they're your last 2 items, just throw it on your carry if you have it.
I know those core keyboards without the QSS where we're panicking. They're trying to be in the middle to try and dodge all these siphon CCs. So positioning can only get you so far. And even the QSS Deja only made it to 3rd place. So you learn what you can here in the TFT world. Boop, though, don't be blue. Or don't be green, because we have the scoreboard ready for how things have tallied up at the end of our Astral Cup Day 3. Check it out. It's actually game 6 at the top, so I'm just testing everyone. We've had 6 games today. It's been a while. Check out who's been at the top and who's at the bottom. Riley, I know you crunched down all the math, well, at least before this point.
All of it.
Some of the math.
64 players.
I saw you
I
use
can't
an
crunch
abacus.
all of this. I don't have that much of a calculator brain. Come on.
Okay, Boop, my resident educator.
Yeah, what's up?
All these numbers, what do the numbers mean, Mason?
What do they mean? Well, back in about 200 BC, the Egyptians decided to use Arabic numerals. I don't actually know if that's true. Let's see if I sniped that. But looking at this particular group, look at Lobby F. Asa, who has had kind of like a Setsuko day, for example. You got Goose at 2, Speth and Bless You at 2 points too. So like a lot of back and forth polarizing lobbies throughout the entire day today. It doesn't seem like a lot of people, other than Liv Moss himself, Taco Bell Wi-Fi, like was really that consistent on the top end of the game. A couple people won a couple lobbies, but I mean, Taco Bell Wi-Fi, I think, had potentially the most exciting and best day today, based off of everyone who's like, might have not gotten 1st place. We'll see. Was definitely competing for it, but did win 3 or 4 lobbies in their first ever competitive experience today. That's ridiculously cool.
That is very cool. I think probably the most amount of 1st places we've seen for one person. Riley, check out the overall scores. We crunched the math for you. It's okay. I didn't do it. I'm not going to take credit. But we're defining now the top 32, moving on to tomorrow. And I know we had some funny RFC Mage Hat ha-has, but you know what? It's the last game and you can't make it. You just have fun doing it. So here's your overall scores. What's standing out to you?
Oh, so I called that cutoff would be around 27. In all fairness, I said the word around. The cutoff ended up being 28 points. So Setsuko at 26, very much not able to make tomorrow. But the name I see in 33rd, Spencer, one of the best tournament players in the server, on the very losing end of a 28-point tiebreaker, not making it to tomorrow. That hurts.
That's not very cash money at all of Spencer not to make it. But you know what is cash money? The 32 players moving on to tomorrow. Da, 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 da. I have Boop snorting in the back.
You've got me,
Calm
man.
down.
There's something about you today. You've got me unlocked. Everything you say is hilarious to me.
Yeah, dude,
All
it's 6 games of TFT later. Sometimes your brain falls out. But look at the 32 players who still have their brains intact. Dace hitting number 1 at the big 4-0 mark. DQA, Taco Bell, and Dish Soap in our top 4. But we only decide the big top 4 tomorrow. But the better you do today, the more qualifier points you get as well, which will help out for the mid-set finale and all that good stuff. So, Boop, look at these names. Who's standing out to you?
I actually think most of them are probably sitting down. But I think
Fair.
but I want to talk about Goobums actually. So everyone loves Goobums. We all know this, right? He's got the full package. He's a good person, a good player, right? And had a hard time at the beginning of today. Really great job pulling through, even getting into the 1-point head start. You got to talk about Rainplosion and talk about Wi-Fi, which we did earlier. But I want to give a little bit of special love to two people that I've actually been watching since like the beginning of TFT. And that's Raditz and Emily, who both made it into the 1-point head start. Raditz, I've seen do a lot of really crazy things in a tournament, but today I saw some of Raditz's best play. Unfortunately, I think one of his worst results was when he got a Pike 2 at 3-2 and got 6th,
crazy.
I believe.
I know!
So that was the type of... And in order to like come back from that, like I probably would have just given up, right? Like it's not meant to be. The world doesn't want me to win. I got a Pike 2 at 3-2 and lost, but we're there anyway. So mad props to those two players. Personally, people who've taught me a lot in the game, but also really great to see some tournament performance from them as well.
I know it's been really awesome to watch this tournament and just where the meta is shaped. Some over creativity and a lot of siphons. All right, that's just the conclusion of the Astral Cup. But Riley, when we started the show, we talked about how this isn't just about money and going to mid-side finale and worlds and all that. It's also about people making a name when they didn't have a name for themselves or they weren't known. So do you think that Day One did a good job of highlighting some of these up-and-comers, or are you also happy to see the consistent top performers stay at the top?
It's a good start for making your name, but at the end of the day, it's day 3 of a tournament. It's not the finals. When you start making your name is in the final day, once you get towards top 8, once you get towards the really high placements. Just because Taco Bell Wi-Fi, Rainplosion, Dace, who was our top points scorer for the day, just because they did well today doesn't mean a lot. It's something, but it's not what matters at the end of the day. It's if they can continue that strong performance into tomorrow, or some other people who maybe squeaked in, how they perform tomorrow. Tomorrow is when we find out which of the already consistent top players are just going to maintain that, and which of the up-and-comers are going to really start making that name.
I know tomorrow will be a mystery, but we also have one person who is a mystery. Dace, our #1 player in the Astral Cup Day 3 at 40 points, will be joining us with a very special interview after this break. So we didn't get to unfortunately see them ever play on broadcast. So this will be a great time to ask them about all they did and how they were so successful. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this. What's up? What's up, everyone? I almost got stun locked by dragons. Not a siphon on my screen though. Welcome back. We got Boop, we got Riley, but we also have a special guest. It's Dace, our #1 player from Astral Cup Day 3. And out of the 6 games, we had a 4th, a 2nd, a 2nd, a 3rd, a 2nd, and a 1st. So, although, Dace, we didn't get to unfortunately see you on broadcast, you popped off and that's all that matters. Could you tell us about your general approach to the Astral Cup and what were you playing today?
So I don't think I really played much differently than how I play on ladder. I just play flex, try to play what's given to me, and I think in the current meta that's like GOU, Siphon, a lot of Corki, Xayah. And today mostly I think I played a lot of Siphon, Corki, as well as I think 2 games of Xayah. Yeah.
All right, so like moderately flexible. I actually want to hold your, I don't know what the thing is, hold your toes to the fire or whatever it is. I know. But basically, your last 20 matches, my friend, you said it's not that different from ladder, but you only top forward a couple times. Twice in your last 10 matches. So tell me what's the difference. What was difference on ladder, right, versus what you saw today?
Okay, so I honestly do not know like what went wrong with my ladder games, but coming into the tournament, I was very confident actually, even though I averaged like a 5.6, because I think I got the low roll games out of the way for the tournament.
You know, I believe that too. You know how many times we've been like, so how'd you prepare for the game? And they're like, I took a break. I didn't play. Yeah, I didn't play for 24 hours, and they win. So totally understand. I just wanted to see what the difference was. And so, is there anything else that's like very, very different from the ladder versus these tournament games, or do you strictly play like you do on ladder? Do you not change anything?
I don't think so. I personally, I don't really know this.
You just rolls the ladder and tournaments, Boop. It's just
Got it.
Most of the time.
All right, right. Take us home.
Most of the time, not the past 20.
Gotta get out the low roll somehow. But focusing in on this tournament, looking ahead to tomorrow specifically, we've got a lot of competition for you tomorrow. 31 other players. You're looking at the other 31. There's a lot of players in there who are scary. Is there one person in particular that you're looking at like, this guy's the scariest tomorrow?
Great question.
I'm making you pick one. You're getting put on the spot here. Exactly one player.
I think Milk.
Do you think he's going to be out of jail?
I'll have to ask.
You're playing from the cell even.
Yeah.
So why Milk in
Pepe.
particular?
I don't know. I think Milk just has like that like tournament buff. Yeah.
I totally agree.
That's fair. I mean, some people are just better when the pressure is on, and I mean, I guess also when the cameras are off, because we didn't see you on broadcast, but you topped all the charts, so big congratulations. I mean, it must feel amazing going into day 2 with such a huge point buff. Do you have any shout-outs of people who have supported you, and where can people find you so they can learn more about TFT?
Oh yeah, so my Twitter and Twitch is just TFT. As for shoutouts to everyone in the competitive TFT Discord server, in particular ZellerX, for showing me not what to do.
What not to do? Wait.
This has been an entertaining interview, I'm not gonna lie.
TFT has been so dry with drama. I'm so ready for it. But wishing you the best of luck, Dace, and tomorrow, and all the drama and action that will unfold. Wishing you the best.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. That was Dace, our #1 player and #1 talker. But at least he puts his gold where his mouth is. Riley, that's your buddy. Any thoughts on what we just heard from that interview? I would like your reaction.
I love TFT. I love the players of this game. At some point, that's all I can say. I love this game. I love the players. The personalities are amazing. The camaraderie is amazing.
I totally agree. I really like two people on this broadcast right now. One being myself. And then the the other thing that I also just wanted to say is
we're never going to find out who the second is, are we?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
TFT is really underrated in, I think, the trash talk factor, the player-to-player factor, because it's a small community, right? So we all know each other, we all play together, everyone lobbies together, like Dace just said, in the competitive TFT lobby. So they all know each other pretty well, and so it's really funny when people who know each other get to talk and get to set the pace. Because tomorrow, right, Dace has already set the pace to, really show up and continue that kind of form.
Yeah, number one thing, show up for the tournament. Step 2, roll everybody. That's all it takes for someone like Dace. It has been such an awesome day 3 of the Astral Cup. And guess what? We got more coming tomorrow. 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. You're on the right channel. Big shout out to Dan, Bryce, Riley, and my favorite acquaintance, Boopasaurus, for making me laugh. Good job, everybody. And you know what I also love? Little Legend eggs. Did you know you can get those on fantasytft.com or the Fantasy TFT app? Well, you're kind of done. There's no more games, but you can get it downloaded and you can have that stuff bookmarked for tomorrow's games, because we have a ton going down tomorrow. Only 32 players moving on for a championship Sunday, and we hope to see you there.